okay, can we really have a guy that is this good, this special? And so great accomplishment. We know
deserving.
Deserving. There's no question about it. And you look at some of the numbers, and he was even better this year in some metrics than he was last year. And you hear him talk about his preparation in the offseason. And we'll talk about his agent, his contract, what the Tigers are going to do with them. But in some of what he has to say, he's approaching this offseason in regards to how can I mentally prepare better? And looking at different pitches throughout the course of the postseason. If I had gotten a 0 on this batter versus this batter, how would it have changed? Would I have been able to go deeper? All of those different things. You love to hear that because is there more there for him? And
he's not yet 30 years old.
Right.
And you're right, John. His season this year was even better than last year. ERA, lower. WHIP, lower. Strikeouts and innings pitched, higher. Yeah, and he hardly walked anybody. Fewer walks per 9 this year, and it was already hardly anybody that was getting free passes from Tarik Skubal. Look, you don't need us to tell you how great Tarik Skubal is. It's nice that the sport recognized him last night, and he spoke afterwards, and I just want to give you some of the quotes of what he had to say. Greg, I don't think there's audio in the system on what Skubal said. We'll get to the Boris audio, because you have to hear the cartoonish manner in which Scott Boris speaks.
Do we also have the Pete Alonso?
I hope so, Greg. Tell me you put in the Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers comments that Boris was making about Pete Alonso because his name starts with a P. I don't think we have Bregman. He talked about a Brexit from Boston. Like, it's so corny from this guy. I really felt bad for Scott Harris that he has to negotiate with a cartoon character.
I think Scott Boris is literally just trolling all of Major League Baseball and every single fan base that he could possibly troll.
Get to that, but first you care about what Skubal had to say. Do you want comments about his future or Game 5? Because I've got both.
Let's start with his future.
Okay, Skubal on his future. A lot of it's out of my control, especially the trade stuff. Obviously, contract extension stuff is a bit different, but the trade stuff is out of my control. I've given everything I have to this organization and want to be a Tiger for a very long time. But those things, the business side of the game, they're just different. I don't get to write my own contracts in that sense. So I'm going to do what I do and not really focus on that stuff. I've seen it. It's not going to impact how I go about my day-to-day and how I attack the offseason. It doesn't change that I love the city of Detroit, and hopefully I'm here. That's where I'm at with all that.
So, yeah, he's 100% correct. He doesn't control any of the trade talk. But he does admit that the contract stuff is a little bit different. And no, he doesn't get to write his own contract. But
and in his defense, we have not heard a credible offer to Tarik Skubal from any of the reporters. So for anybody that says just sign long term here, we have not heard about a credible long-term offer from the Tigers.
Right. We haven't heard of in regards to, we've heard rumors and we've heard speculation and we've heard Plants talk about, the disrespectful offers. But when it comes to contract talks, you as a player need to have a voice. You need to give your agent direction. Now, you hire an agent for a certain reason, right? You want to get the most money possible, and Scott Boris does that for the most part for his clients. But you also have to give him direction. You can't just let your agent go and do whatever he wants, because you never know where you're going to end up at that point. Like, you got to have some control in it, and if he wants to be in Detroit, doesn't mean that it happens. But he can give Scott Boris the direction of get me the most money possible. And I don't care how you do it. I don't care what you leak to the media. I don't care what you talk about with other teams. Get me the most money possible here in Detroit.
I don't care what nursery rhymes you have to use. Just get me my money. On Game 5, boy, have we spent a lot of time reflecting back on Game 5. I don't think fans will ever drop it. Here's what Skubal had to say. Just the way the game was going, and obviously the way the at-bats had gone with Polanco, even in Game 5 he hit a foul homer, I just don't think the matchup was going to be in the cards that night. Skubal would go on to say, obviously there's decisions that get made, and me and AJ are always on the same page. I really respect everything he does. He's got a plan for everything going on. He would continue, quote, and trust me, I've seen a lot of the stuff that fans are disappointed or whatever, but it's the way the game of baseball is. I'm going to go out there and compete. I gave it everything I had. I knew my outing was kind of coming to a close there, and with Polanco, he would have been the second hitter the next inning. Hindsight 2020, right? If you could write a perfect baseball script, we would obviously go out and do it, but it's the game of baseball too. John, your reaction?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I say this on with the perspective. I love Tarik Skubal and what he can do in the game of baseball. What frustrates me is the amount of times that he mentions Polanco being the second batter of that seventh inning. And it feels like Polanco scared him away.
Okay.
It frustrates me because as a competitor, even if Polanco hit a foul home run in Game 5.
Whoop-de-doo.
Right. There's just nothing that says, hey, I'm the best pitcher in baseball. I'm going to go out there and beat you.
How much did we hear about how he obsessed over Lane Thomas the year before? Like, you want another chance. Go out and attack that guy. Well, Polanco's seeing you. You want to go out and attack that guy, right? You want to go make your statement. He didn't.
How much does it matter, if at all, that Polanco hit 2 homers off him in Game 2?
Okay, so it's in his head. All right, I'm sorry.
Pitch around him then.
Right, yeah, that's the other option. What if you dance around the edge of the zone? If he walks, he walks.
Or go out there and be the best damn pitcher in baseball and get him out. Like that drives me nuts.
I just asked a question.
How much does he give? Yeah, okay, you know what? He's going to give up home runs to players in baseball. No one expects him to be perfect. But what I want from my ace is when it's nut-cutting time, he goes out there and cuts him off.
And, John, how about, well, that's just the way the game of baseball is.
Oh, that drives me even more nuts. We saw the competitive nature, and Tom, you've talked about it all the time, being in Cleveland, and the way that he was fired up, the competitive nature 2 years ago. And I know that the season ended in 24 with him giving up a grand slam. All right, that sucks. And I hate to go into the offseason like that. But I'm not going to hold that against him because that's the guy I want to win or lose with. And I want the mentality of I don't care what happened on the last at-bat. I don't even care what happened at the last pitch. If you hit a foul home run, all right, now I'm even more mad.
I wonder if it matters what happened the year before that instead of that potentially happening again, that he said, let's go in the 6th. Let me empty the tank with AJ, and let's not have it go that way. Like, I honestly don't like that. I think that's very uncompetitive, to be honest.
I just go back to, as a fan, I could live with him coming back out and giving up a homer.
To Polanco.
I could live with him giving up a walk and a single, which is what Finnegan did, and then leaving the game. I could live and die with the best pitcher on my team throwing in the best, most dominant performance of his postseason career, going out for one more inning. And I'll live with the consequences if it doesn't work. It's harder to live with it knowing you had a 1-run lead and Skubal he set the record for most strikeouts in a winner-take-all game. I want to see him out there.
So you don't bow out and you don't apply regular season matchup things that you would do in the regular season in the postseason, right? It seems that's what both AJ and Skubal did there. That because of Polanco, that we're not going to let him see me a third time around. You don't do that in a postseason.
There are certain players there are exceptions for. And I thought Skubal was one of those guys you make exceptions for. And if he's not, well, that gets you into a different conversation about how the Tigers proceed this offseason.
Yeah. And, I don't know, does he have the Polanco flu? Right? We had guys that would amazingly come up with injuries because we call it the Larry Allen flu. Nobody really wanted to play against Larry Allen. He would murder you. And I never had to do that because we played on the same side of the ball. But there were some guys that all of a sudden, hey, they're not feeling good that morning, and all of a sudden they're out for the game. Why? And so it's just, you're going to get beat at times. This is competition. They get paid on the other side too. But I want a guy that's going to go out there when it matters most. And hey, win or lose, I'm the one that's going to get you through this, or I'm the one that's going to bear the brunt of it. Because he wasn't given a lot last year in terms of money and contract, but if you pay him 5 years, $250 million, or whatever that number ends up being, that's the guy I want on the mound when it matters most. Win or lose, I'll die riding with that one.
Yeah, you're going to go down with your best, or how you got there all season long. This reminds me a little bit of the first one that hits me is the 93 World Series when Mitch Williams gave up the walk-off to Joe Carter. Guess what? Mitch Williams got him there. He was a great closer, and I remember in that moment, it's like they're going to bring him in here because he had not had the best of World Series and had not been performing like the regular season, but you go down the way you got there. You go down with your best.
Look, I think the way this is headed is he doesn't get an extension this offseason. They don't trade him. We're going to live this again next year in the postseason where he still doesn't have a long-term contract, and can he go over 100 pitches? Look, it's not ideal. And this ticket texter puts it this way. Oh, congrats to Skubal. Perfect time to trade him. Value could never be higher. This ticket text says, I read the Scott Boras comments online and thought it was one of those fake satire pages.
Yeah.
Then I saw a clip of him actually saying it. I don't understand how he thought that would be funny or clever. It sounded like he may have miscalculated the gummy dosage before leaving the hotel room. We will play some of it next. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And tonight's game, Jets, Pats, classic division rivalry. Jets coming into this on a 2-game heater. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've got your tailgating must-have this season, Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and my favorite part, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ all day long. Look for the can with the sunset stripes and ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Good morning. It's a Thursday. We'll have 2 Grand Slam for you at 7:25. Got the Thursday touchdown in 15 minutes. Dear John, life advice, John Jansen. Mentioned Tarik Skubal winning a Cy Young. Back to back.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well-deserved. Even more dominant this year than the year before. Comma, now what?
Right.
And he spoke yesterday and said hopefully he's in Detroit.
Which I think for the most part, everybody else thinks so as well. We'd love to have him in Detroit, and we know all the options. We've gone over all of them ad nauseum.
And it's going to come down to a negotiation. Scott Harris with Scott Boras. And Scott Boras spoke yesterday. And, he spoke in a whimsical limerick nursery rhyme, Dr. Seussian fashion. Here is the agent of one Tarik Skubal.
Detroit, doink.
Are you building a Tarik Barrick, John?
You gonna be Scooby Done? It's
you want
weird.
it Scooby Done 248?
Yeah. We got a bunch of Little Caesars running around saying "Sai." What's that even mean?
I just want to read you what he said about Pete Alonso. Asked about, Pete Alonso, he said, "There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper. Pete picked a perfect period to play preeminently at a primary position. A playoff-parched plethora will pounce to participate in the polar plunge." His nickname's the Polar Bear. I feel bad for Scott Harris having to negotiate with this guy.
Oh, boy. Everyone is... I tell you what, sports gives us some of the greatest characters. And we love the characters, whether it's on the field, on the court, whatever it is. And we've seen characters with managers and coaches and general managers and owners. One of the things we love about Jerry Jones is the character that he is. Now we have another character.
But John, Scott Harris, we don't think he's made a real offer that we've heard of yet. But let's say he does make a real offer and Boras just hits him with a zoinks.
Right.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
He's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. I don't know how you negotiate with this guy.
It's certainly a unique situation in a lot of ways. Picking up the phone and talking to Scott Boras. I mean, I would just love to hear, I don't know, maybe when this is all said and done and hopefully Skubal's here. We've got a long-term contract.
Right,
and, if either side would come out and just say how the negotiations, but we know that won't happen.
You'd love to know.
Or release some audio of those phone calls. Is this really how he talks, or is this just? Did he go down this road and all of a sudden, hey, he's a sentence into it, going, hey, I used a lot of P's in that one. I better keep it going.
I believe this was all pre-prepared. because I've heard him talk before, and he's never really done this. Like he came in knowing he was going to drop this stuff because he knew what he was going to get asked.
Wow, I mean,
to me, like lost in between the two things. He's a clown. He's acting like a clown. He's acting like a troll. And the Tigers are sitting here, and they're not going to do this publicly. They've said they're not going to. Jeff Greenberg was quoted last night saying we're not going to comment about negotiations. And I just think in the end, if they don't keep him, they'll let it be known what they offered him, just like they did with Bregman. Yeah. And I think they're playing their hand right, because how can you, as a professional general manager, and I'll defend Scott Harris here.
Well, that's what I was doing.
How can you compete with that?
Well, I think you hire as a consultant Jeff Rieger and say, how can we troll him on our side of things? And I mean, you don't have to bring him on.
Calling.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he could be a hired troll consultant. And
he is our troll.
He is our troll. Is he the biggest troll that we have in Detroit?
Well, at least at the ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just keep your eye out for any new construction of any Tarek barracks between now and next offseason.
Is that going to be down? Is that just in the Comerica Park area?
New construction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe the new gas tax can take care of that too.
There you go. Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I don't know what you guys were doing last night, but I was glued to the television watching the finale of The Golden Bachelor. And despite the fact that Mel Owens originally said he didn't want to date a woman over 60, he did give the final rose to a woman who was, in fact, 62 years old.
So she was...
Peg!
Yeah,
she's
Peg!
the winner!
All right! Yeah!
Did you watch any of it, John?
I
was
did
it
not.
on in your house at all?
No, my eyes were shut. It was a rough night last night. So
you know what? I gotta say, I met Mel here, and I know he's like you're kind of buddies with him. He sucked as the Golden Bachelor. He was a real bad Golden Bachelor. He shared no thoughts, said nothing. In fact, his final two was Peg and Cindy ended up leaving because it was like, you're not going to say anything to me? You got nothing to say how you're feeling about our relationship? I'm out of here. She left. Good for her. I would have done the same thing.
Why do you think he clammed up on camera?
I don't know.
Because I'm not going to pretend that that's like how his personality is.
But it does sound like, because in this final episode, you got to meet his sons and a friend of his from Michigan. And it does sound like he is not really an emotional person where he... I think that's his personality, where he doesn't share a lot of his feelings and he thinks more,
more cerebral.
Yeah, like he just doesn't get that emotional. But the thing is when you sign up to be the Golden Bachelor, that's what you kind of need to be. And he just wasn't basically the whole show. I mean, he was a fine man, but
here's what I know about Mel is he is a very respectful person. And I know that the comments on the podcast, all that stuff, that was not taken out of context, but it was viewed as, and I think that set the tone for him wanting to make sure that he didn't have any of those slip-ups while he was on air, especially individually with the women. He wanted to be very respectful to them as well.
Yeah, when you go on a show where you're going to maybe ultimately end up in a proposal and you're dating these women and the woman that you're down to two and she's asking you and spilling her thoughts like, I'm in love with you. I want a future with you. This is what I want. And he's like, that dune buggy ride was fun. Like,
right.
She needed more and... She didn't get it. So Cindy left. And anyway, they appeared afterward. It sounds like they're very happy together because they've had some time to now just kind of date in the real world. So congrats to them.
Yeah. And it's her name is Peg Munson. So Mel got Munsoned. These are the types of jokes when he's back in town that we will discuss. Yep. And he'll be on the podcast again later. Yeah, this year. Yeah.
DTE Energy is offering some help for federal workers who may have been struggling financially due to the government shutdown. Thousands of federal workers have been obviously without pay for more than 40 days. And to ease the financial burden, DTE announced that it is offering payment relief options for federal employees that are impacted by the shutdown. So eligible customers can request a 30-day pause on bill collection without penalties. And they say the goal is just to provide crucial breathing room during this difficult time. And they do have other payment assistance programs as well if you're not a federal worker and still are struggling. So give them a call. You guys, a Pontiac mother has been arrested after allegedly leaving her 3 children unattended inside this deplorable, rundown apartment. It's like deja vu. And I saw the story. I'm like, wait, didn't this already happen?
Right.
Oh my gosh. So the place, I mean, it didn't have plumbing. It was littered with rotten food, with feces, and more. The children aged 12 and 9 actually called officers. The oldest girl, the 12-year-old, called because she thought there was a possible break-in going on at the apartment. So deputies showed up, determined the complaint was unfounded, but they discovered what type of place they were living in. They told officers they hadn't seen their mother since the day before. And when the mother did eventually show up back at this apartment, she was immediately taken into custody. And police say they believe the mother was rarely home. She was charged with 3 counts of second-degree child abuse. Yeah, horrendous.
All right, we'll get to the
Sorry,
Thursday.
I'm ending it there,
it's
but,
a
you
tough
know.
story to end on, but we'll get to the Thursday touchdown next. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower. And that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due signing amount of $3,369. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com if you want more details.
Some big-time games in the NFL this weekend, some great storylines in college and the pros. We're going to get to it. Today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's the Thursday Touchdown.
All right, guys. Michigan and Michigan State were both off last weekend. Second time that's happened this year on the same weekend. But Indiana-Penn State definitely filled the void. Was the Hoosiers-Nittany Lions game the best game of the season?
So for me, it was. And I went back and I looked at all the different games. And, some of it is, I need to have a vested interest. And I can look at, like Oregon-Penn State. That was a great game, but it wasn't great until the very end. This game it kept me intrigued the entire time. And my rooting interest went from Penn State to Indiana, to Penn State to Indiana. And ultimately, I was rooting for Indiana at the end. And it was a spectacular throw, a more spectacular catch. And it was just, it had all the components where if I look at a great game and I just want to see, can you make me switch sides in the middle of a game? And they did multiple times. I loved it. It was fun.
Catch of the year, the drama of the final drive was incredible, but no, it's not the game of the year. I would venture up at least two that were better. One, a top 10 showdown between Georgia and Ole Miss that went back and forth, back and forth. The Bulldogs had to overcome a fourth quarter deficit to pick up a big win. And yeah, John, I think it's not even the biggest game that Penn State has played this year. Penn State was ranked at the time, night game, whiteout. You had 8 fourth down conversions, a double OT thriller, a game with few penalties and few turnovers. That game was better than the game we just watched.
I just liked in this game that there was some defense being played too, and that Indiana had everything taken away from them that they like to do, and then Mendoza still drove them down the field to win the game.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
No, I agree. I mean, and I looked at that Oregon-Penn State game, but it really wasn't exciting or entertaining until you got to the fourth quarter and certainly the double OT.
All right, since 2014, the eventual national champion has been ranked in the top 3 of the second college football playoff rankings. This season, that includes Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas A&M. Would you take those 3 teams or the field to win the national title?
Give me the 3 over the field. Bama's the only one I'm missing that I regret a little bit here. The only one inside 10-1 odds. I think Georgia, Oregon, and Notre Dame feel good, not great.
I think they feel good, not great, because they're just not consistent. You look at Ohio State, what have they been all season long? They've been consistent on the defensive side of things. You look at Indiana, and I know they took it all the way to the wire against Penn State, but offensively, they have been dominant. I can't wait for a matchup between Indiana, Ohio State, and Texas A&M. It's kind of that team where you're like, yeah, okay, they're still there, and I think they have a chance. So I'd take those 3 as well.
All right, Michigan is playing Northwestern at Wrigley Field on Saturday. Michigan would never give up a home game to play at Comerica Park. However, Michigan State is giving up a home game to play Maryland at Ford Field. Would you rather see that game played at Comerica Park?
No. Why?
Too cold?
No, it has nothing to do with. I'd rather. Football is supposed to be played outside. Football is supposed to be played on real grass. But
I know his buttons.
I don't, because there's nothing. I love Comerica, and I love going to a ball game there. But there's nothing unique about it. It's not a landmark like Wrigley Field is. Now, if Tiger Stadium was still standing, especially since the Lions played way back when in that same stadium, then I would say, yeah, I'd love to. And even as a Michigan fan, I would love to have that game played at Tiger Stadium, but it doesn't exist anymore. Comerica's not a landmark. There's nothing, quote unquote, special or unique about it.
College football games belong on college football campuses. But to answer your question, I'd rather play it at a football stadium than a baseball ballpark. The sightlines are not good at a baseball game. Like, if you look at the way the field is laid out for Michigan and Northwestern, the fans in left field might as well be in the apartments in Wrigleyville. Like, it's just not a conducive sight line to watch football.
No, it's not, but it is the uniqueness of it, especially for a game that's not unique.
2 questions here quick on this one. you're going to be calling the game. Do you know where your booth is?
We're going to be, I believe we are somewhere behind home plate. So we're going to be in the corner of the end zone, looking the length of the field. Anything that happens.
Better have 5 spotters.
But I'm okay with that because I've been in that situation. When we were down at Joe Robbie or Hard Rock, whatever they call that stadium in Miami, we were in the end zone, and it's just, it happens at times in some of these stadiums. I can't wait. I think it's going to be awesome.
Is this
I
your
don't
first
care
time
about
at
this
Wrigley?
No, I've been to a game there before. But yeah, so this is checking 2 bucket lists.
Sorry, ad-libbing here, but Jim, I got a question for you too. Did you go to Mr. Red Wing here? Did you go to
No.
the Winter Classic?
No.
You didn't? That was a pretty sight. Why didn't you go? Dad wouldn't take you? I know you. I know you didn't get out of the house
That's
much.
what it was, yes.
The Lions face the Eagles this Sunday night in a crucial NFC showdown. The Eagles are famously known for their tush push. Is this the last season that the tush push is going to be legal?
Yes, because it's difficult to officiate. I want it to stay because I don't like punishing a team for being better than everyone. Everyone can run this play. The fact is no one can do it as effectively. But, John, they have had issues officiating.
They have had issues officiating, but we've also seen officials have issues officiating. There's a lot of, I felt like Scott Boras there, in regards to just the quarterback sneak this year. And so what I think they do is instead of taking away the tush push, because if they do that, are they then going to take away some of those great opportunities that we've seen for the Detroit Lions where David Montgomery is getting pushed forward, his feet aren't on the ground, he's laughing while he has the ball in his hand, or Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, as they're pushed into the end zone? Like, you have to take those away as well. I don't think they want to do that. So what I think happens is they tweak the challenge rules. And I do think that in terms of this situation, I don't know how they do it. Haven't thought through how the execution of it or what it looks like, but I do think they will include the ability to replay if that individual was offsides or not.
Just quickly, a note from Dan Campbell came out and said he supports a tush push.
Yeah.
He thinks it's old
always
school
has.
football.
Yeah, yep.
I do too.
All right, Dan Campbell took over play calling on Sunday against the Commanders, and it looked like Ben Johnson's offense. Will John Morton be on the Lions coaching staff in 2026?
I don't think so. I think it'll be a parting of ways between both the Lions and John Morton. I don't think John Morton has anything to be ashamed about or offended about, but if he wants to call plays, it's not going to be here. And he's just another assistant. He probably will be back with Sean Payton, his coaching mentor, and learning a little bit more before he gets his next opportunity, if ever again.
Yeah, they can say it's collaboration, and I do believe them, but it's also a demotion. We don't have to sugarcoat it. They took away play calling from the guy. So, yeah, it makes sense professionally to part ways at the end of the season for next year.
The New York Giants finally fired Daboll on Monday, put him out of his misery. Give me your top candidate to be the Giants head coach in 2026, and give me the most realistic hire that would make Mike Valenti's head explode.
I can't wait to get to the second part of this, but we'll start with the practical answer. Mike McCarthy. He had a top 5 offense 3 of the 5 years in Dallas. He's won a Super Bowl, 3 straight 12-win seasons. Offensive guy for a young quarterback. He brings experience and stability for a franchise that needs it. As for the one
head
that would get
exploding,
Mike going, I would love to see them hire Bill Belichick. Crotchety Belichick with his girlfriend and the headlines. Belichick, who the last time he tried to develop a first-round quarterback, he had Joe Judge and Matt Patricia running the offense. Could you imagine throwing the New York media and watching Mike's head explode?
Yeah, but it's also very Parcells-esque. And if he goes...
He's over the hill, and it would be bad. It would be bad.
So as long as his girlfriend is there, yes, I think that the head will explode because of all of the nonsense in the New York media that would create. I'm going to go quick. I'm going to say John Gruden for the hire. Gruden has won everywhere. We've heard all of the love that he has about Jackson Dart. I think he'd be a great individual to develop him and just could go in there and win. He can handle the New York media. But the one that'll make Mike Valenti's head explode, Lane Kiffin. You bring Lane Kiffin. How many times have we seen those, hot college names go to the NFL and just fall flat on their face? But, hey, he coached Jackson Dart in college. It's a marriage made in heaven.
Joey Freshwater in the Big Apple, baby.
Good job, guys. Finally, the Ravens have won 3 games in a row since their 1-5 start. Do you think Baltimore is a legitimate threat to reach the Super Bowl?
No, it's still postseason Lamar. Hasn't proven it. And it's this defense that they're in the bottom quarter of the NFL in terms of points, yards, everything. They can't stop enough. And so, no, I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender.
But it's their defense is more so because you did have them preseason, right?
I did, yeah. No, but I didn't expect this defense to play this bad.
I like what you're doing here. I've been very bold that Baltimore's not dead and they're going to make the playoffs. See how far I'm willing to go. No, I don't view them as a Super Bowl contender. Playoff demons for Lamar being the biggest reason.
Going back to number 6, the perfect fit, if it's not Gruden, is there a world where Baltimore says, hey, we just need a different look, and they move on from John Harbaugh? There's a parting of ways. John Harbaugh ends up with the Giants.
They get the normal Harbaugh.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. He would stabilize the franchise, which they need desperately.
It's your Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, when we all do, what do? We turn to our bank. Mine is First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need because it's exactly my experience. I go in there, I ask them questions, and they give me different options. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when you're talking about communities, you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. Oh, boy.
That's right. Good morning, 97.1. Happy Thursday. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. And we are getting closer. Sunday night. Lions, Eagles in Philadelphia. John, we know Lions fans love to travel to games.
Yeah. And the question that we have for Lions fans, we asked this question a lot. We asked it when they were, a couple of years ago, they opened up in Kansas City. Are you going to go out there and are you going to make the trip? And we asked it when the schedule is revealed, like, hey, what's the travel game? And it's a lot of times it's a drive-to game. Last year it was Indianapolis. This year it's Cincinnati. And you go down there and, okay, you're going to Ohio. It's Detroit Lions fans. There's, whether you're Michigan State, right? It's still going to that state, and you got to put up with Buckeyes. But it's different going to a Bengals game, even a Cleveland game. The question I have for fans is, knowing the reputation that the Eagles fans have, and the story that Dan shared with you guys, you and Stoney, on Tuesday morning, some of the stories that I've shared about going to, originally it was the Vet, and then it was the Link, and the fans are the same. Are you going to Philly? And if you go, are you going to wear your Lions gear? Or are you nervous about how the Philly fans will treat you while you're there? Or are you not going because you're concerned about how Philly fans will treat you while you're there? Is this one of those where the Philly fanatics have, I don't want to say scared you away, but you're just not in the mood to put up with their BS?
So Stoney said yesterday with Doug that you should only wear a hat, like a Lions hat, if you go. Like, don't wear full Lions gear. Makes you like a target, I guess.
But how is the hat still says Detroit Lions?
I don't understand. I also think it defeats the purpose. If you're going to go, you want to go and be a Lions fan. You don't want to go incognito.
Yeah.
You don't want to go in a disguise, a fake mustache, and a pair of glasses. Like, if you're going, look how Lions fans travel to games. They aren't shy about being Lions fans when they go to Cincinnati or last week the Commanders or last year the Colts or Green Bay or Kansas City. Wherever they go, they show up and they wear Honolulu blue, and they're loud and they're high-fiving each other, and they're on public transit or the airport, and they're cheering, and there's camaraderie. You don't want to go to Philadelphia and feel like you can't even be a Lions fan. At that point, save on the flights, save on the tickets, and pick a different week. Yeah. But I think it's a fascinating question because I'm not going to accuse Detroiters of being scared, but I'm curious about the psyche. 248-539-9797. Like, John, can you share some of the stories having played in Philadelphia? Like, as a visiting player?
Well, I mean, so, okay, they're no different than the ones I shared yesterday in regards to, hey, as a player, right, they're going to throw stuff at you. And that's not necessarily unique to Philly. They just do it a little bit more. They're a little bit more verbal about it. But we've seen fans in the stands, because everybody's got a cell phone now, and we see the fights in the stands. And there was a fan last year that was getting after a female fan, and it was recorded, and he was eventually, I think, fired from his job. He was, all of these different things that happen when these videos go viral. But I don't know if that's indicative of every Philly fan.
That wouldn't be fair.
No, but it is kind of the same. It's the environment that they provide.
Well, how about this? Same city, different sport. I know Greg's screening our winner here. Michael in Clarkston won the Red Wing tickets. He listened. He heard bingo bango. He's going to go tonight. Pair of tickets for the Wings and Ducks. We have tickets for every home game on the Centennial season. For tickets and game info, NHL.com/Red Wings. On the Philly sports fan thing, Greg, if you can hear me, can we play Mike Tirico on NBC with a heckling Sixers fan behind him the other night? It's always a little dangerous in Philly. Mm-hmm. So Lions fans, you signing yourself up, making the trip, going there. You're going to be loud. You're going to be in their face.
Yeah. And so the fan last year, and I'm not going to bring up his name because he sounds like he's paid a hell of a price for the things that he said to a young lady that was sitting in front of him. And it was a Philly versus Green Bay game. And I mean, you could Google it. Find
I
it
remember
yourself.
the story.
Yeah. And so, again, he was banned for life from going to Lincoln Financial Field and going to any of the Eagles games. So they've set a tone.
Sure.
And you got to love the fact that the franchise is not willing to put up with this. They want to create this hostile environment. Every fan base does. We try and do it here in Detroit so that it's very hard for the opposing team to get their job done. There is a line that you draw in regards to what you should be saying to other fans and how you should react to them. Obviously, there should never be any physical contact.
None.
And so I am curious to Lions fans, are you going to this game? Are you prepared for the environment you're going into? And have you decided that you're not going just because you don't want to put up with the Philly fans?
Great responses pouring in on the ticket text. Jumping on the phones, 248-539-9797. Lions fans, your plans. Every week seems like it's a Lions takeover. Philly's a different animal. And, you heard a little bit of Tirico talking about it. Tirico is going to be on the call Sunday night. He's going to join us tomorrow on the show. 7:35, Mike Tirico. Big game. Mm-hmm. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Paul Reed was Detroit's leading scorer last night as the Pistons rallied behind their reserves for a 124-113 win over the Bulls. Without 7 rotation pieces and starters in the game, Reed dropped 28 points as the Pistons snagged their 8th consecutive win. They're now 10-2 this season and hold the second-best record in basketball. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff detailed the contributions from B-Ball Paul. Pistons get Philly at home on Friday. Tarek Skubal is the 12th ever back-to-back Cy Young Award winner after getting that title again last night. He said after the announcement that he wants to stay in Detroit for a long time, and while the individual accolades are nice, he's after something bigger. And the Red Wings are back in action tonight. They face the Ducks from Little Caesars Arena. Puck drop at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Philly is like a city with little man syndrome. Short guys got to talk loud to feel tough. That's an unnamed ticket texter who feels ready for that action on Sunday night. You going in? Are you wearing your Lions gear? Uh-huh. Philly's a different animal. Ticket texter says, our friends are saying we're crazy for going to this game.
I don't think you're crazy for going to this game. I've never shied away from going to any stadium, no matter what the opposing fans are like. But I also am very aware that it's different when somebody wants to try and trash talk or say something nasty to someone that is of my size.
We have sucked for so long, we're just as crazy, if not more so, than Philadelphia. It's a different crazy, though.
It is. I don't know that I've heard too many opposing fan bases talk about Lions fans coming to Ford Field and having okay, you might get booed by Jim Costa, but
And your kids, too.
but I don't know that it may be a hostile environment, but it's not a disrespectful environment.
You don't feel unsafe
Yeah.
when you go to Detroit. We're loud. We're proud of our team.
Sure. As
We're
most
going to
fan
let you know
bases
about
are.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I went to that Raven game when Tucker hit the game winner, and there were some Ravens fans there. And Lions fans were pretty cordial after such a dramatic, heartbreaking loss. And there was a lot of fuel in that stadium that day because of what happened at halftime with Sheila getting booed and all that. And then that hitting the crossbar. It's crazy. I would ask, I want to know your guys' opinion on this. Pro or con to take your child to the game in Philly?
So we've gotten some of those responses. Hey, if you're going with your buddies, your boys, cool. If you're going with your wife or little kids, probably not a good idea.
The pro would be that the kid protects you.
I don't think they care.
Oh, you're going to you're using your kids as a human shield?
Yes. That they wouldn't fight you because you've got kids with you.
Don't kick my ass in front of my 9-year-old.
Yeah.
But then the con is what they might witness.
Here.
I do think Lions fans should probably temper it down a little bit. Like if they try to start doing Jared Goff chants and all that stuff.
All depends how the game is going. I mean, if you're up by 3 scores in the second half, you're going to hear Jared Goff chants.
And those Philly fans are not going to like the salt being put into the wound.
No,
Again, be smart if you're going. We need to say that. Don't put yourself in a bad situation.
but I also think that the Philly fans, having been in that situation where we've either been up big in the second half there, or we've been down, or it's been a tight game, they are more apt to boo their team and heckle their team if they're getting their butts whooped.
Guys, honestly, I think ticket prices are more prohibitive than anything else. Normally, when we travel, it's to go to teams where the fans are checked out and you can get a good deal. The tickets were cheaper than Ford Field. That will not be the case in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but it's not been the case when you've gone to Arrowhead. I can't
Or
imagine.
Green Bay.
Yeah, or Green Bay. Like, I don't think those are going to be cheap tickets to get.
Went to Philly in 2019, one of the only games we won that season. Other Detroit fans were wearing casual attire, afraid of wearing Lions gear. Can confirm Philly fans are as bad as they say. 12-year-old girls flipping you off. Guys trying to charge you for cheering. That being said, it was the best sports experience I've ever had.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's very much like going to Columbus, where, hey, you're riding the bus down High Street, you're on your way to the stadium, and you have old ladies mooning the bus.
What?
Or you have them flipping the bus off, and it is little kids. It's like it is a family experience for Buckeye fans as it is for Eagles fans.
Text says, called in yesterday during Carson Anderson. Said, I told them I'm going to the game with my Eagles fan girlfriend. Definitely representing the city of Detroit. Not scared, but definitely not going to talk my talk, Kyle at work.
You may temper your verbal cheering and some of the things you may say.
At the same time, they score a touchdown. You better be
Yeah.
on your feet and high-fiving people. And
Yeah.
yeah. This one says, I've always said a Lions away game would be my most likely shot at getting arrested. He said, if I could afford a trip to Philly this weekend, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'm not scared, just broke.
Yeah.
He's ready.
So last time I went inside enemy territory was the Guardians game last year. And we were treated pretty cordially. That was such an intense game. So we asked to get a picture, though, this lady, and she refused to take the picture because Sam had a Michigan shirt on. Had nothing to do with the Tigers stuff.
Yeah.
It was the Michigan shirt.
That's hilarious. So she's like, it's okay that you're a Tigers fan, but that's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
He's wearing Michigan. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. That's what she said. I respected it.
She did
That's
know
a
she
healthy
did-
respect for that answer.
Yeah.
She did know she didn't have to be in the picture, right? Like she's taking
No,
it. It's
yeah.
okay. That's hilarious.
So here's where, and I think when I've been recently been in Columbus, I always meet up before the game. Bobby Carpenter does some of their games, and I always meet up with them, usually, or Jim Lachey, And before we go into the stadium, just to talk about the game, talk about some things. And as we've been standing there, there have been some Buckeye fans that have come up and said, hey, we'd love to take a picture with both of you. And so I don't want to say it has calmed down a little bit in Columbus, but it doesn't seem as the vitriol overall from the fans before the game doesn't seem to be as bad as it was maybe 15 or 20 years ago.
Well, I think you're the perfect person to ask this question to. If you were going to take your wife and any combination of your kids to Philly or Columbus, sit in the stands, wear your team's gear, and watch the game, which one would you rather go to?
Well, again, I think this year, I would love to take the family to Philly because of what the game means.
That's not what I was asking.
No, I know, but it's and again, it takes a special individual. I may not be the individual I was 20 years ago, but I still am somewhat of an imposing figure.
Great point.
And so there's a lot of individuals that have to be, a dozen beers deep before they start mouthing off.
I think even more than a dozen beers.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily know that I'm the best one to answer that one.
That's a fair point. But you're such a perfect person to ask because you've played in Philly.
Yeah.
You've played in Columbus. You've been to these venues.
So as a player, there's nowhere I'd rather play than environments outside of your home field than in environments like Philly or environments like Columbus, because when you kick their ass there is no better feeling as a player than the quote unquote silence that it brings the stadium.
I'm surprised last year that you didn't hear of something happening with a fan altercation, because there was a lot of fuel
in Columbus
that upset the level of it. Michigan was a 20-plus point underdog, and then the flag planting.
So here's okay. I didn't even think about this. You know what? I would rather go to Philly than Columbus, because after the game, now I know the melee that happened on the field, blame to go around. And I'm not a proponent of planting the flag. I don't think that should happen. But Lucy was with me, and we tried to get from the press box down to the locker room. And going down the elevator, we're with a lot of people that are coming down from the suites, and Coach Cooper was there. He was very respectful. We talked for a few minutes, but getting to the locker room, there's a short area where you have to walk, where you're amongst fans. And then when you get to the locker room, from above, there are fans that know where the Michigan locker room is. And they were throwing those little mini, alcohol bottles.
Oh, yeah.
They were chucking them at us. They were, spitting from above. And originally, the police weren't going to let Lucy in the locker room. I'm like, hey, there's no way in hell I'm leaving my daughter out here. So she's coming in, and, I'm sorry, you don't have a choice in this matter. Yeah. So I got her in there. When things calmed down, I had a friend take her because she was going to leave. I said, hey, can you escort her to her vehicle?
When you saw John Cooper, did you say that was just like 96?
No, because he was respectful. He said, hey, that's a hell of a game by you guys. I don't know how it happened. I said, I don't either. But he was very respectful.
So this guy, Stephen Grosse Point, says, I've been to the shoe many times as a Michigan fan. I'm 32 years old. There's no way they're worse than Buckeye fans in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
This makes it fun, guys. Why would you be scared? It's probably not an ideal game to take your family, but if you're going with your buddies, should be a good time. This one says, my husband and I are going to Philly. I'm aware of the environment, but we're still going to go.
Good for you.
And this one says, all I need to know is they threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
Yes.
Heather, are you familiar with that story?
I am not.
Yeah, Eagles fans threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
He was there for a game or what?
Yeah. I mean, you always have the Santa Claus that shows up around Christmas games. I'm sure there'll be one in Minnesota.
Do they still have the jail? Or was that at the vet?
That was at the vet.
Actually, their old stadium, they had a jail down below.
For like disorderly fans?
There was a judge, too.
There was a judge, yeah. All in the basement of the vet.
It was Swoop. The Honorable Judge Swoop.
So I didn't realize how far back this snowball Santa Claus game. Do you know what year that happened in?
I don't.
I mean, I'm going to sound like Stoney even bringing it up. It was 1968.
Oh, wow.
But it has lived on to this day.
It's
So
a
it was-
legend.
It was halftime of a December 15th game in Week 14. Fans were restless with the season. It had not been going well. 2-11 were the Philadelphia Eagles. And they threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
Shoot, that's probably when that was the last game of the year. They probably only had 14 at that time.
At least it was snowballs and not like bottles of beer or cans or. I mean, Santa
Snowball
likes
can hurt.
snow. It can, but
Especially if you get hit in the
it's
face.
his element.
It's
He likes snow.
yeah. He's
Died
got the-
doing what he loved.
Yeah, yeah. He's got enough cushion, right? Yeah, if it hits him in the belly, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, Heather, would you go with Colin?
Yes, because I'm naive to what your guys are. I've never seen it really, besides what you're saying in the articles I've read. But yeah, I would go, and then I would probably learn my lesson, and I would go decked out in gear because that's what you do.
Right.
I wouldn't take my wife to Philadelphia. You're crazy. Stories I've heard, there's no way. Not decked out as a target. Like, yeah, go ahead and paint a target on your back and walk
But
around.
see, I don't know that really. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I don't know it until you experience it. Then you learn your lesson, and you're like, okay, never again.
To the
Or-
texter's point, if I had a couple of my buddies who said, hey, do you want to go? Yeah, I would go. But I wouldn't, like, people taking kids or their wives.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
watch out. You come for me.
No kidding.
Yeah. Mess with the bull. You can get the horn.
Anyway, all right, we'll get to the news. Dear John, we've got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. KG Law and Lawrence KG specialize in car accidents. You're going to get the personal attention to detail from someone who truly cares about you. Tell you about Lawrence KG. He's a Detroiter, down to earth, good dude. Talk to him. He's someone you want in your corner. He's built his business doing things the right way and delivering for his clients. And the results, they speak for themselves. 98% success rate. He's won millions of dollars for his clients. 877 KG Cares. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, after 43 days, the longest government shutdown in U.S. history is over. President Trump signed legislation on Wednesday night from the White House that reopens the federal government, starts to resolve basically the mass chaos that the shutdown created. Federal employees can get back to work right away, obviously depending on their schedule. We have about 30,000 federal employees in Michigan. SNAP benefits will be paid out within 24 hours for most states, including Michigan. It sounds like it could take a little bit longer for the whole flight situation to kind of get sorted out, get back to normal. On Wednesday, the FAA said it was going to freeze cancellations at 6%. Of course, you still need to be fully staffed and then get everything back up and running. So flights could take a little bit longer
but hopefully
to get
by,
going.
The holiday.
Yeah, let's hope, right?
Yeah.
When everyone's going to be traveling. You guys, a Pontiac mom is facing 3 felony counts of child abuse after allegedly leaving her 3 kids unattended in an apartment without running water, covered in filth, feces, rotting food, junk. Ugh. Yeah, it's an awful story. Deputies began investigating this case on Friday after the oldest child, a 12-year-old girl, reported a possible break-in at the apartment. So obviously, police went to check it out, determined that was unfounded, but then discovered, whoa, this is deplorable what you're living in. Mom was not home. The children, who are 12 and then 2 9-year-olds, said they hadn't seen their mom in over a day. And when the mother did eventually show back up, she was immediately taken into custody. Police believe the mom was rarely there. Children were enrolled in school, but attended sporadically. And the mom, was arraigned on Wednesday. She was originally given a $250,000 bond, but later, she was throwing a chair, screaming at the magistrate, and then she was ordered to be held without bond because of those actions. And she was currently on probation for retail fraud, fleeing and eluding, and 4th-degree child abuse. Awful. An investigation is underway in Rochester Hills after a massive fire broke out at a storage facility on Tuesday night. Officials say the fire burned for over 10 hours at Stowaway Storage. About 50 firefighters responded to the scene. Flames were, shooting out the roof of the building. Thankfully, no injuries were reported, but about 80 storage units were destroyed. So, it could have held. They say they don't know what's inside because anyone can use those. So it could have been businesses, it could have been a personal use for those storage, so it could have been somebody's entire belongings that were destroyed. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Hey, if you want to play the 2 Grand Slam, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Could be your chance to win $2,000. Antonio Brown appeared in a...
What now?
Yeah, well, no, he was in court.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just...
Fire up chips.
He is, on Zoom, right, wearing this red gel shirt. And he was granted bail, placed on house arrest with a GPS ankle monitor. And he did plead not guilty to second-degree murder stemming from a May shooting incident that took place at this amateur boxing match. But the charge does carry a potential 15-year prison sentence and a fine of $10,000 if he is convicted. Yesterday, the last ever U.S. penny was minted in Philadelphia.
I saw that, yeah.
Yes. So President Trump directed the Treasury Department to stop making them because pennies cost more than a penny to make. The U.S. Mint has been making pennies since 1793 when they were made of 100% copper. Since 1982, pennies have been made of copper-plated zinc. Anyway, billions of pennies still exist in circulation, right? Sure. They're going to remain legal tender, but no new ones will be made. Some businesses apparently have already started rounding receipts to the nearest 5 cents if you are paying with cash. Doesn't necessarily mean they're rounding up, but could be rounding down. But anyway, you might see that if you pay with cash. Could be some potential drawbacks, according to experts. Could be one step closer to pushing towards, a cashless society. Even though
a lot of people already live that way anyway.
And most people aren't paying with pennies. But whatever. Experts also say that this could cause us to need more nickels, which we also lose money on because according to the Mint, each nickel costs 13.8 cents to make. So,
all right.
Well, hey, at least we'll have a couple of nickels to rub together.
Heather with the news and John with a Borisism. That sounds like something Boris would say. All bad jokes are Boris now.
Yeah.
All right, 2 Grand Slam.
Well, I'm excited to give away some money. I hope we can do that today. The rules of the game are super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Tom in Rochester, it's your lucky day. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Fire up chips, Jim.
Hey, fire up chips. We needed that.
That's right.
Bowl eligible.
That's right. You got it.
All right, so have you played the game before?
I haven't. I play all the time on the radio, and I try and get on, but it's my first time on.
Okay, well, good luck. You know the rules. If there's one you don't know, you can say pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. All right.
Sounds good.
Here we go. Who does Michigan play in football this coming Saturday?
Northwestern.
Who does Michigan State play in football this coming Saturday?
Penn State.
Who wears jersey number 11 for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Pass.
Alan Rickman played this character in Die Hard.
Pass.
Who led the Detroit Tigers in saves this past regular season?
Holton.
This team is currently in last place in the NFC East.
Giants.
What is 9 times 9?
81.
Who won Detroit's mayoral election earlier this month?
Pass.
What is the nickname of Colorado State University?
Rams.
Who led Major League Baseball in home runs this past regular season?
Cal Raleigh.
Who wears jersey number 11 for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Pass.
Alan Rickman played this character in Die Hard.
Hans Gruber.
Who won Detroit's mayoral election earlier this month?
Pass.
We get back to jersey number 11 with the Philadelphia Eagles
Yeah.
for the third time.
I got him with
That's
7.
A.J. Brown. A.J.
Yeah,
Brown.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you got it now.
So what'd you count him with, John? 7?
7, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, because he got
right.
back
Yeah, I'll take
to Alan Rickman and Hans Gruber.
Good poll. That's $175.
Hey, sweet. I'll
Nice
take
work.
it.
Yeah. And congratulations. 2 Grand Slam on
Thank you.
Tuesdays is brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid. Tom, hang on the phone there. We'll make sure that you get paid.
John, you want to go through this one? When he passed on A.J. Brown the second time, I was like, you're not going to get another chance.
Yeah.
Just throw a name out.
Yeah, and there was one where you could hear behind the scenes, he answered, it was the only one that he answered wrong, and he goes, he knew it right away.
I said Holton. Let's go through this. Who does Michigan football play on Saturday?
Northwestern. Go Cats.
Why'd you? Oh, okay.
Because that's just what they do.
Okay, but
Yeah,
this
that-
week I wouldn't
that's
think
a
you would
Pat
say
Fitzgerald,
that. Anyway,
thing.
Michigan State plays Penn State. A.J. Brown, where's the number 11? Thank you. Alan Rickman played this character in Die Hard. He got it.
Hans Gruber.
Now, here's one he knew he got wrong. Who led the
Yeah.
Tigers in saves last year?
It's Will Vest. He said Holden.
He knew he was wrong. Who's in last place in the NFC East?
That would be the New York Football Giants.
He put his CMU education to good work with 9 times 9.
That's 81.
Got it.
Got that fast.
Detroit's mayoral election.
Hey, what
Who
number
won?
was AB at Central Michigan? Any chance he was 81?
27?
Oh, was he 26?
I think that's what it is. It's something weird.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's
Yeah,
weird.
Yeah, shocker.
Sheffield. Mary Sheffield, Detroit's mayoral election winner. Nickname of Colorado State University,
Rams nailed that one.
who led Major League Baseball in home runs this past season.
Cal Raleigh.
So is AB the one alum you're least proud of, Jim? We
Yeah,
had this
I think
off-air
so.
conversation last week. Johns is a Unabomber,
Yeah.
Oh, God.
and I don't know of any of at Eastern. State is Nasser.
You don't think Eastern has like a...
They have to have somebody.
They have to
I
have
just don't know.
somebody.
Yeah.
I'm so disconnected from that place.
And Western, take your pick.
Oh, take your pick.
Anybody who graduated from there,
yeah.
Wait, what did you say?
He said Colin. He graduated from
There you go.
Western.
We did get a ticket text, by the
Come
way,
on,
that
don't be
said,
picking on the little guy.
well, of that same thought,
yeah.
if you went to an Eagles game with Colin, he could be the child shield that keeps you from getting too much flack.
See? It all works out.
It all works out. All right, coming up next, Dear John, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
Send in your questions, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. That's JON, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. I say that because someone did send us an email using the proper John,
Okay.
but then added an H in the email. So I wonder how many we don't get because people spell it
Wrong. Yeah.
depending on your preference. Anyway, we'll go
Or
through
how
this.
you were named.
Your prompts today. Free food,
Oh, love free food.
dog sitting, deer hunting, dear John,
Oh.
and called my wife old. Ooh. We'll get to it. Start with free food. Dear John, once a month we have a local restaurant host our office for meetings. They provide the space as well as a salad bar and appetizers in a buffet-like setting. As far as I know, we're on our own for food. If we want to order some, we can. Apparently, one of our coworkers has made a habit of ordering a meal each time and leaving without paying. When confronted, he pleaded ignorance and said he assumed the company was paying, of course. Was he in the wrong? Who should pay? And our work wants him to pay back meals spanning the last 5 months.
Ooh. Wow. So how long is this event?
At least 5 months.
No. But how long are you at this event?
I don't know, once a month. I'm going to assume a couple hours.
Couple hours? I mean, you should be able to go a couple hours without needing to eat. But if you are there and it's the company is requiring you to be there, food is there, I would anticipate that the food would be comped.
I would too.
It just makes all the sense in the world. Now,
You still have to check though, right?
I think you would need to check and say, hey, I want to order this and maybe I'm going to take some of this home with me. Then I think you would check just to make sure, because it may adjust your order as well. Like, I'm still going to take some home with me, but if I'm paying, maybe I order a little bit less. To me, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think you can make assumptions. I think you ask first. Clearly, they're providing some food, salad bar and appetizers. Before I ordered a big, expensive meal, I don't know what this person was ordering every time. I would just make sure, hey, is this provided or is this something I have to pay? And then I would I would never just order food and assume that somebody else is paying for it, eat it and leave, or take it with me and leave. Like I would always ask, I think.
Yeah, because you don't want to be stealing effectively.
No.
Right. But I also think that, it makes all the sense in the world that whether it was the destination you were at or the company, having you there, that would be part of...
No, not necessarily. I mean, I've been to work things where you might get 2 free drinks or 2 whatever, but anything else extra is on you. And maybe it's that this is what we can provide, the salad and the appetizers. If you want a full meal, that's on you. I mean, but I think the employer should let their employees know that as well.
And I don't
they
think you
shouldn't
should
be in the dark.
asking for back pay, though. I mean, what's done is
No,
done.
that seems crazy.
That's petty. Hey, we're going to invoice you for this steak you had 4 months ago.
Right, yes. Oh, wait a second here. Now you're coming at me?
Yeah, you needed to address that immediately.
Yeah.
All right, the next one, dog sitting. Dear John, my brother is going overseas for work for about a year. He can't bring his dog with him, and he asked me if he could leave the dog with me. I, of course, had to go ask my wife because I want to live, and she asked who would be caring for it, walking, bathing, appointments, etc. I asked my brother, and he said he would give me $1,000, which probably won't cover the cost. How would you handle this?
I don't know that I would... That's a huge ask. And if the dog is old enough and it's well trained, it's not going to, typically mess in the house. We're going to be able to leave. Like, I think the better route to go is to not have the financial burden at any point fall on those that are taking care of your animal. And so maybe at the end of every month, hey, this is what food cost. This is what, hey, we went on a trip. We had to board the dog. Mm-hmm. Here's what the vet bill was. Here's whatever, I do think it'll probably be more than $1,000. So I think it's just a more of, at the end of the month, I'm going to send you a bill. You can Venmo me the money.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, I would be all for it. I love dogs. I would gladly take in a dog and watch it for a year, but it is expensive. And depending on the breed of the dog, how well it's trained, it could cause damage in your home.
Sure.
It could need a lot of...
So what's a good number? I don't have a dog. Like, how much money would you want for a year, you think?
I like what John said. It might vary depending on, do you need to board the dog? Did the dog, get outside and dig a hole and it's completely dirty now and you got to take it to more baths. I think it just depends. You just
Or,
send
yeah,
your brother a bill and he pays for it.
You had to
Yeah.
take it to the vet for some reason.
Right.
And you go, well, that's what it costs.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what the expense of a pet is going to be, and I mean, huge ask for a year. I understand asking, but I think a brother also has to realize that you might say no.
Well, and if you're not going to pay monthly for the cost, then you have to explore your other options with the dog. Maybe you have to find a different home for it.
Yeah, I mean that would be one of you. I mean, you wouldn't really want to do that, but if
No, I know, but if you can't afford to pay,
and the dog's not welcome where you're going, then yeah, dogs can be expensive.
deer hunting for Dear John.
Oh, here we go.
Dear John, my family has been able to hunt a piece of property for decades. Brothers, sons, nephews share the property. But it's changed hands, and the new owner said I am the only one allowed to hunt there. I had to cut off my own son and nephew from hunting the property. I have an estranged brother that trespassed on Halloween night when he knew I'd be out with family. He went as far as lying to neighbors that border the property, paying them to park on their property and trespass onto the spot. It was premeditated. He even shot out of my blind. Do I call the DNR, police, landowner, or do I just keep it between us? I'm very disappointed in him.
So, who is the property owner? Like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the biggest issue there is who's the property owner, who's the one that is setting the rules, and who is allowing. And here's the thing about hunting property is, especially if it's one where family's been hunting for years, and now all of a sudden you have more nephews, nieces, you have there's just becomes a time where there's too many bodies that want to be on this property. And I'm assuming in terms of, blinds, time in stand, because rifle season as well is now he's obviously hunting bow season if he's in October, so you don't have to worry as much about long shots, but it becomes a safety issue. I'm guessing that's where this is. It also becomes a management issue in regards to what ones you're allowed to shoot. Does it have to be a 6-point or greater, 4-point or greater? I would keep it in-house at first and try and deal with the family member and explain to them, hey, these are the new rules. And if we're not going to go to the DNR this time, but if it happens again next year, we're going to be forced to, we've posted it. And you can even on the post say, these are the individuals that are allowed to hunt this. And then, next year becomes a legal matter. I wouldn't do it the first time.
Immediately, yeah.
Are you ready for the last one?
Yeah.
Called my wife old. Dear John, my wife is pregnant again. We already have 2 kids, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. She's only about 2 months along. Anyways, when we told her parents and her other family, literally the first thing that came out of her sister's mouth is, aren't you too old? We're both 39. So in the car ride home, she asked if I thought she was too old to have another kid. And I told her that I thought she was older, but that it wasn't a bad thing. It obviously comes with more risks, but kid number 1 came about 30, so it's no big deal. I didn't say too much after that because I think I was stressing her out a little bit, and she didn't really want to hear me talk anymore. But she did give me a nasty look the rest of the day. So posting to see if I did something wrong here, she thought I was being insensitive, but it's also the truth.
The answer is when your wife says, do you think I'm too old to have a baby? The answer is no. Cut and dried. No, you're not too old. And no. Especially now, you're not, you may, when you go to your doctor,
oh, yes,
they may say that it is a geriatric pregnancy.
They very well could use that, or advanced maternal age. They could use that as well. Your doctor is going to tell you you're old because that's 35 and up, I think, is considered a geriatric pregnancy.
Right.
I mean, I got it.
Sure. And there may be other precautions that you need to take, but it's much more common now than it ever has been in human history. And it's I don't even know that the risk is greater as long as you are taking care of all the extra things that you are needing to do at that age.
He didn't say she was too old to have a baby.
Older.
Older.
Yeah, you're older. No,
she is older. Yeah. We all get older.
She knows that too. I mean, she knows at 39 she's older than a 27-year-old having a baby. She's not
Correct.
dumb.
Right.
But she's not too old to have a child.
He didn't say she was too old to have a child.
John, There are automatic no's to certain
Oh,
questions.
yes. Do these jeans make me look fat? No.
Do you think I'm fat? No.
No.
Do you think I'm old? No.
No.
No and no.
Do you think I'm short? No.
No, but there also
to
is...
your point, too, especially when she's already pregnant.
Yeah.
You can't, I mean...
It's not like you're going back.
Right.
No.
All right.
No and no.
No and no. Dear John, you can send him in Dear John Jansen, Jon, DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Check out the 2026 Equinox LT, sporty, efficient, and ready for every weekend. You can lease one for $279 a month with only $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Find yours today. Shop at MoranExpress.com or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. Great staff. They're on Moran Chevrolet. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. B-ball Paul leading away. Pistons shorthanded severely when they're 8th in a row.
Yep.
10-2 on the season.
Off and running.
No Cade last night.
No Jalen Duren. I mean,
everybody was gone. No Tobias Harris. Bulls shorthanded too. It's just one of those games in the NBA, and just keep winning. John, any resetting of expectations?
Sure. You start out 10-2, and and especially when you open up and you don't look good against the Bulls, but then you play them again, and you're not at full strength, and you take care of business the way you did last night. Sure, there's a reset of expectations. There's an excitement that goes along with obviously being 10-2, being in first place, 2 games ahead, and you're looking at every opportunity of you're even at this because of the struggles that the Pistons have had as recent as 2 years ago. 28 in a row that they lost. Now you're winning 8 in a row, and you're looking at it going, okay, well, right now we're 2 games over the Cleveland Cavaliers, 2.5 over the Knicks and Sixers. Then you start scoreboard watching a lot more than you used to. Because it's, hey, what did the Pistons do last night? Okay, now let me see what the Cavs did. What did the Knicks do? The 76ers. Like, are we going to gain another game?
Preseason expectations that we discussed. Neither of us had them winning 50 games. I think that has changed. I expect them to win more than 50 games now. I mean, the math's in your favor when you start 10-2. My expectation was they would win a playoff series. Well, you got a much better chance to win a playoff series if you have home court.
Yeah.
And
home court.
I expect them to have home court right now. And beyond that, we'll see. I mean, I know there's going to be doubters who say, well, who have they played? When are they going to face? They don't face Cleveland again until January.
Right.
They don't face the Knicks until the new year. If they beat up on a, quote, bad Eastern Conference, so be it.
Well, that's what we had talked about in the offseason with Halliburton being hurt in Indianapolis and the injuries that they've suffered in Boston. Like, this was the opportunity presented itself. Now, they didn't go out and, hey, Desmond Bane. They didn't go sign him. He went down to Orlando and had a nice game last night. But we all talked about the opportunity that was there for the Pistons to take a couple of steps forward, maybe not necessarily just because of what they were doing, but because of other teams and the injuries that they've suffered.
If you see Asar and Holland and Duren all taking steps, and we are, surrounding Cade, maybe not with a clear-cut number 2, but a real supporting cast, yeah, man, you start setting up a team that can win multiple playoff series. That's what this start's all about. It's positioning themselves well. So their next game will be Friday night, part of this homestand. They'll face the Sixers. The next marquee game is probably road game at Milwaukee at the end of the month, if you're looking for like a
Milwaukee
showdown. We got some ticket texts on Dear John. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker at 8 o'clock. This is a good week to talk to Ross.
Yeah, he's a Philly guy.
Yeah, we are.
Philly radio.
Don't let him off the hook. Don't let him pander to us. We want to make sure he keeps it consistent. Whatever he said on Philly radio this week, bring that same energy with us at 8 o'clock. On Dear John, some of the responses. Says, curious how they let that guy slide for 5 months with the free meals. After a couple times, he definitely just assumed at that point it's complimentary.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been addressed earlier, that's for sure. If week 1, right, you get this bill and you're like, well, hold on a second here. What is this? Then you address it at that time.
Yeah, the fact that he got away with it for 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, then you're thinking, oh, this is SOP.
Yeah.
Got to go.
Dear John, if a 2-hour company meeting overlaps lunch, the company should cover every meal. Yeah, I don't know what time that meeting is.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree. Yes,
I agree. It should be comped. If you're telling all your employees to go to a restaurant, and assuming this isn't like, I guess any time would, like, lunch could be any time during the day.
Right, lunch, breakfast, dinner, it can be any time.
If it was the start of the day, I go, well, maybe a complimentary breakfast to start the day.
Sure.
Or if it was the end of the workday, well, all right, give people a meal on their way home.
Yeah.
Depends how big of a dog you're asking someone to watch.
Yeah, size always matters.
And this one says, how big of a doggy-o would they have to build?
I don't think people have doggios. They call those backyards.
Okay.
Fence.
This text says, my wife gave birth to our sweet baby girl in the middle of our living room at age 40.
In the middle of the living room.
It says in a pool in the
it
living
was
room.
planned. It was planned.
yeah.
Good
Says
for her.
no drugs, no nothing. Definitely not too old.
Yeah, no, it's
Heck no.
there's a lot of old wives' tales, old thinking that is changed with modern medicine and techniques and just different things that we get to do that we can do in 2025 that maybe you couldn't do in 1950.
Jansen, we have 5 kids with my wife. She's almost 39 when our first was born.
Oh, good for you.
Wow.
Many women have children at older ages. The whole thing is BS.
I agree.
mean, you're sitting with one.
Yeah.
I had my first at 37, second at 39,
Yeah.
and I'd have more if Colin was on board.
Yeah.
So,
Is that a potential
oh no, we're done.
strife? Or okay, no, you guys okay?
But I would have more.
Okay. This text says she's too old to have a baby. Ridiculous, irresponsible, and selfish. Signed Nick in Livonia.
Okay.
Okay, Nick. Yes. Probably childless Nick.
He didn't sign a childless Nick, but in
Yeah.
a way he did.
Yeah.
This one says, "Honey, do I look fat in these jeans?" No, baby, you look fat in everything.
Ooh, yes.
These are the wrong
Sign the papers now. Here's half.
Wrong answers only. Very funny, dear John. At the end, when you said there's answers where no is the right answer, do these jeans make me look fat? The real answer is it's not the jeans.
God.
A lot of bad advice. A lot of bad advice on the ticket text.
Gotta laugh
There's
out of Brendan on that
a
one.
lot of dudes talking tough right now until you're sitting in the closet and your wife comes up and says, "Do these jeans make me look fat?" No.
And the last text says, Pistons shorthanded, found a way to win. They deserve a shout out today. Gave them more than a shout out today. We're paying attention. We see what's going on there.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk to Ross Tucker. Start the next hour. Thursday touchdown as well. It's 97.1.
The Pistons put together a team win 124-113 over the Chicago Bulls last night, extending their win streak to 8 games in the process. Paul Reed led the way with 28 points and 13 boards. Two-way guard Dennis Jenkins also had a double-double with 18 points and 12 assists in another big night. Duncan Robinson hit 7 threes and finished with 23 points. The Pistons will take on the Sixers this Friday at home. Tarek Skubal was named the 2025 AL Cy Young winner last night. Before the award ceremony, his agent Scott Boras, when he wasn't rattling off puns or strange haikus, talked about the contract discussions he's had with Detroit. Here's what he had to say. And the Red Wings taking on the Anaheim Ducks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. 6:45, the pregame coverage starts right here with Jeff Rieger on 97.1 The Ticket. It's a 7 p.m. puck drop. Wings hoping to end a 4-game skid. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Later in the hour, we'll have the Thursday touchdown. We will play some of Scott Boras and his limericks and nursery rhymes and cartoon references. Bizarre stuff. MSU football has to vacate some wins. Get to that here in a little bit. But we are thrilled to talk Lions and Eagles with Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross Tucker. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Now, Ross, we need you to be honest. Whatever you said to Philadelphia this week, you got to keep it the same with us. Don't pander to the Detroiters, all right?
Listen, I always call it the way I see it, regardless of what's going on, and that sometimes gets people upset with me. I don't care. I just go by what I see.
All right.
Perfect.
So what do you see with the Philadelphia Eagles? What's been the reason their offense has been inconsistent?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think probably the biggest reason is that the offensive line hasn't played as well. You know, they've had guys in and out of the lineup, whether it's Landon Dickerson at left guard or Cam Jurgens at center, who was limited yesterday. So I guess there's a chance he comes back. I mean, they had 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen were limited in practice yesterday. And so they've had guys in and out of the lineup. They've had guys moving positions. And even some of those guys like Dickerson and Juergens, when they have been out there, clearly have not been 100%. So I thought, obviously, the Lions' offensive line was fantastic last year, but I still thought the Eagles had the best O-line in the league last year. They have not been that this year. I mean, they probably have not even been top 10. Maybe they have, but probably not top 5. I think that really changes things for them because as a result, they're not running it nearly as effectively. And most of the passing game stuff that they typically get is off of, guys being wide open because teams are so worried about the run.
What do you make of the A.J. Brown drama?
Other than I'm so sick of it and I can't stand it. I mean, you guys know I do a lot of Philadelphia media because I call their preseason games on television. And what is this, week 11? 5 of the weeks, maybe, it feels like, about half of the weeks at least, there's been some A.J. Brown drama about something he posted, something he said, whether or not he's practicing, whether or not he's playing in the game. I understand that it is a very dependent position, and I recognize that by all accounts, the guys in the locker room love him and whatever, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old school. I'm just so sick of that being a topic of conversation every week. It's especially when they're winning. I mean, they're 7-2. They played a really tough schedule. I much prefer when those things are handled internally. Talk with the coaches, express your frustration. I don't really understand the whole mindset of having to tell the world. I mean, listen. I found out this latest thing happened Tuesday night. While it was 1:30 a.m. in the morning, he, I guess, was playing a video game with some guy, and people watched them play a video game. Jim, you lost me at watching other people play a video game, okay? You lost me there, and then now I'm going to care what he says at 1:30 a.m. while he's playing Madden with some guy? I mean, I guess I'm officially an old guy now.
Welcome to the club. And let me ask you this, because obviously for the Lions, a lot of the conversation going into the season was the interior of the offensive line, where you don't have Zeitler, you don't have Frank Ragnow, and then it was also the new offensive coordinator Ben Johnson now in Chicago, and John Morton is calling plays. But in Philly, it's been very much the same, where you've been talking about that offensive line, some new parts, some injuries. Kellen Moore is now the head coach down in New Orleans. What is the thought about Kevin Patullo and how he is managing this offense and the assets that he has?
So what's funny is I'm actually calling the game Sunday night for Westwood One, and John, I'm going to steal the comparison that you just made because it's amazing. It's so similar. It really is. Both of these teams have had offensive line issues with different guys in there and injuries and whatever. They both have new coordinators, which has been an issue as well. I mean, it's kind of wild. And these are obviously the teams that we all thought were going to play against each other and what I thought was going to be an epic NFC Championship game last year that didn't happen. And, I told Patullo before the season started, John, he's in a no-win situation.
Right.
I mean, they were awesome last year. They won the Super Bowl. They brought back everybody except the right guard. But, the guy replacing the right guard's fine. So if it was anything other than fantastic, he was going to be the guy that got the blame. Mm-hmm. They could only go down pretty much from what they did last year, and that's been the case. And so most people are going to blame Patullo. The game before this one, they ran for 275 yards, which is the most of any NFL team this year in their game against the Giants before the bye. So they have certainly had their moments. Hurts was fantastic the game before that against the Vikings. They definitely been better as of late, but then it felt like Monday night against the Packers was a step back. I will say I think the Packers have a really good defense and that they deserve some credit. The flip side, the positive for the Eagles is that they have a bunch of guys that they got back on defense, and that defense, in particular the D-line, looked like it did on their Super Bowl run last year. And the addition of Jalen Phillips as a third-round pick, that guy was everywhere. I mean, 6 tackles, 7 quarterback pressures, recovered a fumble, tackle for loss. I mean, it seems like that guy was already worth the third-round pick with just what he did Monday night.
Talking to Ross Tucker, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How about the Lions? Tune-up spot for them last week against the Commanders. New play caller, Dan Campbell with the reading glasses on. How big of a difference did that make?
Well, first of all, it's hard to know for sure because the Commanders' defense has been so bad as of late that, you know, how much of that was Campbell and the Lions' offense, how much of it was the Commanders' defense is just that bad. I got to tell you, Dan Campbell makes me feel better about the fact that I'm just a little bit, when I go to a restaurant sometimes, I can't see it as well. Dan Campbell's the only person I've ever seen that still looks cool and tough and mean with readers on. I mean, it's unbelievable. So, and I love the fact too that they didn't tell anybody they were going to change play callers. Why would you, like the Browns last week told everybody Tommy Reese is going to be their new play caller. Why would you announce that? Why would you give anyone any heads up? Made a lot more sense to do what the Lions did. Obviously, 550 yards, so they were doing something right. But it did feel like they got more into that rhythm in that game with Campbell. Again, though, really hard to know how much of it was the Commanders, but I don't care what defense they're playing against. You know, I mean, you put up 550 yards of offense, you look the way the Lions did, it kind of felt like they got their groove back a little bit, which they're going to need Sunday night in Philly going against that defense.
So let me ask you a question here in regards to who's going to win or lose this game. Lions win if, and the same thing, Eagles win if this happens.
Well, I hate to be like the cliched guy with the turnovers, but I think the Eagles and Jalen Hurts figured out at some point, hey, you know what? We have better players than the other teams we go against for the most part. So if I just don't turn it over, we got a really good chance to win these games. It drives me nuts, some of the sacks that he takes, but he very, very rarely turns it over. They have an NFL low 4 turnovers this year. So I know it's a cliche, John, but if the Lions lose that battle, if they lose the turnover battle, it's going to be really hard to win. I mean, really, really hard to win. I also think if either team can run it effectively, that's probably the winning team. They're both going to try. Goodness knows the Packers and Eagles both tried all night Monday night to run it, and they weren't really able to do it. So those are the two that probably jump out to me the most is who takes better care of the football, and then can either team really get the run game going against the other one?
If you had to pick the game, who would you pick?
Yeah, so it's interesting because, you know, before the Eagles bye, I said they would split against the Packers and the Lions. And then I picked them to win a close game against the Packers. They did. I still think there's a pretty decent chance that they split these two games. But, man, playing at home, you know, with the way that defense looked, I'll take the Eagles in another close one, like 20-17. But wouldn't surprise me at all if they lost, especially with how good the Lions looked on Sunday. And the Eagles have a short week, you know, after playing a Monday night game. So I think it's 2017. Could go either way. Probably comes down to coaching decisions and one play late, just like we saw with the Eagles and the Packers Monday night.
So you obviously, when we played at Washington, we had to play a road game up in Philly, and we got treated a certain way. Any warnings or any Heads up for Lions fans traveling to the link.
Yes, I feel very strongly about this. So, two things. First of all, and John, you know this, it's not nearly as bad as the Vet was.
Right.
So, I grew up going to games at the Vet. When I tell you guys, half the time I was watching fights and people get beers dumped on them and altercations, like women pulling each other's hair in the 700 level. That was half the game when you went back in the 80s and the early 90s. It's not nearly that bad, but you still don't want to be the person wearing the Lions gear. I mean, you can do it. You're just setting yourself up. John, the first game I suited up with you was with the Redskins 2001, and it was at Philly. And my family already knew this, but I said, under no circumstances do you wear any Redskins gear whatsoever. And I know you want me to win, but don't even cheer loud. Like, just cheer. Keep it to yourself. You don't have to do that, but if you draw attention to yourself with the way that you act and wearing Lions gear, you're just gonna put yourself in a bad spot. And listen, some people like that. Some people want to take that chance. They want to roll that dice. I wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be my recommendation, but I guess it's up to you.
We are going to talk about this later with Lions fans because we know they love to travel. They're not bashful or shy about trying to take over stadiums. We know that's not going to happen in Philly, but we know Lions fans aren't shy. So, file it away.
You know what's funny, by the way? I don't know if it's a time zone thing, but, Detroit people are pretty tough too, right?
Yeah.
You go further west, you get to like Vikings fans and Packers fans, they're like weirdly nice. They're the nicest people in the world. And they were a couple years ago, the Vikings played the Eagles. No, when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, the Vikings fans came to the NFC Championship game and they were all appalled by how they were treated. It's like, Eagles fans would just say that those people are soft and make fun of them and laugh at them. The Vikings fans and Packers fans think that Eagles fans are boorish and horrible people. It's just different people, different parts of the country. But Detroit people are not like Packers and Vikings fans.
They're not wallflowers.
No, we're going to bring it.
All right. Ross, we'll talk to you next week. Good stuff.
Thanks, bud.
See you guys.
It's Ross Tucker. Check out his podcast. It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. He's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get their confidence that they thought was gone for good. A board-certified plastic surgeon, Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration, and he's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. Performed entirely by his own in-house medical team, there's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. And because of our rare scheduling opening next week, Dr. B's making it possible to save thousands on select procedures, but only for those few available spots. Once they're filled, regular pricing returns. And this Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. The sooner you call, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll see results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe on the roads. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with the tips to be better prepared on the road. If we could prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
.835, we got the Thursday touchdown. We got to get into a little bit of Scooble back-to-back Cy Young Awards. He spoke last night. Boris spoke yesterday. Spoke in
rhyme, in, I don't know.
Cartoon references.
Yeah. I liked how you put it earlier, that very Dr. Seussian.
Yeah, Dr. Seuss is Tarek Scooble's agent.
Yeah.
So we'll play a little bit of that coming up at 8:50, and then we'll get into Lions fans and their travel plans for Philadelphia this week. John, we should mention, more than mention, MSU.
Yeah.
Their football program. They're going to have vacated wins over 3 seasons. They're going to lose money, and they're going to lose some of the recruiting. They're going to have some limitations on their recruiting moving forward.
Some restrictions there.
Yeah, restrictions would be the good word.
I don't think
for
I
it.
saw any scholarship reductions.
No. They'll be penalized $30,000 plus 1.5% of the football program's budget because of former staff members arranging and providing impermissible recruiting inducements and benefits for unofficial visits and those expenses. And reading this, it's $10,000 to 6 players that led to 3 ineligible players that should have been ineligible anyway.
Participating in the last 3 years.
In the last 3 seasons. Dan Wetzel, I thought, did a nice job summing this up. He says, I understand why this happened. MSU chose not to fight, perhaps to bolster a show cause firing of Mel Tucker. He adds, however, the fact that giving $10,000 to 6 players, MSU got stiffer penalties, including vacated wins, than Michigan and all of its various infractions. And 2, among those vacated wins was the Central Michigan game where Connor Stalions was on the sideline. He says, ridiculous and kind of perfectly comical.
It is comical. And I don't like the vacated wins at all. What does that do?
Right.
Those games were played. The results were there. And the NCAA has come out and said, this isn't something that we're moving away from. And then they don't.
Yeah, I think they got a lousy deal in this.
Yeah. And then the other lesson comes out, and we've kind of always known this, and it's not just because of what we've gone through with Michigan over the last 5 years, or now with Michigan State. You got to fight it.
Yeah.
And I know everybody was all over Michigan. Hey, just take it. Well, no, you fight it, and you end up with better results. This is a perfect example.
The sweetest messed up irony of all of it is the fact that Connor Stalions was on the sideline cheating his balls off to help the Central Michigan Chippewas, and that game gets vacated for MSU.
Right.
Like, that is, comical is, I guess, a great way to put it by Wetzel.
And if Michigan State's just playing the chess versus checkers in regards to, we want to make sure that we don't have to pay a penny to Mel Tucker. Well,
that's what Wetzel suspects, because it doesn't feel like the punishment fits the crime. I'm paying $10,000 to get some kids on campus. By the way, in the age now of NIL, it feels very silly that this is even an issue, but They stem it all the way back to Tucker, an institution, and he's a figurehead, right, and he should have known. These are the things we were saying about Harbaugh at Michigan.
Right, but then they also say that Tucker didn't know.
Right.
And yet he slapped with a 3-year show cause. Now, I don't know that anybody's rushing to hire Mel Tucker. But, yeah, it seems silly, especially in the context of the Michigan State and Central Michigan game, and Michigan State has to vacate that win. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yes. Anyway, we got a lot to do today. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. On Wednesday, Dallas Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer addressed the passing of Marshawn Kneeland, basically saying that the team was heartbroken, that their hearts are heavy, processing the death and the loss of a teammate and friend. And he also revealed that Kneeland's girlfriend, Catalina, is actually pregnant with the couple's child. Oh, my gosh.
Now, did I read the Cowboys, whether the organization or some of the players are going to try to help out financially here?
Oh, I would imagine so. Yeah. Well, I mean, without a doubt, they'll
That's
step in.
awful.
But just kind of another layer of sadness to the whole story. I mean, it's sadness but joy at the same time, right? Like a pregnancy is exciting. It's a baby is great, and it's
Right.
his baby, so he's living on through his child, which is
It's
great, but
yes,
it's
but he won't be there
right,
to be a
but
part of
then
the
it's
child's life.
heartbreaking.
Yeah, and she's going to be
Exactly.
raising him as of now alone. And,
right.
You know, I mean, I experienced this when Sean Taylor was murdered,
Yeah, that's right.
and his girlfriend was pregnant at the time as well, or had just had a baby. I can't remember now, but the team, the NFL, should step in and help out.
Yeah.
There's plenty of funds.
Yes, without a doubt there are. A 42-year-old man from Warren is facing multiple felonies after reportedly threatening police and a judge. So according to authorities, a police scanner website contacted the Warren Police Department about messages it received that threatened specific individuals, including this Warren District judge and a specific Warren police officer. And the messages were pretty clear. One message reportedly said, "When this starts to happen, you'll know why." And it was accompanied by a photo of a person firing a gun basically into a police vehicle. So this guy, Andrew Roberts, has been charged with false report or threat of terrorism and using a computer to commit a crime. The MHSAA regional final football game between Harper Woods and Divine Child has been relocated to John Glenn High School in Westland following that shooting last week.
Yeah.
Remember last week, a 17-year-old was hit by a stray bullet following this fight that broke out at a game at Harper Woods High School. So according to officials, Harper Woods initially proposed keeping the game at the home field with a limited number or no fans in attendance. However, the association opted for this neutral site, saying it would be able to provide safety precautions and allow more fans to attend the game. There has been some debate that sparked because of this, because while it is a neutral site, John Glenn is only about 7 miles away from Divine Child, but it's 30 miles away from Harper Woods. And it was going to be a game at Harper Woods is where it was originally scheduled. So it's pretty far for them and their fans, but the game remains scheduled for Saturday at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I hate it for those kids.
Yeah. John, hey, if you're looking to add a little something extra to your plate, which I'm sure you're not because you're a busy man, this could be for you. I saw this and I thought, you know what? This is right up John's
my alley. All right.
Isle Royal is looking for volunteer moose watchers for next year for the 2026 season. So according to officials, there's going to be 4 expeditions, each 1 week long. So it's only a week out of your schedule, where a team of 4 to 6 will be guided through Isle Royal's wilderness searching for moose bones. But you're not really guided. It says guided, but you're out there on your own. You don't have a guide. You are the guide and your team. You'll be with other people. It's going to be kind of a difficult, rugged hike. But the goal, they say, is really simple: to search for and collect moose bones from winter wolf kills and starved animals. And then they use that to gather information about the moose. You need to be an experienced backpacker, but I think you can handle it, John. And if you want to sign up, you can go on there, the Isle Royal Wolves and Moose Project website. Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
Because I know you haven't been there.
I have not been.
And it's on your list. It's on my list too. Maybe not this per se, but I definitely want to go and explore.
You guys have been to Isle Royal?
No.
Act like you have.
I haven't either, but
of course he hasn't.
No, because it's hard to get to, obviously, and it is definitely on the bucket list.
Are you sure you grew up here?
The thing that's cool about it is I always, whenever I'm walking through woods, right, I'm looking for sheds, the antlers from the deers, and it's so much fun to be up there and looking for moose bones. I think would be wildly entertaining and interesting.
And they say you just get to see the island in a way no one else has really explored,
Yeah.
like because you're going everywhere.
Yeah, and the
camping
thing
out.
that sets the thing that really when it stands out is the moose knuckles.
Okay, John. Thursday touchdown is next. End of the hour, you'll hear from Tarek Skubal and his agent, Dr. Seuss. It's 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, you got to be ready for that winter blast. And boy, we had it last weekend. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly, but most important, safely. Right now, it's only $79, and I made that call. They're on their way this week. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today because, hey, I already took a spot. Spots are filling up quickly. Don't forget, Mastercraft also does plumbing, electrical, and they install generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
congratulations to Tarek Skubal, back-to-back Cy Young Awards. Mm-hmm. Now what? We'll tell you what he had to say about his future. We'll play some audio from his agent, who sure sounds a lot like Dr. Seuss. And then we're going to get into Lions fans and whether or not they're going to be making the trek to Philadelphia. 9 o'clock hour. Tom and Celine, you want to start that conversation. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show. Appreciate the call.
Thanks.
Yep. So I'm traveling with my wife to the game on Sunday. So I've been to the Link before. I had a great time. No one really bothered me. Just some playful banter at the gates and whatnot. But all in all, this was 2019. We eked out a win against Wentz. But we weren't really a menacing team then, so I don't think the fan base really was overly cautious of us. But this time around does have me thinking, especially with the gear that I'm going to wear. Been trying to keep an eye on the weather. At first I thought, well, I'll get away with my salute to service sweatshirt. It's kind of neutral, not really loud. But now it's looking like the weather might be a little cold in the evening, so I got one of those starter jackets from the 90s. Yeah. I was going to wear. Now I'm a little, I don't know. I'm not an obnoxious fan either. So, we're pretty reserved. So I'm not doing anything stupid that's going to draw attention. But you're always kind of worried about that overserved Philly fan, 8 p.m. kickoff. What are they going to do? What's their temperament going to be? So I have been a little nervous on, what am I actually going to wear this game?
Yeah, when we had Ross Tucker on, he said, don't draw too much attention to yourself. And, John, I know you've played there. And you know what the fans there can be like. I mean, we've had people point out they threw snowballs at Santa Claus.
Yeah.
That legend lives on.
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad you looked that up. That was back in 1968.
Yeah, I thought it would have been like, 80s or something.
Yeah. That's a long time ago. It has definitely reached legend status. But yeah, they will attack Santa Claus. They will attack anyone or anything.
Ticket Tech says there's 10 of us going to the Eagles game, decked out head to toe in Lions gear. Die, Eagles, die.
There you go.
They're looking to mix it up. Because that's the thing, man. Lions fans, what's the point of going to a game if you can't go and be a fan?
Right.
Yeah. Now, we'll get into obnoxious fans and the Philly stuff and all that in the 9 o'clock hour. Tarek Skubal, Cy Young Award. Again, numbers even better than last year. There's no surprise. ERA was down. WHIP was down. Strikeouts up. Innings pitched up. Guy deserved it. He talked about his future, John. And then we'll play his agent's audio because, the Boris stuff is like bizarro world. But what Tarek Skubal had to say about his future, he said, a lot of it's out of my control. Obviously, contract extension stuff is a little different than the trade stuff. The trade stuff is out of my control. I've given everything I have to this organization. I want to be a Tiger for a very long time. But those things, the business side of the game, they're different. I don't get to write my own contracts in that sense. I'm going to do what I want to do and not really focus on any of the stuff. I've seen it. It's not going to impact how I go about my day-to-day. It's not going to impact how I attack my off-season and try to become the best version of myself coming to spring training next year. And he adds, it doesn't change that I love the city of Detroit, and hopefully I'm here. That's where I'm at with all of that. What did Scott Boras have to say?
This guy's a lunatic.
I feel bad for Scott Harris having to negotiate this guy. Because imagine, and be clear, we don't know that Scott Harris has put like a real offer in front of Tarek Skubal, but if and when they do, to be met with the Hanna-Barbera character.
Right, yeah.
Dr. Seuss writing you limericks on the way back. Zoinks! Ruh-roh!
I do not like green eggs and ham. Sam I am.
All the alliterations you could possibly want.
Oh, speaking of alliteration.
Yeah.
Oh, it gets better.
Pete Alonso is also a Boris client. Get a load of this.
My goodness.
This is the high-powered baseball agent. This is the
Lost his
kingmaker.
mind.
He is a loon.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine having to negotiate hundreds of millions of dollars with this individual.
With a child. I mean, it sounds like a child.
Yeah, you pull Jack aside. I'd rather negotiate with your son than Scott Boras.
My goodness. So you don't always hear from. In fact, you almost never hear from agents, right? You hear from their henchmen planted stories.
Yeah.
But I expected so much more from Scott Boras in regards to like the amount of deals that he has done, the power that he wields. You thought that it would be this sharp, just able, very articulate individual. And it's not.
He also described Alex Bregman leaving Boston as a Brexit. And he made a whole bunch of coffee puns with Beantown. Like, this is the high-powered agent that Scott Harris has to negotiate with.
Huh. Well, that's a new wrinkle.
I feel bad for Scott Harris. I really do.
Yeah. I wonder how those conversations are going. Like, he's got to be like, that's just for the media, right? He's a character at this point.
John,
you want your agent to be a character?
No.
I mean,
Greg, you're making gestures
He's doing it for this.
for us to talk
This.
about him.
You're talking.
You're welcome.
okay, yeah. He's a silly old man.
And I think he knows he's going to make a lot of money.
Well, sure he is.
I mean, he was performing there. That was completely prepared. He had thought out in advance. There's no way that was instantly coming to him in real time without some pre-thought.
Got to get it Scooby done. Heather, any news about a Tarek Barrack being built anywhere?
I haven't heard.
No traffic backups downtown.
Not that I've heard yet. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, it would be problematic.
I was trying to think of more alliterations I could use, but I can't come up with them. That
Only
rate
he
speed,
can.
apparently.
All right. We'll mix in some feedback on that and then get into our bigger conversation about Lions fans headed to Philadelphia next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings are back in action tonight at Little Caesars Arena as the hardwood has been cleared in favor of the ice. It's a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wings hoping to step a 3-game losing streak. They will have John Gibson starting between the pipes. Lions cornerback DJ Reed returned to limited practice yesterday. While it's unlikely he will play this Sunday against the Eagles, Reed said after practice that he is ready to go. Lions are in Philly with an 8:20 kick on Sunday. And after last night's win over the Bulls, extended Detroit's win streak to 8 games, two-way guard Dennis Jenkins detailed the man on the sideline that has been orchestrating this successful operation. Bickerstaff said after the game, quote, "There's not a selfish bone in that locker room, on that staff, or in this building. That's the only thing that matters," unquote. Pistons get Philadelphia at home on Friday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some ticket texts from you guys. I do not like green eggs and ham. Tarek, I am.
Yeah.
Roy and Clarkston. Seriously, F that guy, signed Robert. MLB needs to institute a drug testing policy for agents, John in Lake Orion. And another one says, I didn't know if that was real. I thought it was AI when I initially read the words. Wow, Lloyd in Monroe.
Yeah, so, I mean, you always got to be kind of, the antenna goes up when you hear something like this because it's so bizarre.
I'm sitting here laughing out loud at these Boras quotes. It's like he's off his meds, LOL. Scott Boras is a high-powered agent because it's impossible to talk to him. The GMs just pay extra to make him stop talking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember, Boras overplayed his hand 2 off seasons ago. He's not done well for his clients in the past. It says Chapman and Jordan Montgomery had to accept one-year deals. He changed his approach from this.
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens with Scooble. Like we don't know.
What's
Hopefully
your best guess?
That we get a Scooby deal.
That it's Scooby done?
Scooby done. My best guess, God. My best guess is that he's traded.
My best guess is he's not traded. And that they play out the year with him on the final year of his contract.
All right.
As reckless as that may be, because I don't think they're going to have the offseason to justify that, I believe that they will keep Tarek Skubal into next season and play the game of chicken with the pending lockout, with a lot of money on the line, and with other teams.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting. The wild card that nobody knows about is, what does the lockout bring? Mm-hmm. Does it bring some form of cap that the Tigers don't have to pay as much, or they at least can be in on the bidding?
Competitive. If there's like a max slot or something like that. Yeah. Anyway. Open lines if you want to talk about Skubal, back-to-back Cy Youngs, his cartoon character of an agent, and where this ends up going from here. Sunday, more immediately, John.
Yeah.
Lions at Philly. Lions fans are not shy. They travel, they take over, and they rock Honolulu blue, and they're loud. Philadelphia, not a place you take over, not a place people are telling us you don't want to put a target on your back. You don't want to show up decked out in your gear, and you don't want to be loud and obnoxious, because you will be met with louder and more obnoxious Philadelphia Eagle fans.
Yeah, and all you have to do, go back to last year, and the Eagles fan that, made national news by, degrading a younger woman in front of him that was a Green Bay fan. Mm-hmm. So you know that's there. Now, he was, ejected. He was also banned from coming to any Eagles games. So there's one individual you won't have to deal with. On the other hand, the rest of the stadium, I just don't understand. And I get, hey, if you don't want to take your wife, you don't want to take your kids, or if you do, I don't understand going to an environment like that and then sitting on your hands and not wearing Lions gear. If you're going, and when we did this topic earlier, Lisa texted me, I would never go to Philly unless you were playing or Teddy was playing or Jack. Like, if you're going because, you have family there,
okay,
like Tuck talked about, hey, he didn't want his parents to draw attention to themselves. I can understand going there and being incognito if you don't want to mix it up like that.
Yeah, but
if you are buying tickets and you're going as a fan, I don't know why you would buy tickets and then say, you know what, I'm just going to go nondescript and I'm not going to cheer too loud.
Yeah, you don't want to go to a game and then not be a fan. You don't want to pay what it costs to go to an NFL game and not wear your gear, stand and cheer for your team, have to go in with a disguise. You've got a fake mustache and little sunglasses, and you're wearing all black and you don't want to draw any attention. Sit on your couch. Don't hop on a plane. Don't make travel accommodations.
Right.
Don't pay for a hotel. But I wonder, are Lions fans ready for this? Are they making the trip anyway? Are they saying, bring it on? We're not afraid of Philadelphia.
I would anticipate most Lions fans, yes. Yeah, the answer would be yes. Bring it on. And I think one of the reasons we wanted to do this topic is just to make Lions fans aware. Because you heard Dan Campbell on Tuesday morning. You've heard my stories. You heard Ross Tucker's stories in regards to how that environment will be. It's not, can be. It will be. And you have to go into it. Yeah, eyes wide open. Hey, you're going to hear, if you're taking your kids, they're going to hit some words that maybe it's going to be an education for them. And you're going to have to explain or not explain what those words mean.
Oh, boy. Yeah, know what you're signing up for. Have your wits about you.
Keep your head on a swivel.
Don't put yourself in bad situations. We don't want to hear any awful stories about what happens to a Lions fan in Philadelphia next week. Are you planning on going? 248-539-9797.
The other question I want to ask, as we're talking about fan experiences, and I've had my share down in Columbus as a player, now as a broadcaster, as a fan, same thing around the NFL. What is the worst experience that you've had as a fan? Going to, whether it's, it's just, if you've gone down to Columbus as a Michigan fan or as a Spartan fan, what is the worst experience that you've had? And it could be a Lions fan. I mean, it's not the first time the Lions have played in Philly. They played in Green Bay. They're going to play in Minnesota. I know we heard from the wives of the Vikings players of how difficult it was to watch a game at Ford Field. They had talked about that, a day or so after it came out that they weren't welcomed. Sorry. And I know that in our own stadium, if there is anyone that brings their kids and they're wearing the opponent's, colors or logos, one Jim Costa will openly boo you.
Boo and your
in your face.
You and your kids. But look, some of that is, to me, just like sports. They show fans on the screen of the other team, you boo them. It doesn't get physical at Detroit sporting events. You're not fist fighting people for wearing a different jersey than you are. I'm curious from Detroiters' perspective, as they've ventured out into enemy territory. That's a good question, John. The worst experiences they've had. 248-539-9797. Tom, you went to the Guardians baseball playoff game, right?
Yeah, last year. Not this previous one, the one before that. And so for the most part, people were cordial, got dirty looks, which is normal. It's nothing.
Sure.
No.
We did ask somebody to take a picture of the whole family, and they refused because Sam was wearing a Michigan shirt, which is so great. It wasn't even about the Detroit garb that everybody else, and he had on a Tiger hat too, but he had a Michigan
Did he smile
shirt.
and show off his tooth?
Yeah. Now you derailed me. Those are getting taken care of here. Still got baby teeth.
No, I'm talking about the Guardians fan.
Oh, geez. I thought you were talking about Sam's tooth.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Insert West Virginia, insert Ohio. Yeah, it's where the toothbrush was invented. If it was invented anywhere else, it'd be a teeth brush.
But I never really jeez.
You not heard that one before, Heather?
Probably from you a while ago, but no.
I've probably been to about 10 to 15 road environments. I've never experienced anything too horrible. Usually it's you kind of know how to check yourself too, to a degree. Here's where I think something potentially could happen on Sunday.
Yeah.
If the Lions kind of truck them.
Right.
And there's the possibility of a Lions takeover, because last week you could hear it in the background, the golf chants, the "Let's Go Lions" chants.
If they start trying to,
if that starts happening in Philly, I do wonder how those people will respond.
They'll start booing their own team. They will get all over Sirianni, Hurts. It doesn't matter. I know that they're defending Super Bowl champs, but they will boo their own team.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, but they may also need to take it out in another way. Just saying.
That's why we tell people, be careful. Not telling you don't go to the game, not telling you don't be a fan. I'm just passing along with people who've been there and seen it, what they've said. Mike, you're on 97.1. You got your thoughts?
Yeah, so thanks for taking my call. So I went to a Philly Broncos game a few years ago because my buddies are Philly fans and Broncos fans. I went as a neutral guy. I was sitting with my Broncos fan buddy, and there was a kid sitting next to him that was a Philly fan and his dad, and the kid would keep spilling his pop all over my buddy's shoes every once in a while, and then eventually my buddy's like, can you please stop doing that? And the guy would be like, stop talking to my kid, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't look at my kid. Don't interact with us. And the kid just kept staring at him, just slightly torturing him with some pop on his shoes. It was wild.
Don't talk to my kid.
Don't look at him.
That's awesome. How dare you look at my son?
That's funny.
No, don't make eye contact.
Adam, St. Clair Shores. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How's it going?
Good. So in 2016, so I'm a lifelong Michigan fan. In 2016, it was the JT was short year in Columbus, and my girlfriend at the time, ex-girlfriend, she was a Buckeye, and her father played football at Ohio State.
Sounds like it was set up to fail to begin with.
Exactly, that's what everyone says. So I was wearing Michigan gear, and we tailgated with a lot of alumni, and it was actually really, really pleasant because he played for Ohio State. Everybody was super cool to me. It was when we started walking to the stadium. There's kind of a tunnel, and it's Ohio State tradition to kind of get rowdy and hoot and holler in the tunnel. And one guy walking by, he threw a jab at me, right in the stomach. And then people started to follow as they walked by. They would punch. And my ex's father, he was like 6'8", so he had to shield me all the way to the stadium. And once we were in the stadium, it wasn't terrible until TV timeout in the third quarter, and my girlfriend looks at me and her jaw drops, and she noticed my jersey. On the back of it, there was mustard and ketchup just spit all over the back of it. And I mean, it like looking back at it now, it's nasty, but like it was absolutely like we couldn't believe it. And the guy behind us, he had no remorse. We finally turned around and we're like, dude, and he kind of just looked at us and just shrugged his shoulders. It was mind blowing, but definitely ended my time in visiting Columbus as an enemy fan for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the stories we're looking for.
Yeah,
that's brutal, man.
Yeah,
Bunch of slobs.
Last year. Now, obviously, the temperature was raised with everything that happened on the field. I'll give just one experience when we come back from break.
Perfect, and we want yours. Your worst fan experience in enemy territory. Lions fans making the trek this week to Philadelphia. They are in for it. It's 97-1. Going to a road game in Philadelphia, probably not something you're looking forward to. Neither is replacing your roof. It's not something people are excited to do. It's a big investment, and it's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing, and here's why. Local experts, proven track record, and every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means you feel better about making that investment because it's protected for as long as you own the home and if you go to sell your house. Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust, that doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades, quality work, and customer care. So if your roof is aging, if it's leaking, if you're ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view. No matter where you are, you could be poolside, you could be swimming a couple of laps, or in a lounge chair. You got a great view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Looking for your worst fan experiences in enemy territory. Lions fans expecting the worst when they go to Philly. We brought it up, man. Like, if you can't wear your gear, if you can't cheer and be a fan, why would you pay to fly and stay and get the tickets to begin with? But people who've been there say, hey, don't draw too much attention to yourself. Don't put a target on your back. These fans are crazy. So we want to know your worst experiences, John.
You may temper it a little bit, but you're still going to go be you.
You should.
And so last year down in Columbus, obviously very isolated and protected in the press box, but after the game is over, I've got to get from the press box to the locker room, and we all know what happened on the field after the game, so it took the temperature up in the stadium a little bit, and I had Lucy with me. And so as on our way down, there's a little area from the elevator to the locker room that you're walking in amongst fans, and then once you get to the locker room, there's an overlook where fans are they know where the Michigan locker room is, where the players are going to come up. As I'm getting there, I mean, there are people are spitting on us. They're throwing those little mini alcohol bottles at you, and we get to the locker room.
Like fireballs in them and stuff. Yeah.
And so we get to the locker room, and the stadium security was like, well, hey, your daughter doesn't have a pass to get in here. I'm like, hey, she's not standing out here.
Right.
I mean, do you see what's coming down? And they finally agreed to let her in. So it even if during the game it could be, fine, and then depending on how it all ends, it can flip on a switch.
Take a text. I lived in Philadelphia for 6 years, been to a number of games and tailgates. I've seen horrific acts committed against opposing fans, including porta potties being flipped while fans were still in them.
Ooh, that's nasty.
I'm going to Philly for the Lions game. 4 of my closest friends who are Eagles fans. Can't wait. Pray for me. My husband and I are going to Philly. Bought Lions coats to wear to the game. Attending with fans from Philly who are Eagles fans, so we'll have a little bit of protection. We will not engage with Eagles fans, but want to support our Lions, Catherine and Clarkston. Long time ago, but as a Michigan undergrad, I went to an OSU game and had glass bottles thrown at us. Well, John, you could attest to it. Good morning, Costa. You and Rieger should go to a Lions-Philly game with all your Lions gear and use your most obnoxious takes. You might get a good first-hand story to share. Signed, Chuck. You're having a little too much fun with that. Went to Fenway when I was 22 wearing all Tigers gear and ended up getting a beer poured on me and a hot dog thrown at me while I was in the stands. A 12-year-old girl flipped me the bird in the middle of the crosswalk when I was on my way home from Camp Randall when Michigan got blown out a few years back.
I was on the bus. I think it was 96. Heading down High Street in Columbus, and everything is silent on the bus as you're going to the game. Everybody's focused, right? And as we are going down High Street, there's 2 old ladies standing on a corner. And sure enough, they turn around, hike up their skirts, and moon the bus. And we lost it. It was hilarious. It was nasty, but it was hilarious.
So you're saying I shouldn't go to Philly and wear my Rory inflatable costume from an unnamed texter?
Oh, you'll have cushion. You'll be protected.
All right, let's get to these phones. People have stories. Nolan, you're on 97.1.
Yeah. Hey, John. This is Noel from school kinesiology.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? I got an old story. Back in 2002, and it wasn't University of Michigan related, but it's Columbus related. I actually went down with the Ann Arbor Rowing Club, and we had a race down in Columbus. And we're racing down there, and understand that the Ann Arbor Rowing Club colors are like royal blue and red, half the people in my boat are not even any way affiliated to the university. We're going down the river doing our race, and all of a sudden I hear the guys in the boat behind me start yelling and screaming and hear clicking sounds. So then all of a sudden something hits me in the head. There's a bunch of Columbus locals throwing batteries and coins and stuff at us just because our boat said Ann Arbor on it. Like, not even U of M affiliated. And this is the summer. This is like July. Like July, late June, something like that. And these people, probably 10 or 15 of them, are just sitting there for a rowing race of all things, whipping batteries and coins at us.
Mm-hmm.
These people are crazy down there. Crazy.
And it's all because it just said
crazy.
Ann Arbor on it. Yeah.
Yeah, said Ann Arbor Rowing Club. Not the same colors, nothing. But still whipping things at us.
Yep. You were north of the border. Enemy territory. Yeah. Did you win?
Yep. Oh, yeah. You kidding me? We smoked those guys. Wasn't even close.
There you go. Good stuff,
like
Nolan.
5 boat lengths or something like that. It wasn't even close.
There you go.
Love that. John, so you've been to Columbus, you've been to Philly.
Oh, yeah.
If I gave you the task, you got to take your wife and some of your kids with you. You got to wear the gear of your school or your team. Where would you rather go?
I'd probably rather go to Philly. And it's a little bit different because when I'm still an imposing figure, and so it takes quite an inebriated individual to get chesty, as the midday show likes to say. But I would probably go Philly versus Columbus with the fam.
Translation: they wouldn't want to mess with this.
No. So part of the issue is knowing myself as well. Like if somebody does something to me, I'll be like, okay, whatever. Like I'm going to move on. Somebody does something to one of the kids or my wife. Now all of a sudden things could get ugly.
All right, get back to the people. They've seen ugly. Tony in New Jersey, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Just a little context. I'm a big Detroit Lions fan. I live literally 20 to 30 minutes outside of Lincoln Financial Field in New Jersey. Been a Lions fan for the last 25 years, tail end of Barry Sanders' run. I've been to many Eagles. I've been to almost every Eagles-Lions game since probably 2012, except for the Thanksgiving game in Detroit. And I will say the worst experience I've had was the Snow Bowl in 2013. We weren't expecting snow. The snow came down. I'm telling you, the tailgate, I've never seen so many shots of fireball happen with these Eagles fans. Everyone just got really rowdy and out of control, and it became a really hostile environment. And for context, I, too, may have partaken in those shots. So I was engaging with the Eagles fans. So you can imagine how it went for me. I got snowballs thrown at me. I got some certain chants that I'm not allowed to say on the radio, but there were certain chants directed at me. It was a very hostile environment. However, next time I went in 2019, I didn't engage with it. I had an attractive girlfriend in the Lions gear with me. No one said a word to me. So as long as you don't engage with the fans and you expect some chants, expect people to go tongue-in-cheek, but as long as you don't engage, mind your business, stick with your people, you should be fine.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, the lesson is don't engage or have a hot girlfriend.
Sounds like that helped.
That sounds like it helped, yeah.
key.
For him, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's good to know because I don't think fans mind like getting razzed or chants.
Oh, it's all part of the environment.
Or booed. But it doesn't ever need to get physical.
No.
Ever.
No.
You don't be throwing stuff at people either.
Yeah.
Don't throw stuff at me. I have a hot girlfriend. She might get hit in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Hey, whatever makes a difference.
Whatever gets it done. Matt and Highland, you're on 97. You're on 97. Won the ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Hey, 1998, last NHL game of the regular season, Red Wings at Avs in McNichols Arena. The Wings are losing most of the game by 2 goals, and they come on in the third period, tied it up. We started getting loud. There are other Wings fans around us. About 2 minutes left in the game, the Avs scored, and we got doused with everything everybody had. Beer, popcorn, you name it, it landed on us. It was to behold.
I bet it was.
That was at the heat, the peak of
the rivalry.
That rivalry.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
Matt. You're right. I mean, that was in like the dead middle of that rivalry too, coming off of the Wings winning the Cup the previous year, and then they went on to win the Cup that year as well.
Yeah, I think the Avs won in 96 and would go on to win in 2000. So you're right in the heat of it right
in the
there.
mix, yeah.
248-539-9797. You got your stories inside enemy lines, enemy territory, the worst of the worst. Some Lions fans might be in for it this week when they go to Philly. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Get to Heather's News, more of your phone calls and your text, 248-539-9797. Worst experience you've had as a fan in enemy territory. Lions fans headed to Philly this week. Let's get to Rob in New Brighton, or New Boston. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Thank you. My worst fan experience was down at Wrigley Field in 2009. It turned into the best experience, but the Wings were down 3-1. And we were getting mother effed and people throwing stuff at us. And They ended up coming back and winning, and it was a great moment. But man, for the first 2 periods, it was I contemplated leaving the game because of how bad it was.
What were they doing?
They were mother effing us and coming up to us. Like my girlfriend at the time, I think some guy put her hands on her. We had to get security involved.
Whoa, hey.
It was horrible.
Yeah, no, that's unacceptable. It's awful. But you said it turned out you guys won. So what was it like after the game?
Man, so they were down 3-1, came back and won. I want to say it was, I don't remember the score, but I made a picture out of it and all the memories. But they, after the game, they didn't know what to do. They wouldn't even look at us when in our Red Wings apparel and stuff like that.
Goes around, comes around.
It was kind of like, 100%.
Rob, appreciate the phone call. All right, Steve in Pontiac, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for taking my call. My worst experience, well, I went to Columbus many, many, many times, and I'm done with that. But the worst one I ever had was when I was with my 8-year-old son. And we go down there, and we park the car, and we're walking around, and the music's blaring from all the balconies and everything, and everybody's having a great time. And my son's going, this place is cool. I'd like to go to school here. This looks like fun. And then some guy comes up and starts yelling at me right in my face, screaming at me for no reason. I'm just walking with my son, and he grabs his Michigan hat off his head, takes it, throws it down in like a pile of mud and dirt and leaves, whatever it was, and stomps on it and then runs off. And then my son goes, maybe not. I don't want to go here now.
Yeah. Big tough guy, was he?
Yeah. It was pretty funny after it. But I'm done going down there because you can't even walk 10 feet without someone running up in your face and just screaming at you. That's the worst part.
Getting harassed the whole time.
There's some unique individuals down there.
Yeah. Mitchell, you're next. You're at 97.1.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm calling from Longboat Key, Florida. Thank you. I follow Detroit sports through your radio. In '92, I moved to, I got recruited to Philadelphia. I'm a doctor, and I went to, my chairman of the department had season tickets, huge Phillies fan. And I think when the Lions played them in the playoffs, I showed up with my Lions sweatshirt on, and my boss immediately said, come here, come on. We walked into the place where they sold merchandise, and he bought me an Eagles sweatshirt to cover up my Lions jersey. And every time the Lions scored, though, I look around, and then I would lift the Eagles jersey and show my Lions sweatshirt for a second. And then I'm in another game against the Redskins, and I don't know, John, you may have been on there in the early 90s, and I'm in the concession line, and the guy in front of me had a Redskins jersey on with his 2 little kids, and he got into an argument, and these 3 Philadelphia guys basically beat him up in front of his kids. It was appalling. But let me just say this, I lived there for 18 years, and there's about 20,000 jerks, and the rest of the Eagles fans that I knew were very sophisticated. They weren't crazy. They love their sports. So it's just a few that ruin it for everybody else. So Philadelphia is a great town. My daughter's doing her fellowship at Children's Hospital there. She's not had any problems at all, but that was the worst thing I ever saw at a stadium.
So what was your reaction when your boss handed you the Philly sweatshirt and said, put this on?
I said, why? What's going on? He says, I'm telling you, fans, particularly in the 700 level, where they had a jail for, right there with Judge Seamus, they would arraign them there. Mm-hmm. He says, you're gonna get hassled, and you just don't want to go through that. And I said, okay, because I never saw anything like that in Detroit.
Yeah.
I was born and raised and had season tickets at the Silverdome for years, and there was always somebody from elsewhere. And it's just too bad that Philly has that reputation.
Yeah. Well, it's been earned.
Yeah, no kidding. Beating a guy up in front of his kids. Hey, we got time for one more, John. Dealer's choice. You got a choice. What do you want to do here?
I Let's go with 6. Josh.
All right.
Brighton.
Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I think very similar to a lot of other callers. This is about Columbus. This is probably 2003. I'm walking through just the neighborhoods of Columbus, and I'm trying to find my friends by myself, not even wearing Michigan gear, get a beer can thrown at my head from an elevated porch. I dodge it, get out of the way. I'm safe. And then another incident, right 2 hours later, get ran down by a group of 4 or 5 Ohio State students, get a couple punches thrown at me, dodge it, get away. And then I wake up to finish it. I wake up the next morning and my car's hit in a parking spot. And I'm thinking just because I had Michigan plates.
Uh-huh.
But that was the worst.
Yeah, dodging beers. I mean, that's...
Yeah, dodging beers, getting in fights.
Just walking through a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Just walking through a neighborhood.
Yes. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That's right. That's right.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Those are awful stories.
Yep.
Maybe I wouldn't go. I don't know. Changing my mind now.
Uh-huh.
I'd still like to experience it, I think. Okay, this news is brought to you by Gardner White, you guys. The Michigan State football program has been hit with major penalties by the NCAA after uncovering recruiting violations linked to the Mel Tucker era. The Spartans must vacate 14 wins from the 22 through 24 seasons. Those are wins which had ineligible players participating in games. The program has also placed on 3 years probation and fined $30,000 plus 1.5% of the football program's budget.
So if you're keeping score at home, the game where Connor Stallions was cheating on behalf of Central Michigan, MSU had to vacate that win along with 13 others. For John, we could laugh at how ridiculous this is.
It's unbelievable.
For 6 players getting $10,000 in recruiting inducements.
And this is also a time where they're going to announce this penalty when it was, and I understand at the time it was illegal, $10,000 spread over 3 different recruits at a time when you have universities paying recruits $25,000 a month as high school seniors just so they keep their commitment.
And this turns into the rivalry stuff too, because it's like, well, Michigan had multiple level 1s and now we have recruiting restrictions and vacated wins, and all they had to do was write 1 check.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
YouTube TV is giving subscribers a $20 credit following its ongoing contract dispute with Disney. So last month, Disney-owned channels like ESPN, ABC were pulled from YouTube TV because the companies couldn't strike this new contractual agreement. Well, on November 9th, YouTube TV did share that it would be sending emails out to family managers of accounts with instructions on how to redeem their $20 credits. It's not like you're going to get, it's going to go towards a payment.
Right. What's
insufficient?
Just apply the discount. Don't make us jump through hoops.
Well, it's because not everyone's going to do it, John, and then they don't have to give everyone the $20 credit.
It's also only $20. It's certainly not enough for people.
No, but it is $20. You shouldn't miss out on.
Sure, you should definitely take advantage of it, but it's kind of a slap in the face.
And it sounds like there is a big earnings call happening today, and hopefully something will be settled, because it sounds like experts or sources are saying that Disney is losing $30 million per week.
Right. By not being on YouTube TV. Yeah.
Yikes. Apple's latest product is turning heads for its simplistic design and high price tag. So Apple just unveiled something called the iPhone Pocket. And it's, like I said, a very simple design. It's basically like a knitted case for your iPhone with a strap that can either be worn like a crossbody bag, or it can be like tied to another bag. Have you seen a picture of this?
No, but it sounds like another version of a purse.
It is, except there's no room for anything else besides the phone. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is like a bag, but it's a bag for your phone.
It's a satchel, John.
It's a satchel, yes.
It could be immerse if you wear it, whatever
my
you'd like
wife
to call
has
it.
something similar. Like you can put your phone and then like cards in it.
You could probably stick some
Yeah.
credit cards in it, but the iPhone Pocket will be available in 2 sizes. And you guys, the short case is $150, and the long case $230.
Okay.
Comes in a variety of colors: lemon, mandarin.
Lemon.
Even though lemon
Yellow?
isn't technically a color, but that's what they're calling it. Pink, purple, peacock.
Peacock.
Sapphire, cinnamon. It also sounds like a lineup on a dance stage. Coming down is peacock and cinnamon. Sapphire.
Yeah, not a dance stage. It's a stripper show.
Stage. I wanted to be polite, John. I wanted to be polite. They're dancers. They're entertainers.
I could only get in more trouble from here, so I'll
Yeah.
stop.
That's Heather with the
Anyway,
news.
yeah.
Good stuff. It's 97.1.
Hey, the holiday season's right around the corner, and you may already be feeling the stress. There's no better way to work through that stress than to get a workout in. Planet Fitness is right now offering $1 down, $15 a month, get you their basic membership. I recommend that gets you in the door. Go there, see what it's all about, and you're probably going to want to get into that Black Card membership because it's only a few dollars more, and you get to bring unlimited guest privileges, so you can take somebody with you all the time. Maybe it's somebody you just want to help hold yourself accountable. Maybe it's just somebody you like to work out with, or you don't want to work out alone. It also gives you access to every single location around the state, around the country. There's more than 50 in Metro Detroit, so you're never far away. They also have a couple of more coming. They're continuing to expand. There's one Waterford North. There's also one coming to Detroit's Harbor Town, so you could save during their pre-sale as well. Not that you need a lot of reasons to find a way to go work out, but if you want to help manage that stress at the holidays, or maybe you just want to indulge a little bit more, you can find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
I'm sorry. I need to hear the Boris stuff one more time before we're out of here today.
Sure, why not? It gives you a good laugh.
It's hilarious. This is the high-powered super agent in Major League Baseball that represents Tiger ace Tarik Skubal speaking yesterday at the general manager meetings.
It's unbelievable. And it only gets better.
Here's him talking about Pete Alonso.
Do you think the reporters were laughing just because it was an uncomfortable, what do I do with this situation?
Yeah, like a polite laugh.
Yeah.
This is the...
Yeah, very similar to that.
This is the guy that Scott Harris has to negotiate with, so I wish him all the best.
It sounds like a lunatic.
Stoney.
Speaking of lunatics, hi
What's
guys.
up,
Yeah, Mr. Boris.
Uh-huh.
What a character.
You know, it's easy for us to sit there and say, you know, if I was in that position, I'd want somebody else negotiating for me. But
Well, I mean, ultimately, Skubal wants him to do the best job possible.
I know.
It's just,
he's a clown to a
Yeah.
certain extent.
to a large extent.
Yeah, but, you know, he's a very successful clown. He's Bozo.
Yes.
Bozo's a very
Famous.
very
Yes,
successful,
yes,
famous
maybe
clown.
the most successful clown.
A lucrative
Exactly.
clown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, when I heard it, first and we'll play it later in our show. I'm in for Gator later in the show, and then I heard the Alonso stuff. I was like, really?
What does this end up meaning? Like, of course, Skubal wins Cy Young again.
Yeah.
Stoney, what's your read? How's this go?
I think their Tigers are going to play it out.
Same.
Use the Jansen strategy, and if they're not in it, if for some crazy reason they don't think they can win a championship at the deadline or whatever, if the season goes bad,
I
then
think
they trade them at the deadline, and then
they'll be in it.
you know, they should. I mean,
Yeah.
God forbid.
Most likely they'd be in it, and then they would risk losing him for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
How much, Stoney, do you think the labor short or stoppage plays a part?
I think it makes a difference because you probably, who knows, but my guess is we will not have a full 2027
Well, I don't think
or at all.
Right, I'm concerned that there's not going to be one at all
I know.
because they want the owners want some type of price control.
Correct.
And if they do get some price control, if the Tigers play it out, it might work in their favor that they would actually be able to match whatever it is that anybody else is willing to put up.
I know.
And Skubal said he wants to be here.
Yes, he does. But
What did
we'll
you make
find out
of-
how much he wants to be here.
What did you make of his comments about Game 5? Did you see those?
That pissed me off.
Yeah, I was
All,
as well.
all I got to say is if you are the greatest pitcher in the world, which you are, and you're worried about Jorge Polanco in Game 5 because he hit 2 homers off you in Game 1 or Game 2, whatever he pitched.
Yeah.
And not only that he hit a foul home run against you earlier in that game and he's batting second in the 7th inning, shame on you.
Yeah. I thought it was the Polanco flu that got him in the 7th inning.
I know.
I mean, I talked about when we were doing the show, the Larry Allen flu. and guys that would step out because they just didn't want to play against Larry Allen.
Yeah.
To me, that was the Jorge Polanco flu that struck Skubal in between the 6th and 7th inning.
It makes no sense to me. And, of course, AJ's going to back him. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it was AJ decided he didn't like the matchup either. What?
Yeah, but if you just said it. If you have the best pitcher.
It's game 5. It's
right.
If
it's elimination.
If it's a regular season game.
Ride or die.
I get
with my guy.
Yep. And if he gives up the homer to Polanco, we can live with it.
Yes.
Hard to live with taking him out of that game.
I
and
don't
losing.
think anybody's going to sit there. Man, I can't believe he didn't put Finnegan in.
Who, by the way, gave up a single and a walk.
Yes.
Like if Skubal gives up the single and a walk and you get him out of the game, I could live with that.
Right.
I can't live with a guy who has the most punch-outs ever in a winner-take-all game.
Yes.
Taking him out.
Yep.
Let him fail.
Exactly.
Or let him win.
Well, that's probably what would have happened.
We will never know.
I know. It's a damn shame.
Because eventually would have got the bullpen anyway. They might have blown it in the 8th or the 9th.
That's
so
true.
whatever.
That's true.
I know. So we're going to be, we have some football questions, NFL style. We'll get into the Boris thing. We'll talk about those, to use Scott Boris's alliteration, those pesky, pertinent Pistons.
Oh.
And.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll start talking about should Michigan State fans be pissed or happy, or will they ever not be happy?
Why would they be happy? Am I missing something?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's
This
just
helps
another
them cement that they don't have to pay Mel Tucker.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, because they do have recruiting limitations moving forward.
True. Yeah, they're not that bad.
They're not bad. Got to vacate wins from seasons they didn't care about anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, I guess you could twist this a little bit. Carson Anderson coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing as the Red Wings get ready to hopefully snap their 3-game losing streak tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. They've been working on special teams at practice lately. Yesterday, Todd McClellan talked to reporters and detailed what the team's focus has been on in regards to the power play. He said he's been trying to get more guys in front of the net so that some of their shots on goal that are usually fluff actually have a purpose. He used an analogy that you wouldn't run to the end zone if your quarterback never threw the ball there. Wings will drop the puck tonight at 7 o'clock right here on The Ticket. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame show at 6:45. The Lions practiced yesterday, and they got cornerback DJ Reed back in a limited capacity. Reed suffered a hamstring injury early in the season and thought his year was done. The chance to come back has him counting his lucky stars. As he told reporters yesterday, he's just grateful to be back on the field, especially when he thought it was all over, and he's ready to come back as soon as possible. It's unclear whether he will be available for Sunday, as the Lions are on the road in Philadelphia to take on the Eagles in prime time. That's an 8:20 p.m. kickoff that you can hear right here on The Ticket. And last night, Tarek Skubal was named the 2025 MLB Cy Young Award winner. The honor made him the 12th pitcher and second Tiger ever to win back-to-back Cy Youngs. Denny McClain did it in 1968 and 69. Skubal's the first AL pitcher to do it since the turn of the century with Pedro Martinez in 99 and 2000. While the individual accolades are nice, Skubal is after something bigger and better. It's not only a fresh, new, big contract, but he also said he wants to win a ring. He told reporters yesterday he loves Detroit and he wants to be here for a long time. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
No Gator today. Stoney is in. Hello, Michael Stone. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Good. Went to the Piston game last night.
Oh, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, enjoyed myself.
Got to see a preseason game.
It's what it felt like,
Yeah.
and yet it was, in many ways, Michael,
Yes.
inspirational.
As the late but great comedian Richard Lewis would say, it was zany and delightful.
Is that what he would say?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I concur. It was both zany and delightful. Anything exciting with you last night?
Exciting. I watched the Pistons game on TV, and I watched the Eddie Murphy documentary that dropped yesterday on Netflix, which I enjoyed immensely.
Did you? Okay. Well, we will touch on that a little bit later on.
Okay.
I got through another episode of Cocaine Cowboy. Actually, I didn't make it all the way to the end, which is on Prime, which is a story of Owen Hansen, the
Oh, right. You told me about that.
the USC football player who got himself wrapped up in a cartel. And I'm not sure. I was near the end of episode 3, and that might be it for the whole thing. But things can spiral out of control in life, Mike.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
I think one of life's goals is to stay away from cartels.
Yes, I've managed that. I've done
You've
some
done
weird
that?
things. I've stayed away from cartels.
That's good.
The product that cartels sometimes supply, I didn't abstain from that my whole life. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you've said a lot worse on the air than
Yes,
we'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
I can
know.
tell you that. So. Look, yesterday near the end of the show, I guess it was right as our show was ending, the news came out regarding Michigan State. It's funny because I've covered up close and personal, was around the rollover back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was covering
Maurice
Michigan
Taylor.
at that time, yeah. And obviously the latest saga with Michigan football. And I've come to realize a few things about these types of stories. One is there's a lot of BS out there.
Mm-hmm.
Two is there's a lot of nuance. And there's a lot of subtleties that play themselves out that the public doesn't always know about.
Well, it's weird with the Maurice Taylor one. I mean, the fact that you didn't have to deal with social media while covering that, it was definitely
Well, there
different,
wasn't
too.
Twitter with all kinds of
Right.
theories being thrown out there and then being repeated as fact, or thought of as fact. But it's, there's also good that can come out of that. What about this? What about that? Well, things need to be vetted. The one thing that I have learned and fully believe and have always believed is that if the NCAA comes calling for anything, it is in the best interest of the program to get through it as quickly as possible. And the reason I believe that is because Michigan, at the end of that was the Ed Martin rollover thing.
Correct.
I think the resulting punishment was a 1 year NCAA tournament ban. That dark cloud, because of the way that story played out, hung over that program for almost a decade.
Plus, they had to take the banners down and all that stuff.
But it hung over the program for a decade. They didn't get to the far end of that for 7-8 years. And so when something moves in an expedited fashion, I think that does the program a lot of good. As far as what the results were, if you ask me, this is about a major step towards the end of the Mel Tucker saga.
Oh,
and
pretty much. He'll
and
still probably try to fight it.
Of course he will.
But look, Michigan State, and what I hate about this stuff is it always comes into, well, they got punished worse than I did and all that kind of stuff, which I think I understand some of it now because I have a lot of fans on both sides. As a Michigan football fan, I look at it as from the Mel Tucker thing is, you know what? They didn't fight it because what the hell? We kind of want this because now we have just cause, in our opinion. Now, I don't know what the statute of limitations would be on because this stuff, while it occurred under him, he didn't get fired because of it. He got fired because of the Brenda Tracy stuff, we believe.
If this helps them in any way get out from under this,
it's worth it.
It's totally worth it.
Well,
Hold on. You're right. I will say that it is getting to the end of a saga that if it helps them in Mel Tucker, if it hurts Tucker's case against Michigan State, it helps Michigan State football.
Right.
A lot.
The kids, they don't want to lose the wins that they fought hard for on that field, but they were not good seasons. So in the grand scheme of things, who cares? The problem is, from the Michigan State fan perspective, is it's once again, what did we do? It was like $10,000 over with 3 players for, yes, we broke the rules, but it was such a piddly amount of money and all that. And yet in Ann Arbor, you have, the sign stealing saga, which from what the NCAA said was basically level 1, this, but because of a codicil, we can't take away wins because it's not under the rules of all that stuff.
It didn't fall under that umbrella.
And it also looks like, you know what? Michigan did the right thing because Harbaugh and Stallions never cooperated with the NCAA. So they had where they thought they had them dead to right. They had them, but they didn't have.
They couldn't prove
the complete proof.
Well,
so I'm trying to be in like a Michigan State fan's head here, and you're saying, what the hell? Now we've always thought that Michigan gets treated as speaking as a Michigan State person right now. Michigan always gets treated better than we do. If we did this, it would be worse, and they get away with it. And to this, and I think Dan Wetzel wrote about it in ESPN, talking about how it's comical comparing the two, that Michigan State got pretty much screwed technically, and Michigan gets away with just the $300 million fine, which to the average fan doesn't mean squat. It means a lot to the school, right?
Well, it means a lot it can mean a lot to NIL, and I believe it was more money than that. And in watching the way the NCAA is operating now, money is players, and they are handing out major fines that is their new big card to play, because that means players.
Right. Yeah.
That's a lot of money that you're not getting for players. Michigan State is close to putting that saga behind them. But they're two separate. Like, you're bringing up one topic, I'm bringing up another.
Right.
But I don't tell people how to feel. You can feel however you want to feel. The way I see it, when the NCAA comes in and the case is closed and you can move on, and not only move on from this, but move on from perhaps that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm not telling people how to feel, but I'm like, that's not a bad outcome here, because if Mel Tucker got that money, that is crippling from a standpoint of what a department can do if they want to change a coach, if they want to hire another coach, NIL money that they would commit towards players, any facilities they want to upgrade. I mean, it would be crippling. But
if you're going to make the comparison, here's my analogy. You might like it, you might not like it. To me, if you believe that Michigan gets favoritism, which I can see there's enough evidence where you could feel that way. To me, it's like Michigan is the bigger brand, obviously. It's the bigger fan base than Michigan State. We can all agree to that, no matter which side you're on. In professional sports and college sports, but mostly professional sports, who gets usually the benefit of the doubt from the officials? The superstars, the big names. That's what it is. Michigan gets the superstar call where Michigan State doesn't. And it might be a weird analogy, but that's the way I look at it now.
That's the way you see it.
And I understand to a certain extent why Michigan State fans get so pissed off. However, I will say this. I know it's hard to say because I'm not one of them. Get over it. I've moved here in 1986, and right from the get-go, it was apparent to me that Michigan had this unbelievable arrogance that our poop doesn't stink, and Michigan State has this unbelievable inferiority complex where they just, oh my God, they treat us like, second citizens, low-class people. I remember even sending TV crews on Mondays to Ann Arbor when I worked at Channel 4 for Bo's press conference, and Michigan State people would call, well, how come you're not in East Lansing? I don't know. It's a little further, so we have one crew. We're going to go where it's closer. And they just never see it. It's that inferiority that a lot of them have. Not all of them, obviously. But, yeah, I think Michigan gets some preferential treatment, but I think some of it's earned because of the brand.
All right,
they're the superstars.
Open lines 248-539-9797. What do we have today? Well, we've got the NFL Blitz thingy coming up today at 10:30. We got a Pistons. I don't know how to describe what we saw last night at LCA. I had a chance to go to the game, sit in the stands, had a blast, but there are some conclusions that we are drawing coming out of that. We'll start getting into the Lions and Eagles, what's going to happen on the field. Scott Boras weirding out. I got some thoughts on that. We will get to all of it today here on Carson Anderson with Stoney in for Scott 97.1. Garsh. Stoney is in for Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Ed is in Clarkston, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Hi, guys. How's it going this morning?
It's going well.
You guys were talking about the Michigan State situation, and it got me thinking. The legal department got involved, and I just wonder, were they more, did they even kind of proceed in a deep throat type of way to call this out? Because with Mel Tucker, what they fired him for could be fought in a court of law, saying, that's what I did on my private time. It was consensual. Borderline if that's cause to not pay him. This is a violation of the rules, which means they can fight having to pay him. And they may have pointed out that it goes back to 2024, which means Smith now may have known about it, which means now they may be able to fire him without having to pay his buyout. That's a $113 million swing for him.
I wouldn't think. I think the first part of your statement is probably accurate. I don't think the Jonathan Smith thing has anything to do with
if they're looking to replace him, getting out in front of that, and there was no monetary penalty, which would have really hurt Michigan State, and they lost some wins and some pretty bad seasons. So, and they can't take the memories away from the players.
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's any tie to Jonathan Smith here. Could that card be played? No. I mean, what you said at the very beginning is true of all these cases.
Yeah.
The lawyers are definitely involved. And, I know there's some people say it's not that, we get that it's about the money. What about the principal? And I was talking to someone in a high position in college athletics, not Ward Manuel or something like that, who said to me, principal can lead to a lot of billable hours. And, you have to decide which hills you're going to charge up. But I do agree. I'm sure the lawyers got involved and said, let's look at the bottom line here. And they're never going to come out and say, and I don't think you can come out and say that this is what we were hoping to get, because we are hoping that we can move away from the Mel Tucker saga and be just cut that cord and be done with it, which is in the best interest of Michigan State football. So 248-539-9797. I do want to touch briefly here on this Piston game last night. Had a chance to go, and Mike, 124-113 over the Bulls. The Pistons are without Cade Cunningham, out Jalen Duren, out Tobias Harris, out Jaden Ivey, obviously, out Marcus Sasser, out Isaiah Stewart, out Asar Thompson. I have no idea how they won this basketball game.
Well, let's at least be fair. The Bulls were missing a couple of their good players too, but
Josh
still,
Giddey and
not
Cody
as many
White,
as we were.
They weren't missing
7. I turned it on, and you were there, and I should have texted you because I know you were debating whether you're going or not, and I figured, well, we found out Cade wasn't playing, he probably didn't go, but you went, and watching it on television, I thought I was watching a preseason game. I mean, there really wasn't much defense being played. It was just guys running up and down the gym and having a good time, and the Pistons were having a great time early, and then it got a little, all of a sudden the Bulls said, what the hell's going on here?
Well, they cut it to 2.
Yeah.
And at one point it was like 20. Yeah, it had a preseason feel to it, but you couldn't tell the guys on the bench that were the regulars.
They were loving it.
They were loving every second of it. And I'm happy as hell for the Paul Reeds and the Dennis Jenkins of the world that got to go out there and play a ton. And look, Ron Holland, at one point I was like, maybe Ron Holland should be coming off the bench. Maybe that's where he's most comfortable at this point in his career. It was funny because there were some struggles, right? I mean, there was some uneven play, but it's good to see guys given opportunities and see what they are capable of. And in the end, I wonder if something useful comes out of this. Like, you get to the trade deadline and by that point, all right, we don't need to replace Dennis Jenkins or something of that nature, right? Somebody who is given more of an opportunity due to these circumstances becomes an asset long-term. because of this chance that they're getting. Like I was stunned that they were even in the game, let alone won it, let alone controlled most of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was great because, I got a text from my brother-in-law in Philly because Paul Reed used to play for the Sixers, and he goes, "What's with Paul Reed? He's 28 points. Is there a misprint here?" I said, "No, he's been great. He was hitting threes. He had what do you have like 14 rebounds too? I mean, he was unbelievable."
He looked like a prime Kevin Garnett last night. I don't know what got into him. Honestly, I'm watching the game, and I was wrong about Paul Reed as far as just a third center. I'm like, you could do better than that, right? Boy, was I wrong. This guy, I guess when given the minutes, and against a lesser competition, we get that, but he can shine. And you forget, these are pros, and they're ridiculously in the 1 percentile of being guys to be able to get paid to do this. And Doug, last night, that was an absolute culture win. They won on mindset. It was almost like it didn't matter who was out there. You're a Piston. We're going to grit this thing out. I know everyone hates hearing that word now because it's been overused, but that's what kind of this city's been built on, and all the teams have kind of taken it on. It was like a vibe win. Like, we're just going to go out there and we're going to will our way to victory no matter who's on the court.
I can't believe that that's true already. I'm not saying you're wrong, Kang. I just can't believe it's true. If that is the case, that's already true, that people win because of the Piston culture, that it almost like you put on the uniform, you're going out there and the expectation is to win this game and whatever it takes.
I just hope, I mean, it's really cool that happens. I mean, it happened with the going to work, the bad boys, and of course we're talking about, grit, the Lions and all that. I just hope they don't get blinded where we talked about, Markkanen yesterday and
yep.
There's
another
one today, possibly, which that's a weird one too, Anthony Davis, but we'll get to that later probably. But where they're not going to sit there and say, you know what, we're not going to go after a really good player because he doesn't have grit.
Yeah, I don't know how Trajan Langdon's going to operate yet. He seems pretty conservative to me, but we'll see. But last night when Arthur Millette came out and hit a three, I was like, that's enough. That's the Legion of whom? Yeah. This is unbelievable.
That's why Mason was calling him in the Legion.
Yeah. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I was just telling your screen, I said, I think what's being lost in translation here, I mean, I watched the game, and honestly, it was very entertaining to me. It was a breath of fresh air just to see guys G League guys get on TV and do their thing, right? That they would normally wouldn't get the opportunity. And to watch the starters, I mean, most starters played, like most starters was available. And to watch them do what they did, it was pretty cool. But what's being lost is the coaching. Yeah. Like JB can coach his butt off. When you take guys from the Detroit Crews and have them compete against an NBA team, because that's what the Bulls put out there last night. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say, okay, well, the Bulls were watered down. No, they just had two guys missing. We had a whole starting lineup.
Right.
And they let Duncan Robinson came out on, he reminded me when he was at Michigan. He came out on fire from the tip, and he didn't let up. Yeah, he fouled out, but he gave it all. I was very proud as a Pistons fan to watch them do what they did last night. It was awesome.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fun in that game last night, Mark. Feedback coming in. What's funny about college sports is, remember this, it's by the sport. In football, it's Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama. If it were basketball, that would favor Michigan State, Duke, Kansas, North Carolina, Kentucky.
Oh, as far as
the NCAA.
Yeah. Well, North Carolina, I mean, their players didn't go to class for basketball, and they got off scot-free, right?
From an unnamed texter, you think this is a scenario you tell State fans to get over it? What a massive lack of awareness. Typical Michigan fan. That was you that said get over it.
Yes, I know. Just not get over. Just stay with yourself. Don't worry about them. You're good enough on your own. I know it's easy to say because I'm not one of you, but I don't know.
You're saying get over the obsession with Michigan.
Yeah, get over the obsession with Michigan, regardless of everything.
Well, anyway, we will get to the Blitz thingy next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Yaldo has done it again. He's made my eyesight better years ago, and I'm a lucky man because I get paid to do what I love, which is watch sports. I feel lucky that when my eyes started to betray me, When reading press notes and seeing the playing field in sharp focus became difficult, it was Dr. Yaldo who turned back the clock. In a brief, painless procedure, he replaced my aging natural lenses with bifocal lens implants. It was amazing. I got to see everything again in brilliant colors and focus. We all age. By our mid-40s, it's becoming harder to see things up close, so we get reading glasses. Years later, we start forming cataracts. That was me. So let Dr. Yaldo solve your issues. Now, if you're younger than me, and who isn't, maybe he'll recommend custom LASIK, another life-changing technology. Remember, Dr. Yaldo, he's the GOAT. He sees every inch of the field, having performed over 50,000 procedures for myself and others. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free evaluation.
Doug Karsch. Stoney is in for Gator. It is the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. And every Thursday at this time, we swing around the NFL with the Blitz thingy. A six-pack of questions from Kang, our producer. Stoney, you deferred yesterday, so you go first today.
All right, here we go, Stoney. Let's see if that strategy pays off.
Okay.
Question number 1. What team has been the biggest surprise this year? That's either good or bad.
Well, the biggest surprise to me has been the New England Patriots. I thought it would take a few years for Vrabel to get going. I didn't expect Drake May to be as good as he's been. And they, right now, believe it or not, are in position to be the number 1 seed in the AFC East, which is mind-boggling.
I'm going with the Indianapolis Colts. They've already hit the over for season wins.
I think the Patriots have too.
And Daniel Jones isn't supposed to be doing this. In the last calendar year, one way or another, all of the following quarterbacks have been selected over Daniel Jones, either chosen to start or they were held on to instead of Daniel Jones. Tommy DeVito, Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Sam Darnold, Nick Mullins, J.J. McCarthy, even Anthony Richardson was supposed to start. And who's leading the way doing this?
Daniel
Jones. It all started with a benching about a year ago. And since then, he's been released and others have played over him. Draft picks have been selected instead of him. And he's got him where they've got him. I think this story is incredible. Go Daniel Jones.
Yeah, the Colts are definitely one of the teams you could put in this category. There are a lot to choose from. You got the Seahawks. Even the Panthers, I think, have exceeded some people's expectations. They're in a running for a playoff spot. But I agree with Stoney. I'm going to take the Patriots. Vrabel's first season, I know he's done it before, but his first season with a second-year quarterback doing this well in that division, they're leading that division ahead of the Super Bowl, one of the Super Bowl favorites in the Buffalo Bills. Vrabel maybe winning the Coach of the Year at the end of the season, and Drake may win the MVP. All right, Seahawks at the Rams. Does the winner take the division?
No, they play again in 4 weeks. They both have relatively tough schedules the rest of the way. But I think it's too early to make that statement with them tied. Great showdown.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about this. And I go back to in these questions, or maybe it was bold ass predictions. I said 3 teams from the NFC West would make the playoffs. I like that prediction, how it stands today. These 2 teams have been impressive, but they still have another game on the schedule.
I thought there was a shot Arizona would get into before the season started, but that was a bad, bold ass prediction. I agree with Doug because they do play each other, and they both. I know the Lions, the Rams have to play the Lions. Seattle's been unbelievable. I don't know. When push comes to shove, I will go with Stafford over Darnold.
I would agree.
So, does the winner take this division? Yes, if the Seahawks win. Because the Rams' schedule looks a little bit more difficult than the Seahawks the rest of the year, but it could very well come down to that matchup. And that game could be one of the biggest games of the year. And we think this game coming up is big, but that one could be even bigger for the division. But right now, if the Seahawks win, they take definitely the lead in the driver's seat, and I think they'll eventually pull it out. All right, another big game this week. Chiefs at Broncos. But is this a must-win for the Chiefs?
I think it is. I mean, yeah, they could get on a roll even if they lose, but Denver, their defense is so good, I don't see them losing very many games. Now, their offense has been kind of shaky at times. Bo Nix has had some ups and his downs, and they've come up with some miraculous victories. But if they go this far ahead of the Chiefs are in trouble.
Yeah, this is a must-win for what? A must-win for the division? Yes. If they lose it 3.5 games behind with 7 to go, they're in deep caca. But if they're trying to make the playoffs, no, it's not a must-win. The worst they'll be is a game out. Although they don't hold the tiebreak over Jacksonville, so it might be essentially 2 games out if they lose and Jacksonville wins. But as far as the division is concerned, it is must-win. For the playoffs, it's not.
All right, for the sake of the question, I'm going to say it is a must-win, but I do think they're going to win for the record. With that being said, the AFC, the division is going to be tough. The playoffs, they could still get in, of course, Doug, like you said, but it's really, really murky. There's a lot of teams in the AFC with similar records, and the Chiefs, they definitely don't look like the Chiefs of past. You know, Travis Kelce, ever since he got engaged, guys, doesn't look the same. I don't know, man. Mahomes, he's always going to be Mahomes, but he needs those weapons around him. They don't have a run game right now. I know they got Rice just coming back, so we'll see, but I do think they'll win. Because they always find a way. They've been there. They've done that. You always go back to Mahomes. He's calm, cool, collected with Andy Reid. Those guys know exactly what to do when the time gets tough, and I think they'll pull it out this weekend. All right, who will be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants?
Okay, so I think they're going to go big here, and I think they're going to try and rattle cages and steal the headlines from the Jets. I think they're going John Gruden, next head coach of the New York Giants. It'll certainly put them back on the front page or the back page or whatever the hell they do in New York. Feels like a New York State of mind kind of move to me. John Gruden, head coach, New York Giants.
Well, if you're going to go that far, you might as well go Belichick as far as stealing the new. But I'm not going that far. I think they want to find somebody who can really work with Dart. And the hottest coordinator out there is in Seattle, right? Clint Kubiak. So I think maybe they go there.
Stoney, we're on the same path as far as you got to find someone to work with Jackson Dart. I totally agree with that. We just have different coaches. I'm going with the offensive coordinator in Washington, Cliff Kingsbury. I think he's good with young quarterbacks. Jackson Dart is the absolute key to the franchise right now, whether they turn it around or not. You got to hand it over to a guy who's going to take, he's going to have his handprints all over that. And he's good at calling plays. I don't know if he's going to be a good head coach necessarily, But that's what the league is about now. They take the offensive coordinator and they let him call plays to be the head coach to keep the quarterback. Because otherwise, if he stays coordinator, you end up losing him to another team anyways. But I got Cliff Kingsbury, next coach of the Giants. All right, Travis Hunter's season is officially over after season-ending knee surgery, guys. When Hunter returns in 2026, should the Jags continue to play him on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, because I don't think his injuries has anything to do with it. I don't think it should be a 50-50 split. I personally think he should be primarily a wide receiver and then play DB when they need him to.
I thought it was a bad idea to begin with. And regardless of whether this injury has anything to do with it, I'm sticking with it. I don't think you can keep this up in the National Football League. It's hard enough to survive a season playing half the snaps. So, yeah, I don't think he should play both ways. I think probably receiver, I agree with Stoney, but at the end of the day, I think they need to stop this.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they should do that either, but this is what they drafted him for, so stand on what you drafted him for and have some conviction. So, yeah, when he does come back, you continue to do what you were trying to do, which is play him on both sides of the ball almost equally, because I think they're up in those snaps and those reps as the season went along. I don't think the injury had anything to do with that either, but it's something you got to keep in mind that, football is a physical sport. Guys are getting injured all the time. I think he should have focused solely on receiver, like you guys mentioned, but they traded up to get him for all this, so now you need to stick with it. All right, Rob Gronkowski signed a one-day contract to retire as a New England Patriot this week. A reporter asked him about a possible statue outside the stadium, like Tom Brady has. Gronk joked and said, no, Brady's one of a kind. But seriously, guys, should the Patriots actually consider building a statue of Gronk as well?
So organizations, when you're deep into the culture of an organization, you know what's important to the fans, what's been important, behind the scenes. And so as an outsider, it's hard for me to look at this, but this blew my mind. Gronk has more all-pro selections than Tom Brady. He was an all-pro selection 4 times. Brady was only 3 times.
Wow.
That blew my mind. But for me, the criteria would be centered around being you would have to get a statue, a central figure in a glorious era. And even with that as the background for this, Gronk was all pro more than Brady. He wasn't the central figure. Brady was a central figure. And in fact, it would be a Belichick statue, right? I mean,
yes, I would say Belichick ahead of Gronkowski. But he wasn't the central figure, but he was a central figure. And I think that's very important. And yeah, I have these weird things. Like, first of all, the whole one-day contract just pisses me off more than it pisses
so you
me
gotta
off
say,
more than
maybe
it
it's
should.
just me.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Maybe it's just me.
This one could be.
Yeah.
It's like, I know, the first
2-minute timeout yesterday. Yeah. Maybe it's just me. And today, one-day contracts. Maybe it's just you.
Who cares? You're retired. Who cares what you retire as? It doesn't. Why do they care? I don't know. Anyway, they want to put a statue up. That's fine.
Okay, I think most people's first reaction is no, but I got to tell you, I don't want to treat this like jersey retirements or anything, but Doug, you just mentioned the all-pro stuff. To me, in my opinion, Gronkowski is the greatest tight end of all time. So I don't think it's over the top to actually put a statue of the greatest tight end of all time. By the way, who meant so much to your team and those Super Bowl wins. He was Tom Brady's favorite target. Stoney, you just said it. He wasn't just an important player. He was a focal player on that team. This is not like putting up a statue of Edelman or any of the other, players, like an offensive lineman or whoever. No, this is Rob Gronkowski. No, I'm not saying they need to do it right away or anything like that, but I don't think it's a crazy idea. I think that it will be done one day.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was that good of a tight end. Guys, I got a bonus question if you want. This just
Let's
came across the
Sure.
wire. All right. I didn't know this till this morning, but Russell Wilson apparently has joined Cameo. You guys are familiar with Cameo.
I know.
He is charging $333 for a Cameo. All right. Not expensive at all, just right, or too expensive? What do you think?
I think for a guy who's won a Super Bowl, and I charge $25.
Actually, it's $33. Kenny Cott just looked it up. Do you even know your own prices?
You charge $33?
Did I? Yeah, I think I raised it once or something. I don't know.
I charged $25.
Okay. That's probably why I don't get very many.
$333 for Russell Wilson.
That's a pretty good deal.
Seems like a good deal to me.
Yeah.
I don't need a cameo from Russell
no, me
Wilson. I
neither.
can't even think of a reason why I'd want one.
I don't understand why people would want a cameo of me, but
think about this: if you could have any athlete for $333, there are guys out there that I'd pay $333 to send a happy birthday to my kid or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so my first thought is that doesn't seem that expensive.
No, I agree.
Super Bowl champion,
Hey, we got discounts on Russell Wilson cameos.
Yes.
Is this on the clearance rack
we,
cameo?
we have a friend who's a huge Dallas Cowboy fan, even though he grew up in New York, and he's so obnoxious. So for his birthday one year, we all chipped in. I forget what it was. It was expensive. We got Lawrence Taylor to do a cameo and just MF them all. It was hysterical.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily pay that much myself, but if you get a bunch of buddies together and throw 10 guys, throw $30 each in on it, not too bad. I'd do it.
I think this is a bargain. This is a cameo bargain.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. Hey, every Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before a game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of a bonus bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at this jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 and Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Michael Stone is in for Scott the Gator Anderson. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bill is in Sterling Heights, and he's on 97.1. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Stoney.
What's up?
How you doing? Good. Yeah, well, I want to talk about our G League Pistons. Getting the job done last night. I mean, that was pretty awesome. It's pretty. We might just have a pretty good basketball team in this town, you guys.
It looks that way. I mean, the only thing I would caution is the only really good team they've played, and they did beat, was the Houston Rockets. So their schedule has been very favorable so far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the best team in the East was Cleveland, and they basically cleaned the Pistons' clock here at LCA, right?
Right. Well, yeah. It remains to be seen, but I think it's very. I think it's very positive.
Absolutely, I love it.
Been doing now, yeah. And the thing I wanted to say specifically was, when Jaden Ivey comes back, don't you have to just kind of bring him off the bench a little bit at this point to just see how it works and like kind of slowly try to integrate them into what they're doing?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not. Jaden Ivey feels like this asset, this massive asset. And I'm not sure if he's most valuable to the Pistons in uniform, playing for the Pistons, or somewhere else.
Yes.
As a trade chip. And it's no offense to him. And I think these tough decisions have to be made. Like, are we talking about a player who is for some reason, when he's on the floor, they aren't the best version of themselves? Or are we talking about a player that puts them over the top? And Bill, it will feel like a trade, like getting this player of this caliber, of this skill set back, it'll feel like a trade. I hope it's that he fits right in and just makes them even that much better. But I'm not 100% sure that's the case.
Yeah. I've heard him talked about in trade scenarios before, so it could go down that way. But I mean, it's sort of a good problem to have.
Oh yeah, rather have too much talent than not enough.
Yeah, and I really enjoy when Sir Thompson and Ron Holland are on the floor together. It's with the energy they bring and just I'm just really enjoying watching them, and I think they could just get better, in my opinion.
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, now the one thing to be cognizant of is last year at this time, I got to see if I can find this and make sure I'm correct on this. Last year on November 13th, the Phoenix Suns were 9-3 and one of the top teams in the West. And last year, the Phoenix Suns didn't make the playoffs. So, these early season type of success stories, they definitely can be misleading. I think that given that the Pistons were in the mix last year in the East, they're more likely to be an authentic challenger in the Eastern Conference. I don't know if they're the best team in the East, as you pointed out the schedule.
Yeah.
But we can have legitimate discussions about that.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Cleveland is terrific, but right now, the Pistons are two games ahead of Cleveland.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the for now thing, but there's a lot of basketball to be played. Feedback coming in. Justin in Madison Heights says, I love you boys talking Pistons. That game was unfathomable. Even up 23 late, I was nervous because of all the injuries. Them G League boys stepped up big. The closeout was gritty. And that is LFG Justin in Madison Heights. Next one. JB is a great coach, and he has a squad with great chemistry. Jenkins to play 40 minutes is wild. LeVert had a nice game. Allen, these boys should be on the squad. Rest of the league is in trouble.
Oh, whoa. The rest of the East, aside from Cleveland and maybe the Knicks, you could say might be in trouble for this year. But don't put the rest of the league. When you look what's going on out west, I mean, Oklahoma City, the defending champs, are 12-1. They blew out the Lakers, minus LeBron, they were up 30 at one point last night. Denver, Jokic had 55 last night. They're 9-2. Wemby's playing great. They're 8-2. Houston, who I mentioned, the Pistons actually beat, are 7-3, and even the Lakers, who don't look that great, they're 8. Look, the West it's a different ball game, and I found this, I wouldn't call it a stat, but if you pay attention, Bradley Beal is on the Clippers, and they're struggling a little bit. He's now out for the season. So all of a sudden, this team that a lot of people thought was going to maybe make the NBA Finals, they're going to probably be in the lottery. All right. So do you know who has LA #1 draft pick?
Dallas?
No, that would be the one, the only Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, they
The
hoarded
Oklahoma
picks.
City Thunder for this coming draft. The defending champs, a very young team with last year's MVP. You got Holmgren. You got Jalen Williams isn't even playing right now. He's hurt. This is what, as of now, by the standings today, the picks they have in the next draft. 7, 10, 21, and 24.
They have 4
They have
picks in the top
4
24.
#1 picks. They don't
can't
have,
use all
have
them.
their own.
They can't use all them.
No, I know.
You know how good the Pistons are playing right now and how unbelievable this is? That previous texter wants Allen. Allen should be on this squad. Who the hell is Allen? That's how good they are. We got dudes that don't even play for the team that should be on the squad.
I believe one of their assistant coaches is Allen.
Who's that?
Was it Jason Allen? He was here before.
Oh, Jerome Allen?
Jerome Allen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stoney, you're talking like you didn't watch Javonte Green last night. Dude, put some respect on the Crews are on a 2-game win streak.
I will say Javonte Green has not won this guy over. I am not in the Javonte Green camp.
And they haven't even got Isaiah Jones, yet, right? Who they picked up.
No, of course the Pistons have a long way to go, Stoney. You're right. I mean, there's a lot of talented teams, especially in the West. But
Right.
it's just good to see.
I love it.
Yeah, I know you do too. It was one of those wins like last night. I got to ask you guys, Doug and Stoney, did that mean anything, or is that just one of those feel-good stories that they won with no players? Or does it actually mean something long-term?
I don't think it means anything long term. Just the fact that it just shows you how much this team loves each other, which is kind of
Well,
cool.
does that mean something long term?
Maybe. I don't know. It also means the Chicago Bulls got to be.
I mean, basically, we're asking, did last night's game matter? Does it matter in any way? Is it just one of 82, or was last night's game indicative of somebody where Duncan Robinson and Dennis Jenkins and Paul Reed and a bunch of dudes and some guy named Allen who isn't even on the team, they banded together and won a game?
Yeah.
Is that all it means? They just banded together and won a game on a Wednesday night in November, or was that significant?
Well, here's the other problem.
I want to hear arguments that it's significant. I'm here for it.
The problem I have is not with them, obviously. I mean, even Karis LeVert, he had a good game. He had 17 points. He was a significant player.
Yeah, he's a regular. He's in the regular rotation.
So, he doesn't start, but he all right, he is in the regular rotation. The problem is, have we gotten to the point, even in this town, in the way sports is right now, that because they made the playoffs last year and looked pretty damn good, even though they lost in the first round of the Knicks, is no matter what happens right now, just get me to the playoffs, and we don't care about the regular season again.
I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet either, but it's like, okay.
Do people get into that mode? Sure, they get into that mode. I'm not in that mode yet.
No, I'm not yet either.
That's what happens when you're going to NBA Finals year after year, or you
Right.
make deep playoff runs.
Yes.
I'm not. I mean,
I know.
are people there yet already?
Well, you know what it is? It's football season. You
Well,
know,
that's true,
it's like the Pistons are a cute little story, is what people say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more than that. I think it's. And by the way, I wanted to ask you this because you were there and I saw it on TV.
Yep.
How those unis look in person?
Get to that next.
Oh,
I got a comment about
Okay.
the uniforms. And more of your phone calls, 1102-97-1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Red Wings are set to take on the Anaheim Ducks from Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit is looking to get off a 3-game losing skid after having the last 3 nights off. The Ducks are 11-4-1 this season and just had a 7-game winning streak snapped on Tuesday. Wings goalie John Gibson will start in net against the NHL's second-best scoring team as Anaheim averages nearly 4 goals per game. Yesterday, Wings star Alex DeBrincat detailed what Detroit needs to do to get back on track. Puck Drop is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Rieger will grace your ears with pregame coverage at 6:45. The Lions announced today that the team has entered a multi-year partnership with Eminem and Paul Rosenberg, the president of Shady Records. Eminem and Rosenberg will be the executive producers of Detroit's Thanksgiving halftime show and will consult the club on talent selection and all aspects of halftime production through 2027. The Lions face the Packers on Thanksgiving 2 weeks from today. They're on the road to take on Philadelphia this Sunday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I save hot takes for the important issues.
Doug Karsh with a hot take.
That uniform last night should be the Pistons' permanent uniform.
Whoa!
There you go. Important issues.
It looked great on TV.
Love that uniform. That City Connect uniform, I want to see a white version now with like the home and road. I'd like to see a one that the primary color is white.
He has to turn it into a racial issue, doesn't he? God.
I'm not moving off this position. Pistons, make this your permanent uniform. That uniform looks spectacular. I love it.
It looks spectacular.
And you know what's funny, Stoney, is I saw them warming up, and I'm like, I kind of like this. And I went to the gift shop, and I'm like, I'm not going to buy a basketball jersey, but I was looking at it, and I'm like, I love this uniform. The problem is, given their lineup, they're going to get smoked tonight, and everyone's going to hate the uniform because that's what happens when you wear an alternate uniform and you play a game and you don't play well. Then they went out and won. And
so you went right back into the team store and bought a Paul Reed jersey.
Best Piston uniform I have ever seen. I like it even more so than the red, white, and blues. And my wife, who was a giant back in the day to the Bad Boys, she took umbrage. She wants the traditional red, white, and blue jersey. I'm like, nope, this is it. This is the best looking Piston uniform I've ever seen.
I agree with your wife, but this should be used more than than they're going to use it probably.
Best Piston uniform I've ever seen.
You know, one of the ones I like. I like the cream one they had last year. I like those uniforms.
Did you?
They were sweet. Yeah.
Kang?
You want to overhaul the entire color scheme. It's one thing to change the logo or do this and that, add or take away.
So
you
want
the red, white, and blue gone.
He wants the basketball that says Detroit Pistons. You want that gone too?
Not necessarily.
Because the logo for those uniforms was more the horse. It's like when I put the game on TV and they have the logos. I thought it was like they must be making a mistake. It looked like the Orlando Magic logo for a second.
Stoney, I would argue you'll get used to it.
Yeah, probably.
That should be the Pistons' permanent uniform. I'm not moving off this position. This is it. I'm planting the flag, and this should be the Pistons' absolute permanent uniform. I love that uniform.
Well, Evan and I will be talking to Luke Walton after the show for our Restore the Floor podcast. We'll ask him about that.
Please do. This is an important issue.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Who's with me? Is there anybody with me? Let's make a groundswell. This is going to be a grassroots movement. Make this the permanent Piston uniform. It's fantastic. DJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
Doug, what up, though? Godfather, Stoney, how you doing, man?
Good, DJ. What's happening, buddy?
You got it. I want to kind of revert back and kind of go off script real quick, man, with something you just said. You're absolutely 1,000% correct that OKC, with all them picks and stuff, is on the verge of a dynasty. But the good part about it, Godfather Stoney, is The NBA is full of crap, and they'll cheat, and the Oklahoma State Thunder can have every ball and every right to get the first pick, but the NBA will sit there and come up with some cockamamie excuse to give the team with the lowest amount of balls who they want to have the number one pick and the best player. So that's the only grace that I got is that at the end of the day, the NBA will throw the rock and have the hand cheat like they did the Pistons with Wemby and like they did with Orlando and Shaq and Chris Webber. That's all I wanted to throw in there. I know that's off script, but I was listening to you, Stoney. The NBA will cheat.
Okay.
They will make sure the team get loaded who they want to get loaded.
I do believe in the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing, but let me ask you this question there, DJ. Since you brought up the Wemby thing, why would it be in the league's best interest to have Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio more than Detroit? It makes no sense to me.
Yes, it does, Stoney.
Why?
Hey, Stoney, it was the parting gift to Pop. It was the parting gift. You helped Olympic basketball. This is your honorary. We're going to send you off into the sunset with Wembanyama. That's exactly what that was.
You were the head coach of the United States of America, so we're going to give you another foreigner.
No, I forgot about that. And let's be honest. Popovich was the one who brought Ginobili and Tony Parker and a lot of those people to the forefront. So they gave him Wembanyama. I believe that 1,000%.
No, I believe San Antonio is one of the smallest markets in the league.
Yeah, DJ, I think this is a stretch, and I think you can do it for every lottery pick. You can come up with some theory as to why that team was given that player.
Yeah, why did we get Cade?
Hey, Doug, seriously, man. You don't think, just a little bit, Doug, somewhere in there, you don't think it'd be a little secret meetings going on in them rooms, man, like how conveniently the Mavericks trade Luka, we going to give you Cooper Flag. You get, like, come on, man. Like, they do it too much for it just to be a coincidence.
Well,
no, I don't think that
people in there
happened.
watching the ping pong ball combinations.
I mean, I get that people do stupid things. Kang reminds me of that all the time, but I don't think these people would risk fraud in federal prison to fix lotteries.
Chauncey Billups, that's all I'm going to say. You guys have a good day.
People do dumb stuff. People do dumb stuff.
I can't believe DJ's been listening that long because he should know Doug. He should know you by now that
Yeah,
you
I
don't
don't
buy
buy
this
this
stuff,
stuff
man.
at
Even
all.
though it's true, I agree
No.
with you, DJ.
It's not true. Come on, guys.
San
The
Antonio?
NBA.
Come on.
If Victor would have gone on New York or something, I would maybe go along with it.
Stoney, you've been watching the league forever. It's rigged.
Okay, but not San Antonio.
There's something we don't see here. That's all.
Well, I mean, we don't see it because they do it behind closed doors, but there's witnesses there. Do they swear all those people to secrecy? Hey, we're fixing this thing? And we'd like you to, the attorneys that are in this room, we'd like you to keep it quiet. The other owners in the room, hey, we're screwing your organization over, but we want you to keep it quiet. Josh in Livonia says last night was the going to whom Pistons. Pistons equal hoops of whom, cousins of Legion of whom on the Lions. That's from Dave in Royal Oak. Pistons' win last night was amazing. They basically beat Chicago with bench players. Go Pistons. This Piston team is very likable. They're talented. They're unselfish. They're tough. It's from an unnamed texter.
Actually, conspiracy theory. They did this on purpose so people would fall in love with some of the players so they'd go spend their money and watch the Crews play.
Is that what it is? That's your conspiracy?
Yeah.
Doug, your wife is wrong. Stick to your guns. The uniforms are great. Get a divorce. That's from Scott and Carlton.
I like that logic. It makes a lot of sense.
This is the grounds for divorce?
Yes. I mean, he connected the dots for you, Doug.
This should be
You
the
do the
Piston
rest.
permanent uniform. The phones have exploded with support so much that we can't even get the callers on the air. That's how much support I've got. Oh, wait. Last night's game mattered. At a minimum, it was another feather in the Jenkins cap. You guys brought up the proposed trade for Markkanen yesterday. Last night's game goes a little bit to maybe Langdon feeling more comfortable to make a big move for a player like Markkanen. Well, one of the players that people wanted to protect was Ron Holland, and Ron Holland had some struggles last night.
Yeah, I know.
It's incredible how you can credit the Lions for next man up mentality like they're the only team in town. The Pistons showed the culture is changing.
No, that's what we said.
Is this?
Do these people listen?
This is like the opposite of what we've been saying.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Last night's win was significant in so many ways. You have to believe in your team because there are going to be nights the core doesn't have it. We showed some real grit. Look, the word gets overused, right? I mean, it seems applicable to so many different Detroit team situations, but it just means that you play with a toughness and you play with you feel like you're inevitable. Your team is inevitable. They're eventually going to come through. If you think you're going to see down the road the best move, I think you're going to see down the road the best move they made was signing Karis LeVert. He's the scoring we need on the second team. That's from Chuck in Jacksonville. It's an interesting take.
Mm-hmm.
Karis is such a interesting player to watch play because he has such a unique body. He's so long. He's got incredible length.
Well, I think it might be
work with children.
I
work with children. Yeah,
Gator, you're really taking over for Gator today.
Yeah, right.
The LeVert signing, though, is significant because when they lost Schroeder and Beasley and the other bench guys, people were a little worried about, what's going to happen with the second unit. And now we're on the third unit, I think it feels like, and they're still winning games.
Hey, let's see how we do in the finals. I'll take coming out of the East all day, every day.
Yeah.
They got a legit shot to get out of the East. I mean, it's hard to argue against. They were there last year. It took a team in New York right to the edge of eliminating them. They didn't do it, but
no. Well, there was 2-2, right? That was.
Yeah, but I mean, there wasn't much to choose between those two teams.
It was a close series, no doubt about it.
Marlon Wall Lake says, I love what the Pistons are doing, and it's a full credit to JB for what he has done. He should have won Coach of the Year last year, and by God, if he doesn't win it this year, the NBA should be under investigation. Well, we're 12 games in, so yeah. I wouldn't start calling for investigations just yet.
No.
All right, straight ahead, we open up the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day.
Ooh.
Stoney's in for this, which could be
I don't even know what the question is.
No, we never know what the question is, but I expect it to be awkward and uncomfortable.
Beautiful.
That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson. Stoney in for Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. That is Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark, Twin Peaks has upped their game. It starts with their culture. Employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. Cooks come in at 7 a.m. every day to prepare those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, there is the beautiful Twin Peaks Girls. Takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they are there, they do deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you've had a bad day, no one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that bring you all the action you crave. You won't find a better time than this weekend to see what it's all about. We will be broadcasting live, 97.1 A Ticket from the Livonia Lodge with an awesome tailgate party during the college matchup at Wrigley Field, giving away $2,000 in ABC Warehouse gift cards, along with a Blue Moon sampling. They're showing pay-per-view boxing later in the day and capping Saturday off with UFC 322. Circle back Sunday for the NFL Game of the Year. The Kings of the North head to Philly for a potential football championship matchup. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Hirsch. Mike Stone is in for Gator. Let's go to Dwayne. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dwayne.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Good, Dwayne.
Good, Dwayne.
Great. Want to talk about the Pistons game last night. So when I first turned it on, Cade and Duran weren't playing. I'm like, is this going to be a good game? And then I started watching it, and it was great seeing the reserves rally and win. And I think what got me in that mindset is watching the Pistons do it, watching Dan Campbell and Calvin Shepard put together a defense of guys who were working at Home Depot. And, it kind of gave me that kind of feeling, like how Dan always talks about. It's not just the starters. It's the practice squad. It's everybody. We're going to need you. And I kind of noticed that kind of spirit with the Pistons.
There's some truth in what you're saying. Look, I think that we have spent a lot of time. You always talk about the starters and the high-end players, but we always say you got to pay attention who's on the practice squad because those guys are going to make plays for you.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be needed, and as it pertains to the NFL. Now with the Pistons, like they've had to use guys that are on the team that we never thought we'd see play significant minutes, and they led them to victory last night.
Right, and usually you don't find that in basketball.
Yeah, we had NFL-level injuries on the Pistons last night.
Felt like it.
You're right.
Found a way. All right, let's get to the big old tub of pretzels. The big old tub of pretzels question of the day. These are typically non-sports, but not always non-sports. Many are submitted by the listening audience.
I'm scared.
And we would love to get your questions. Anything. It could be about anything. Life, issues with the significant other, the kids, debate you have with your friends. Text them over right now at 248-539-9797. We have a giant old tub of pretzels that has been empty for years, but we always just fold these questions up and put them in there. And it leads to the big old tub of pretzels question of the day, which is usually about 5 questions. But are we ready?
So this is Stoney's first shot at this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am equal parts excited and nervous.
Yep.
About how Stoney's going to
Totally understand.
Okay, here we go, guys. Question number 1. What percentage of guys do you think moisturize their face? I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, Stoney, go first, please.
I'm not going to say what I really want.
Yes. Don't say what you really want. Maybe, Doug, you go first.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stoney, you think about it. So, my wife bought some moisturizer for me.
Okay, cool. Like for men?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't used it once.
No.
It's been sitting there in the bathroom forever staring me down. And I'm like, do I need this? She's trying to say something. She's sending a message.
Do you wash your face?
Well, yeah.
No, I mean, other than a shower, do you before you go to bed, you brush your teeth, wash your face?
Oh, actually, I don't do that.
Oh, okay. Just when you shower. Or
I just shower in the morning. I wash my face. Occasionally during the day if there's ever a reason. But I do not use moisturizer. But the question is, what percentage of men? 5%.
Wow. Very low in your book.
Okay. I'm going to say there is without getting too specific, there is a demographic of men that use moisturizer more than others.
Oh, wait, are you just saying black dudes get ashy? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, you can say that.
Okay, I just want to.
You can say that. I live with Rico. I learned.
Okay. So I'm going to say 25%.
Okay. Interesting.
I think it is closer to what Stoney said. I honestly think it's about 20 to 25% as well. I agree. And I wash my face every night.
So do I.
I mean, yeah, so...
Don't you do something weird with your toothbrush?
No, it was the directions on the back said you had to brush your teeth in quadrants. I thought that was weird, but I'm like you. I kind
directions on a toothbrush.
Yeah, it's an electrical toothbrush, and they say
I see.
So that's why. But I'm with you, Doug. I usually just go all over the place with my toothbrush. But as far as percentage of men that moisturize their face, I think it's like 25% nowadays. I think it's going.
I think
it's
he might
only
be
getting
right.
more.
Yeah, I might have just spoke on behalf of white dudes.
Doug, why do white guys not get ashy? What's up with that, man? You guys don't have dry skin?
I got some American Indian blood in me. I don't know if that impacts anything.
All right, next question. All right, you have to add at least 6 inches to your legs or your arm length, but that means you subtract 6 inches from your legs or your arm length. Which way you going here, guys? You're going to look awkward no matter what. Okay?
So I'm thinking about it. Doug's even taller than I am.
So I'm going to be shorter.
I'm either going to be 6'7" with really small arms.
Yes.
Or
Like
have
T-Rex.
like Tayshaun Prince arms.
Yeah.
But be about 5'10", I guess.
My first thought was, which makes me a better basketball player? I think 6'10" with the short arm.
Yeah?
No, well, yeah, it'd be 6'10" with short arms. Really uncomfortably short arms.
Well, and if I was, 6'7" or whatever, okay. Shorter arms means I can't play offensive line because I'd be downgraded in the combine.
Who was the dude? Wasn't there a guy a couple of years ago from LSU? A tackle that had really short arms?
Will Campbell.
Yeah.
And he's doing pretty damn good
He's
for the New
doing pretty
England.
damn good for a guy with freakishly short arms.
Didn't they say Hutchinson had short arms? That's why he didn't get drafted number 1 overall?
Maybe. I don't remember that, but sure.
I think I'd go for the height.
I think I'd go for the height too, but I don't like
So
this
you're going with
question.
the legs?
I think either way. What would you do?
Hey, man, I'm short. I'll take any height I can possibly get at this point. Chop off my arms for 2 more inches. All right, here we go. When you run into someone you know but you don't talk to them on a regular basis at a grocery store, how long are you supposed to stop and talk to them? How many minutes are we talking here?
Oh, that's such a great question. What is my time commitment to this
Yes.
interaction?
Oh, you know them, but you don't talk on a regular basis.
It depends if I like the person or not.
I'm
If it's
assuming
just-
you do.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
To keep it from being awkward, you can't. There has to be at least a couple of questions.
Yes.
How the kids?
Yeah.
Things going well?
And you.
I was just thinking about you the other day.
And you hope that he or she says, I got to go get something on aisle 3. So you don't want to be the jerk who leaves the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. If somebody's in a hurry
Yeah.
and wants to bring a conversation with me to an end, I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not offended.
I don't need
get
them.
it.
I don't need them. I don't need their cart following
So-
my cart down the aisle, though, to talk.
It also depends. Honestly, this depends on where you are in your life. I'm an empty nester now. I could talk to somebody for an hour in the grocery store.
So the next question is, how do you end this conversation with Doug Karsh if you run into him and you haven't seen him in a while?
Seriously,
How do you
man.
end a conversation?
There was
at
a
that
time
point?
where it would be with the kids and all we were doing. I'd be like, "Hey, how's it going? Cool. Hey, I got a boogie. Sorry."
How do you end the conversation with Doug? You just tell him, hey, listen, I'm not going to treat you with respect. You just leave.
Oh, that would do it. That would bring it to a quick.
Yes, exactly.
Doug doesn't like that.
No,
I know.
What do you think the answer is, Kang?
Oh man, it's a
About
tough
5
one.
minutes.
Yeah, but how do you
5
get out of
minutes
it?
is a
then?
long time.
Yeah, it is. I think it's longer than what you would
Yeah, you're
realize
right.
when you're in the middle of the cantaloupe aisle.
It also depends on the conversation, what they're talking about.
But you don't want to have a full conversation, right?
Well, it depends.
That's for another time. Hey, call me. We'll catch up.
That's
Right now?
that's a good. Yeah.
All right, I'm on to Delhi.
All right, let's get to another one.
All right, one more. Here we go. All right, the best type of pasta noodle is.
Oh, it's spaghetti or linguine. I don't like thick pasta.
So which one, spaghetti or linguine?
Spaghetti.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do. There's. Let me do a quick Google search here. I like.
Oh, because you don't know what it's called exactly?
I don't know what it's called. I apologize.
Cavatelli, penne.
Is it cavatelli? It's cavatelli.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Cavatelli's pretty good.
What is it?
Cavatappi. Cavatappi.
What's it look like? What's it shaped
Cavatappi are like longer, more spiraled elbows that are relatively thick with ridges. Okay. And the reason I believe this is because we get the HelloFresh meals delivered. And for the first time, we got some cavatappi and I loved it.
So it like kind of looks like masticelli.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what any of these things
What are the
called.
noodles that you make for a masticholi? Like the one they're kind of tube, but they got ridges on them.
They're like penne.
Penne? Is that penne?
I think so.
That's my favorite because you got the inside where like sauce can get in there, maybe some meat or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty
kinda
good.
Like, yeah, right.
And they also have ridges. I'm a big fan of the ridges for some reason. I don't.
Collects more sauce.
You know which one I think are so overrated? Like shell pasta. Ugh.
Well, why?
I don't know. I just don't like them.
Does the stuffed pasta count? Like the.
Well, it's got to be empty. I mean, we're just talking the noodle here.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Because like when you can get the pasta with cheese in it.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
I see. I don't know my pastas at all. Valeni will do 2 hours trashing me for that later today, but I don't know my pastas at all.
That's how you get out of that conversation at the grocery store. I gotta go look at pasta. It's gonna be a while.
Gotta go get some moots.
I don't know the first thing about pasta. I'm over here trying to learn, and you're here talking to me about your kid's soccer team. Let's do one more. We got time for one more.
All right. Here we go.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries, man. Just got to get my hands dirty again. It's pretzel dust. Like 20 years old. All right. How many days in a row could you just eat one hot dog? So, Doug, that's 0.
Yeah, that's
So
easy
just
answer
one
for
hot
me.
dog. How many days?
365.
You can eat a hot dog every day of the year?
Could.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to, but if I...
Talk about two extremes.
It's a hot dog. I mean, it's like pizza. I can eat pizza every day. A hot dog, I could have a hot dog every day for lunch.
Would you want to?
No, probably
Okay,
not,
all right.
but I
No,
could.
but you could.
The fact that he said probably not means that there's a chance he could.
Right. Like I know I have to go to Costco to get gas today. I might go in there and get that $1.50, hot dog and a pop.
What about you? Could you do it?
I love hot dogs as well, Stoney. Probably not as much as you. I'm trying to think, at what day do I feel like I can't? Like, I just don't want to eat a hot dog today. I think 7 days.
I mean, I like burgers more than I like hot dogs. Kenny has a
God,
roller
we gotta
in
get
his
Kenny.
whole house.
You had a hot dog roller in your living room, so you didn't have to get up off the couch to get a hot dog. How many days in a row could you eat a hot dog?
I think we're looking at this all wrong, boys. I get to eat a hot dog every day? Hell yes.
Yeah.
Kenny,
Unlimited.
Kenny's like, how many more days am I going to live? That many days. All right. Hey, send your questions over 248-539-9797 for the Big Old Tub of Pretzels for the question of the day. Text them to Kang, and he takes the best ones, puts them in the tub, and we answer them about once a week here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. feedback rolling in on the big old tub of pretzels. Just mention the pasta aisle and they'll know that a conversation is over. That's from an unnamed texter. The question was, how long do you talk to a random person that you know and you like, but you haven't seen in a while when you bump into them in the grocery store? Hey, Kang, the pasta used for mastacholi is called mastacholi.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
See, I'm only 125th Italian, so I just that hasn't come through for me yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else here? Oh, I see they're making fun of me. Did they actually make kale pasta? No, they don't, but they make like chickpea pasta and they make zucchini pasta and they make other kinds of pasta, which you really can't tell. There's a edamame pasta, and they're fine. Look, I know that when I say that, people scoff. Kang, have you ever tried any of those alternate pastas?
The veggie ones, yeah, aren't they green in color as well?
Yeah.
I have. It's better than the wheat pasta. I'm not a big fan of wheat pasta. Or gluten-free pasta is terrible for me.
Stoney, do you like any of the other pastas?
I like I said, spaghetti, linguine. I'll eat the other ones that I don't love if it's the only option. But
Gator texted in. He said SpaghettiOs.
I'm telling you, shells. If it's the only thing there, I'll eat it. But I don't like.
You don't like them, huh?
No.
Mike at South Lyon writes, I love my neighbor. Excuse me, my neighbor. He's so nice, but whenever I'm out landscaping, and he is, we talk about sports or kid sports for over 45 minutes easy. I do my best to avoid him without saying hi. I never have that kind of time. Regarding moisturizer, what percentage of guys use moisturizer on their face? So funny you asked this question. I've never used face wash or moisturizer, but now I'm about to turn 40 and I'm showing some signs of aging. I use a facial cleanser only in the washer and then use anti-aging moisturizer when I get out of the shower and nighttime moisturizer before bed.
Wait, he said he does something in the washer?
It says I use facial cleanser only in the washer. I don't know what that means.
Does he go into his washing machine?
I'm trying to figure out what he was trying to say instead of saying washer. I'm using facial cleanser only in the shower.
I wash my face?
Maybe he meant the shower. Yeah, I use a facial cleanser only in the shower.
Yeah.
He wrote washer. Use an anti-aging moisturizer when I get out of the shower and a nighttime moisturizer before bed. He's into it. This is all in. I'm a 30-year-old white guy. I've never moisturized. And I have moisturized my face every day for the past 5 years. My sister is a skin doctor and told me how beneficial it is preventing wrinkles.
This reminds me of a prank we pulled on some kid in college. There was a kid when we were in college, who...
Can I stop you right there, Kang? What are the odds this is going to be uncomfortable?
I don't know. What's over 100%?
Anyway, he would use Noxzema on his face. And this is like 19 years old. He was... Anyway, he wasn't an athletic type of person, put it that way. But he wasn't a bad guy. And then one night, I watched it happen, or I heard about it happen. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Then when he was in his dorm room, they put some sort of liquid in his Noxzema, and never told him.
Do you care to? What kind of?
So somebody took a leak in his Noxzema.
Oh my God! Stoney!
He had no idea.
That's what you get for washing your face.
Right, thank you. Right? He still might never know what ever happened.
That's awful. You had nothing to do with this.
No, I did nothing to do with it, but I was...
You heard about it.
No, I was in the vicinity, but I didn't do it.
All right, we should have stopped you.
It's not hard. It could have been worse, put it that way.
Shouldn't Doug use moisturizer on his head after shaving it? So I don't shave my head. I take the clippers, and I just buzz it down. So there's always like a little bit of fur, but very little.
Are you a body wash guy or a bar guy?
Body wash. Well, I actually use both, believe it or not. I have a bar for certain places and body wash for others. It's gotten way too personal.
Are you a washcloth guy?
No.
Me neither.
No, never happened. All right. Let's get to
I'll stop now.
Yeah, let's This is always the challenge of working with Mike Stone. Let's get to the Lions. Lions, a 2.5-point underdog at Philly. Are you surprised they're an underdog?
No, they're on the road. They're playing the defending Super Bowl champs who came off a really good win. Their offense didn't look good, but their defense looked great, so I'm not surprised.
Is it a really good win? Because on paper, it's a really good win.
I know Packers didn't have
Did you
crap.
listen to Sirianni's press conference yesterday? It got uncomfortable. Like, I felt like they,
Well, uncomfortable because of what we talked about, their fan base and their reporters. They asked tough freaking questions. And the offense has not looked good. I mean, we know all the A.J. Brown stuff. He goes and says that things are, poop shows and things like that. They're questioning whether they're too conservative, but they win.
So, yeah, I mean, if remember the Pistons said, if it ain't rough, it ain't right. Is that kind of what's going on in Philly? Because A.J. Brown has complained before. He's an emotional guy. He's a guy that wants the football, and he can't, I don't know if he can't help himself or this is just his way to problem solve. I don't know why you'd ever go public with this. It's just not my style. But it feels like a really good football team, a number one seed that's got this environment around it like they're in some sort of crisis, and they're not.
No.
Have they run the football the way they did in the past? No. Philly's not running the ball the way that they.
Well, part of that is because the Lions aren't either. Okay, now they've had their really good games, but why isn't Philly running the ball as well as they have? Why? Because something the Lions going. They've had injuries up front.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't see the Lions in the midst of a crisis. I feel like Philly's in the midst of a crisis, and even with the Lions not running it the way they have, Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging 5.4 yards a carry. David Montgomery, 4.5 yards a carry. Saquon Barkley's averaging less than 4 yards per carry. But, again, they continue to win. They got a problem at cornerback. They just traded for two of them at the deadline. One of them looks like he's going to retire in Jair Alexander, who just can't stay healthy. The other one, Michael Carter, is probably getting prepped to play nickel for them, so they'll move Cooper DeJean back outside. But, the fact is, it's a Philly team that I don't think is in crisis mode, but it feels like it's getting treated like they're in crisis.
Yeah, because of their fan base, and it's style over substance. People want the style. They're not getting the great style. They're not getting the dynamic passing game. They're not running the ball, but their defense is playing pretty damn good. And so, can the Lions win? Absolutely. I mean, I saw what's his face on Get Up this morning. Lawan's buddy Compton. He thinks the Eagles are going to win by double digits. Was it him or somebody said that?
Think so? The Eagles are
the Lions are going to win by double digits on the road.
Really?
And that would be terrific.
Orlovsky? It wasn't Orlovsky?
It was not Orlovsky. I believe it was Compton.
Okay. I mean, look, I suppose then we'd be talking about a crisis. Right?
Philly?
I mean,
Yes.
if they lose by if the Lions lose by if any team loses this game by double digits,
right?
Out of all of the crisis teams that are like in the mix here, isn't the biggest one Green Bay right now? They can't score.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, Detroit is certainly not perfect, but I bet they're happier in Philly than they are. Well, maybe not. I mean, Midwest nice. Maybe they should be happier than Philly than they are in Green Bay.
Right. I heard Ross Tucker on with John and Jim this morning.
Yeah.
And he said going into their next two games, meaning the Eagles, he thought they'd split between Green Bay and Detroit. Then now he thinks the Eagles are going to win Sunday in a very close, similar game with a little more scoring than Monday, like 20-17. I think he said.
I could see the game going that direction.
Yeah.
But health plays a role here, too, because we got to see who's going to be in the lineup. We got to go over to this Lions injury report from yesterday.
I know.
Oy.
Hutchinson's in it, but I think he'll be fine.
We will get to that coming up at 11:46. It is Doug Karsch along with Mike Stone in for Gator 97.1 The Ticket. if I said 11:26. My apologies. 11:46, we get to the Lions and their injury report, and it is lengthy. Out of practice Wednesday, Brock Wright, ankle injury. Penei Sewell, ankle injury. Sam Laporta, back injury. Kirby Joseph, knee injury. Aiden Hutchinson, elbow injury. Terrion Arnold, concussion. All right, let's start with the tight ends. Brock Wright and Sam Laporta.
Well, I saw they signed somebody off of the practice squad, somebody who was on the team for a brief, Fristiger, whatever his name was. You know what I'm talking about?
On the Lions website, I don't know who you're talking about, but we often laugh. Oh, I found him.
Was I close? Frisker?
Well, yeah, it is. They did sign Frisker off the practice squad. Do you know who's listed as their third tight end right now on their own website?
No.
Kang, do you have any idea who's listed as their third tight end on the Lions website?
The guy, Delaley, something like that?
Is it Hatton?
Ross Dwelly.
Dwelly, I knew, yeah.
Their third tight end is Ross Dwelly.
He played in the last game. He actually played.
He did.
If Ross Dwelly catches a touchdown, he will answer the question, who's the Lion I've never heard of this week for a lot of people. They did sign Anthony Frisker to the practice squad and released offensive lineman Jack Conley from the practice squad. So they're, I don't know if they're going to have to count on these guys, Dwelly and Frisker, but that's not Laporta and Wright.
Kang, I think Paul Reed could play that.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't count out anything after what the Pistons did last night. So, I mean, you hope Laporta and Wright can go. I didn't. It's amazing how many of these injuries pop up a few days after a game and you had no idea.
Right. Like Philly's injury list, they went through a walkthrough, so it's not really complete. They didn't even practice yesterday because they played Monday night.
As far as the secondary, Terrion Arnold concussion, that's a bit of a bummer if he can't go because it feels like Terrion Arnold's turning a corner a little bit.
Yes.
He's had some good games. And
you kind of think this is going to be the game where Philly says, you know what, AJ, let's go prove it. Especially
right. And at that position, also on the injury report, DJ Reed was limited. He just had his window open up. Yep. I don't know if there's a chance he plays in week 1. It seems unlikely.
My guess, I said yesterday, I think, was against Dallas.
Yeah, well, that's not this game. So,
I know.
Yep. No, I hear you. Also in the secondary, Kirby Joseph. I mean, I'm almost getting used to not having Kirby Joseph. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. I mean, they unfortunately, have missed Kirby. They had Brian Branch was shelved with the suspension. So they've done decent, though, there. That's the Legion of Whom guys stepping up, whether it be Thomas Harper or Eric Hallett or somebody.
Right. Even the play where the play that sealed the Viking victory over the Lions, the one really good pass JJ threw to Naylor. I mean, Millette was in really good position.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Other names from the injury report to be aware of as far as limited practice. Decker was limited. Miles Frazier, Graham Glasgow was limited. I'll be intrigued to see if Frazier actually be activated this week. Along the defensive line, Marcus Davenport was limited, but he is back. His window's open up. Josh Paschal was limited. He's probably closer because his situation was closer to being resolved. You know who was full practice, though? Malcolm Rodriguez.
Yeah.
He's kind of a forgotten guy, contributor, special teams and defense.
Maybe they won't give up long kickoff returns. Him playing special teams.
He is a guy, he and the Truth, Sione Vaki, are guys that they like on special teams. So it's been kind of a weird deal. A lot of respect for the Lions special teams and FIP, but
a former Eagle special teams coach going back there, the revenge tour of Dave Phipp.
Win one for the Fipper. Sorry, Joe in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hi, good morning, guys. So, quick question. Tesla, he has the size of a tight end. Now he only weighs like 215 according to the roster. Why couldn't they look at him at tight end, not necessarily for this game. I was thinking that weeks ago that he could, because he's not getting a lot of throws at the receiver position right now.
Because of the blocking aspect.
I mean, he's a decent blocker for a receiver, and he does play special teams. But, yeah, I can see that you're in a pinch. But maybe they like Dwelly better.
Yeah, if you're going to ask a tight end to just run routes, then I could see it. But if a tight end, if he at 215 pounds has to block, I would guess here, Joe, that would answer the question.
Yeah. Okay. Just a thought. Thanks, guys. Now,
could he get an expanded role? I feel like Detroit has been waiting for an expanded role for Isaac TeSlaa, but I'm not sure. It's really like we are really in a place where every single week it feels like, yeah, the offense was good, but what about this guy? Or what about that guy? Sometimes the offense hasn't been good.
Well, one of the things that I look forward to in the game Sunday night is that it's going to be Dan Campbell's second game calling the plays this season.
I think that's a big storyline.
So that can get better. And it was pointed out, and I got to get this up there, make sure I got the correct number. Part of the reason, now granted, Washington's defense is certainly not as good as Philly, especially since, after Payne got thrown out of the game. But 57.4% of the plays the Lions used Sunday against the Commanders used motion at the snap, which is the second highest that they've used all season and the second highest in Dan Campbell's playing tenure, going back to when he did it his first year after they fired Anthony Lynn.
So it was interesting. He said something earlier in the year when lack of motion was brought up and that they didn't use as much motion. And if I recall correctly, his answer was, well, we were on the road and that you use the communication and things like motion happens more at home when the crowd is on your side as opposed to when the crowd's trying to make life difficult. I believe that's what his answer was. And so now that Washington game was like a home game.
Right.
This is not going to be like a home game.
No.
So it'll be intriguing to see if, it carries over from last week to this week. But I agree with you. I think one of the big storylines, in fact, the two biggest storylines I have in Detroit here getting ready for this game are A, the injury situation, and B, where are we with game 2 of the Dan Campbell play calling era? Does the arrow continue to point up? Like, does Campbell really have a finger on the pulse of these guys, this offense, the flow? That's the one thing that Jared said to us earlier in the week. He's just got a really good feel for the flow of the offense, and that's not a small thing. It's just an innate ability to know what your guys can get done against a certain defense.
Yeah, I mean, you hope he only gets better, like everything else. By the way, I was reading the Philly Inquirer this morning. Now, tell me if maybe I'm missing something. This isn't, maybe it's me, but they're talking about the Lions running, and they were give a lot of praise to the Lions in doing this. They were what the film shows and all this.
Yeah.
He says the aforementioned great running game has a two-headed tandem, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, who adopted the nicknames Boom and Zoom, respectively.
What?
Did I miss something? When was Gibbs and Montgomery called Boom and Zoom? Sonic and Knuckles? Yes. Boom and Zoom? This guy, Devin Jackson of the Philadelphia Inquirer, did he just make this crap up?
What's funny is I've never heard of that. Ever.
Never.
Has anybody
says Gibbs, who's tied for third in rushing touchdowns this season, particularly thrived out of the shotgun, the elusive and speedy running back averaging 10 yards per carry on shotgun runs. The highest among qualified runners, according to Next Gen Stats. So this guy's doing really good statistical research. Was he picking out names from the jug of pretzels? The tub of pretzels?
I've never heard anybody refer to the Lions backfield as Boom and Zoom.
Boom and Zoom right here.
In print. Huh. Just out of curiosity, what had you reading the Philadelphia Inquirer today?
Because I knew we were going to talk about the Eagles-Lions game, so I want to hear what the opposing press has to do.
Fair enough. But you specifically chose the Inquirer because I'm assuming you thought it was credible.
Yeah, it is. It's the only. I guess they have the Daily News.
I mean, there's not just because you get
No,
the
it's-
opposing team's nicknames wrong. I guess doesn't mean you don't know what you're talking about
No,
with your own
this
team.
is. I mean, if I lived at home, I'd get the Inquirer delivered to my house because we live in a city. There's a city that still gets home delivery.
Home delivery of what?
The newspaper.
The what?
The Philadelphia Inquirer.
Is a what?
Yeah, it's a newspaper. Huh. You actually read with your hands.
You read with your hands? It's Braille?
You hold the paper. You don't need a tablet. You don't need a phone.
Breaking news, Philadelphia Inquirer, all Braille.
Yeah. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, they're going all digital shortly.
Well, it doesn't just about everybody?
No.
Isn't everybody just about all digital?
No, most of them, like the Free Press, has they print it
they?
every day. Yeah, I get it delivered at home 3 days a week.
You do?
Yeah.
Look at you.
I could go on. That's another tangent for me. The Free Press on Sunday, I used to like reading the Sunday paper. We sat down,
It was a
me and my
lot.
wife-
The Sunday paper was a
Okay.
lot. Yeah.
And on the sports section on Sunday, the Free Press used to have this thing called The Blitz, which would recap, especially if they were earlier games, Michigan and Michigan State. They'd have, the bigger game on the front side, the other on the back side.
Yeah.
Now, because they've changed printing presses in Cincinnati, even the 12 o'clock games, there's no college blitz anymore because you can't get the games in the paper. So you have to go on online and if you want to read about it.
Well, I hope you persevere, Stoney.
I do persevere.
Good. Carson Anderson, we got to get into what Scott Boras said yesterday.
Yes.
If you missed this. This is the agent for Tarek Skubal. Congratulations, Tarek. Back-to-back Cy Youngs in a stunning announcement yesterday. But we'll get to what Boras had to say at 12:05 because it was weird. Doug Carstonian for Gator, 97.1.
The Red Wings are getting set to return to the ice tonight for the first time in 3 days. Detroit will take on the red-hot Anaheim Ducks, who have won 7 of their last 8 games. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Lions will hit the road to take on the Eagles this weekend. There's much controversy surrounding Philly right now after star wide receiver A.J. Brown said this on a Twitch stream with his friend Janky Rondo. Prior to that, Brown called things in Philly a bleep show. Yesterday, he spoke to reporters and doubled down on his stance from the live stream. The Lions will kick off against a dramatic Philly locker room in primetime this Sunday at 8:20. And news today, Baylor Athletic Director and CFP Committee Selection Chair Mack Rhoades stepped down from both positions today. The committee is down from its original 13 members to 11 right now and is actively working to select a new chairman. At the Coolwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, that is Michael Stone in for Gator today. Hope everybody's doing well.
We're Boom and Zoom.
Boom and Zoom, I guess.
Boom and Zoom in the mornings on Power 97.
Yep.
Doug's sitting there, Gator, get back here soon.
No, I'm fine. Look, it's just a different kind of breaking pitch on a regular basis. So you guys both throw curveballs. They're just different.
Speaking of curveballs.
Oh, we're going to get to schoolboy. Here it is. I just want to point out, I have some support.
Okay.
Maybe the boldest thing I ever said is I think those uniforms the Pistons wore last night should be their permanent uniform. Don't at me. Well, I've got some support. I agree with you, Doug. Those unis are sweet. Much better than the Tiger City Connect jerseys. I agree with you, Doug. The Pistons uniform, best ever. But I also think it was the best Piston floor ever. The cream jerseys from last year with the Ode to the Bad Boys were the best. Orange and black was awesome. Those Piston uniforms are okay, dark but depressing. I love the red, white, and blues. Love tradition. Getting rid of those would be like getting rid of the Old English D. That's from Dave in Florida. Hold on. You equate the Piston red, white, and blue uniform? You think that's as iconic as the Old English D?
No. The Old English D is one of the most iconic logos, whatever you want to call them, letters, in all of sports. Maybe the NY would be ahead of it.
I've got the winged wheel and the Old English D are in a category by themselves.
Correct.
Here in Detroit. The Pistons red, white, and blue. I usually do appreciate tradition.
Mm-hmm.
I think those Piston uniforms last night were the best looking Pistons unis ever.
I won't go that far, but I like them. I like them a lot.
Keep them. Make them permanent.
So how much does it matter that they won last night, Doug? Because that lineup out there, what if they looked horrific and lost by 30? Would you have said the same thing this morning?
I was worried because I liked the uniforms when the game started, and I was scared that the uniforms would get blamed for them getting smoked last night, which is what I expected. So it's not because they won. Had they lost, I know it would have been held against the shirts. But all right, let's get to Scott Boras. So the baseball GM meetings are going on
in Las Vegas at the Cosmopolitan Hotel.
Yeah. So you got Scott Boras speaking to the media. Now we have him talking about the Skubal contract and the follow-up question, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And we also have him talking about Pete Alonso, who he also represents.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing, I just found it very odd. But here he is, Scott Boras talking about Skubal's contract.
I know he's trying to get some humor in here, but
let's go. Here's what he had to say about Pete Alonso, who he also represents. This is the most powerful agent in baseball.
He is called the polar bear. You know what I would have said if I was Scott Boras about Tarik Skubal? Stoney says signing Skubal, the superstar southpaw strikeout specialist, systematically speeds the surge to this series supremacy. How's that for your alliteration, Scott?
Here's the thing. I expect and welcome it from you. I don't have like business partners, but I have an attorney that helps me with stuff.
Right.
I have a financial advisor. And if someone representing me started talking like that publicly, personally, I'd be like, dude, shut up. This is kind of an emotional deal for fans. And it's a business, got it. But this little game with the alliterations and the Dr. Seuss approach to what he had to say, these are kind of serious talks, and for fans, it's serious business, and they don't want to lose their guy. I don't know, man. If Boras was representing me, I'd be like, okay, can we cut with that and act like an adult? I'd be a little embarrassed.
Well,
and maybe I'm taking myself too seriously, but but Stoney, when it comes to this kind of stuff, I don't want my representative clowning around.
Don't you? And I don't disagree with you, but don't you think that before he goes to Vegas, and I know Skubal's obviously there. I don't know if Alonso is there as well, but Boras talks to these guys, says, "Hey, I'm gonna have a little fun with the media. This is basically, not tell him exactly what he's gonna say, but I'm gonna have some alliteration. I'm gonna, play some, fun with little C. Is that okay?" And
whether he got the approval or not, I don't know. But I would be very sensitive to a fan base that has supported and loved this guy, and I feel like he's out there effing around. And part of this is deep-seated in me knowing that I don't think this guy wants his client to sign here. Now, Skubal, to his defense and his credit, he has said all the right things. He has said all the right things. His quote, I saw this today in the Free Press, I've given everything I have to this organization, and I want to be a Tiger for a very long time, but the business part of the game, it's just different. I don't get to write my own contract. I'm just going to do what I do and not really focus on any of that stuff. It's not going to impact how I go about my day-to-day, and it's not going to impact how I attack my off-season. Important part there is I want to be a Tiger for a very long time. I like that. The story in the news, Chris McCoskey's story when Skubal won the Cy Young. You want to win the award as many times as you can in your career, but honestly, I'd gladly trade a Cy Young award for a World Series ring. That's an easy trade for me. These are the right things. And I really appreciate that Skubal's saying these things. I think the agent clowning around like this, I would be, if he were my agent, I'd be like, dude, cut it out. Cut it out. You're kind of toying with people's emotions here.
I get all that, but I think maybe we're taking it more seriously than it probably should be taken, Boris's stuff, because whether he says everything the right way or he turns it into a clown show, which he has as far as what he's saying, I don't think the result of what's going to happen to Skubal or Alonso is going to change.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and your reaction. I'm just not a fan of it.
By the way, there was something else that Skubal actually had to say, which really pisses me off more than anything else.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not aware of this. We'll get to that coming up and your reaction. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. There he is being somewhat professional.
Scott Boras.
Dude, I don't know, man. I just that didn't sit well with me. This is for fans, they have emotional ties to these players. And Skubal, I can't say it enough. He said all the right things. And he has said publicly, and I think he means it, he wants to be in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
But, it is a business, and I don't blame people for trying to maximize their profitability and their income, but when the agent's out there screwing around with his alliterations and his Dr. Seuss talk, it feels to me as if he's kind of toying with Detroit here, and it just doesn't sit well. And I think, I talked about the people that represent me, and I have, financial advisor and lawyer. If they were out there screwing around something like this, I'd be like, hey, what are we doing?
Right. I don't want that in public either.
Yeah.
I get all that. However, there was something else that took place involving Tarik Skubal besides, winning the Cy Young Award. He held a conference call for the Baseball Writers Association of America, and you can read about it. Will Birchfield wrote a terrific column, like he always does, on 971theticket.com. And he was asked about his last performance as a Detroit Tiger last season.
Yeah.
The controversy about him coming out of the game after the sixth inning. Quote, I'm quoting Tarik Skubal here, and I'll let you, Doug, judge what he had to say.
Okay.
Quote, I think just the way the game was going, and obviously the way the at-bats had gone with Polanco, even in Game 5, he hit a foul homer. He was due up second in the seventh inning. I just don't think the matchup was going to be in the cards that night. Obviously, there's decisions that get made, and me and AJ are always on the same page. I really respect everything that he does. He got a plan for everything going on. And trust me, I've seen a lot of the stuff that fans are disappointed or whatever, but it's just the way the game of baseball is. I'm going to go out there and compete. I gave it everything I had. I knew my outing was kind of coming to a close there, and with Polanco, he would have been the second hitter in the next inning. Hindsight's 20/20 right. If you could write a perfect script, we would obviously do that, but it's the game of baseball too. Obviously, it ends up going, 15 innings, and we come out on the wrong side. At the same time, everybody competed, and we left it all out there, including myself, and as an athlete, that's all you really can do. I'm sorry. I am not taking myself out of Game 5 after 99 pitches because I'm afraid of Jorge Polanco, who maybe owned him in one game. And he hit a foul home run in that game. That's not what you're asking somebody to pay you $40 million to do. That's crap. That's more disrespectful to Tiger fans than anything Scott Boras could say. And that said, I won't screw back to the Tigers, but that's a joke. You're the guy. You're the best pitcher in baseball. F Jorge Polanco. Go get him out this time. All right, I'm done.
It's okay. Polanco walked and eventually scored the game-tying run.
Exactly.
Off of Kyle Finnegan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, there you go. Let's talk to the people. Ryan in Royal Oak. Hi, Ryan.
Do you think I have a case here, or you don't care what he did?
I'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ryan.
I just wanted to talk about. Thanks for having me on. I just want to talk about the Scott Boras audio. I thought it was AI generated. Like, I didn't think it was real. I didn't think that this was the guy holding our organization hostage right now. It's kind of clownery.
I literally thought the same thing this morning, Ryan. I thought it was fake. I was like, oh, this isn't real. And then I found out it was.
And then you saw the video.
The Pete Alonso stuff, I was showing that around work and making people laugh. Like, I can't believe that this guy is, the most powerful man in baseball right now.
Maybe it's, I give 0 Fs because I control everything. So I'm going to act however I want. I just think
very
it's
Trump-like.
It's very, it's unbecoming of somebody that I would want representing me.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ryan. Gordon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gordon.
Hey, I agree with you 100%, Doug. It's insulting. It's asinine. The guy's been doing this for decades, right? Repping people, making tens of millions of dollars, and this is the way he acts. And if you can't do alliteration any better than that, then please don't, because I like Stoney's much better.
Gordon, thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I think we ride him for another year. I don't think this organization is going to be able to pay the freight on a Skubal. That's the Dodgers and other teams that do that. So, let's ride him and see where we go. I don't think we can keep him.
Well, so you wouldn't trade him?
No, hell no. Because, we have a legitimate shot next year with him. I don't think we have a legitimate shot without him. So I don't think long-term, there are elite teams that pay elite money. Unfortunately, we're not one of them.
But you would rather have him walk away for a compensation pick than try to get something good for him.
No, he'd rather try and win.
I get it, but that's the price you have to pay.
I want to try and win next year. There's nothing guaranteed. We get 4 or 5 guys for him. How many realistically are going to be really, really good players?
You're right. I mean, Burns got 2 players who are playing in the major leagues, but they're not great.
I mean, I guess my big thing here would be it's got to be. I'm shopping him aggressively, hoping to get a haul, a Herschel Walker type, set you up for the future kind of haul. Now, as far as you're not liking what Skubal had to say, I don't love it either. I'm not at a 10, but I don't like it. I don't like it either. And as time has gone on since this game, it has sat worse and worse with me. In the moment, I'm like, they know what's going on. I'm not inside the man's body and don't know what he feels like. And I can't tell you what the conversations were like with him and AJ. And then I watch the rest of the playoffs, and I watch guys throwing on short rest, and I watch guys who argue to come off the mound, which is great histrionics, and it's theater, and it makes players look like heroes. And the problem I have, of course, is that we never know what would have happened had he stayed in the game.
Correct.
And I trust AJ Hinch. I'm struggling with the ask from the Boris camp with that last action.
Yeah, I get it. And you know what? We don't know what happened. Suppose he was right. Polanco owned them and he stayed in and Polanco hit a home run to win the game or tie the game or whatever. I don't think he or AJ would have been criticized for letting Skubal pitch 7 innings.
Yeah.
Do you?
I don't think he should be. I do. Do I think he should be criticized? Sorry.
No. Would he? Let's say he stayed in the game, and Polanco, who had success against him, owned him again.
He would have been criticized.
I don't think so.
I think he would have. Feedback coming in. I'm with Doug on this. Boris is a high-profile agent that is making deals worth more money than the majority of the entire planet will ever see. Can you please be professional in a professional setting and not show up drunk speaking in riddles like a troll under a bridge? Next text from Brandon. I like having fun as much as the next guy, but when you mess with my money, especially millions, you better act like an adult. Comerica Park should build a Tarek barrack solely to make fun of Scott Boras. Next text. If Boris was my agent, I would separate myself from such silly shenanigans and find myself an actual able agent capable of presenting professional points in my defense.
Well, let's be fair. Boris is the best agent in baseball for a reason. So, I mean, it's easy for us to say, but if you're the player, yeah, he might do something now that might be embarrassing. But man, oh man, he does gets the players great deals for the most part.
Marlon in Wall Lake says, gentlemen, anytime you want to hear a grown man speak like a true moron, just play the Scott Boras interview. That was a complete joke. Next text, Boris is an absolute head case. If he's talking like this to reporters, how is he acting at the bargaining table? That's from Chad in Midland. I wondered about that too. As I was listening to this and realizing it was real this morning, there's the angle of, if that's my agent, I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the angle of, is he building a case for the Tigers and their fan base to say, F this joke? This is not funny. This is not, like, it's important to the fan base. We got to play it again, don't we? We will do that coming up today at 12:31, so people who haven't heard it can hear it. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney is in for Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? On top of that, white glove customer service. They will call you back if you ever reach out to them. So look them up, check them out, do your research. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. excuse us for being a little sensitive here, but we're in a position that it feels like we're about to lose one of the best players that we've ever seen in Tarek Skubal. He's now a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, and he's got the biggest agent in the sport representing him in Scott Boras. And Boras, talked to the media, and there is something called just having a little fun. And he went all Dr. Seuss when talking to the media. But it doesn't really sit all that well with me for a couple of reasons. There's something that I say on this show a lot, Stoney, and that is we try, and we're not always successful, okay? I admit it, but I try not to tell fans how they should feel.
Correct.
And there's a reason why. Because I remember, it doesn't feel like that long ago, I was simply a fan sitting in the stands at games, and I would read columns from columnists and media members going, how in the world do these people see the sports world through this prism? Like, I couldn't believe it. I thought they were out of touch. So then you do this job for a while and you realize that you're morphing into the out of touch person. So I just, I'm comfortable with just saying, look, this is how I feel. You can feel however you want. I think Boras has no idea his little joking around thing. It doesn't go over real well with me, with me and some fans, because if you're clowning on the Tigers about how they haven't paid him, or that they need to, well, we'll play the soundbite for you. And then the Alonso one, and now there's a one with Alex Bregman. But here's Scott Boras talking about the Skubal situation. Okay. He says, all we know is it should be done. He's basically saying it should have happened already. Absolving himself of any of this.
Correct.
And it's a Detroit doink. Well, let's be fair, Scott. Do we really think that you want your agent, your client, to sign in Detroit? Do we really believe that?
Well, I think he wants him to get the most money or close to it. And if that would be in Detroit, I don't think Scott Boras has a problem with that.
Any offer Detroit makes or have already made, he is going to run to New York, talk to those teams, to Boston, to Chicago, to L.A., that he knows can pay more. And Detroit can pay more than they can run their payroll substantially, and I think they should. Let me be clear. But, this whole, it should be done, it's a Detroit doink. So there's that. Then he did the same thing with Pete Alonso, and obviously this isn't our player, but here's another example of him just being a goofball, and here's what he said. This is a dude who holds all the cards. He's got the world by the you-know-what, and is out here screwing around, and I guess the fans, whatever. Now, what you got the quotes, what he had to say about Bregman?
About Bregman. In Boston, we learned about Bregman in 25, because in Boston, prior to 25, they had a lot of lineup donut holes, and certainly prior to 25, Boston has been kind of a club that has Duncan well below the playoff line. So I think it was a bad roast in Beantown. Give the owners credit. They went out, spent some star bucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee and no one wants a Brexit.
I mean, Skubal has said he wants to stay in Detroit. I appreciate that. He has said he would trade his Cy Youngs for a World Series. I appreciate that as well.
As long as he don't have to face Jorge Polanco in big games.
Yeah, you don't like that, and I get it. I don't know. I'm not finding this to be very amusing.
And for those of you who missed it earlier, all I got to say is Stoney says signing Skubal, the superstar southpaw strikeout specialist, systematically speeds the surge to the series supremacy.
Well done, Stoney. Here's somebody who disagrees. You guys need to chill. He was talking to reporters, not talking to owners as your representative. Please, someone explain to me why Detroit can't afford Skubal. I remember when the Tigers were contenders, they were close to putting 3 million fans in the seats. Those are two different things, all right? You're right. He's not talking to owners or representatives. But if you're going to tell me that he was unreasonable in a meeting with Detroit representatives, I would find that very believable. That's one. Two is Detroit can afford Skubal. They can.
Right.
And I hope that they find a reasonable price.
Well, I am not. There's nothing to do with the last game that he pitched in at all. But if the asking price is $400 million for 10 years, I'm passing.
Too much money.
It's not that it's too much money. It's too
long.
I'm not paying a 29-year-old pitcher 10 years.
I understand.
I'm just
that.
not.
I understand that. Let's go to Ken in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Ken.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, y'all. I think y'all being way too sensitive about this. I think the guy was trolling, making light of it. But this is Scott Burris. And this is a guy who's been doing this a long time with a lot of players, okay? And I think he was having fun with this. And I believe because Skubal is such a sensitive subject for us, because we want him so bad to sign in Detroit. And I think you and I'm sorry, Stoney is being a little too sensitive about it.
I'm not being sensitive about it. I think he's trying to be funny, and I'm sure he got approval from his client. I think it's weird. It's quirky. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothered Doug. What bothers me the most in all the Skubal stuff from yesterday was his explanation of why he didn't pitch in the seventh inning. That pisses me off more than Scott Boras.
Look, am I being too sensitive? I might be. I don't mind this accusation. It's okay. It doesn't sit with me well on what is a very tenuous time for our Tigers to sign Tarek today or tomorrow. Now I know why the Tigers can't get a deal done. The Tigers front office can't even speak to the guy in straightforward English. It's a miscommunication issue. Illich should hire a children's book author to be a translator. I'm with Stoney, blank paying Skubal. I'm not paying someone $500 million to play once every 5 days and pull them out of this with the season on the line. Pull themselves out with the season on the line. Stoney trade Skubal, 2 catastrophic arm injuries, and now this. I don't want him back. That's from Hunter and Clarkston. He pitched the 4th most innings in baseball last year. Our frustration should 100% be geared towards Scott and Chris. Skubal is not the reason we lost Game 5, but he is the reason they were in that position.
Well, okay, yeah. Obviously, they wouldn't have been there without him.
As far as our frustration should 100% be geared towards Scott and Chris. The frustration may be geared, for me, towards Chris. It may be.
Or Scott Harris for the deadline debacle.
Well, I mean, you and I see it through a different way, but if they're not willing to sign him to a reasonable contract, to make him a reasonable offer, and I don't know what they're willing and unwilling to do, but at this point, my frustration, I'm not really even frustrated. I'm more insulted that the most powerful man in baseball thinks this is a time to be joking around like this.
Well, at least we're in good company. He's
What do you
joking
mean?
around with Alonso and
Yeah, that's true.
with New York and Boston, bigger markets than us. He's not just looking at us, so Detroit's small market, let's F with them.
248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down, $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. Reacting to the Scott Boras sound bites from the GM meetings. Oh, is he hilarious? It doesn't sit well with me. And I said if it were somebody representing me on a professional basis, I would not be happy. But I can't put myself. I don't know what the conversations have been like with him and Skubal and the Tigers and other organizations. And I said something to you earlier, Stoney. I was starting to think of this. Maybe this is going to explain why he won't sign in Detroit, and the Tigers are dealing with an unrealistic and strange individual. And I can't really formulate an argument, nor do I really want to on that front. I'm just simply going to say that I would not want my financial advisor or my lawyer speaking like this for me publicly, but Skubal, in his defense, has said the right things regarding wanting to stay in Detroit and would trade his Cy Young for a World Series, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Look, I don't believe that Scott Boras goes into negotiations with management speaking in rhymes. I mean, and I don't believe I don't know. I don't consider him a guy who's going to scream at ownership, or I think he's going to be very subtle and just basically he says, tell me what your offer is and we'll get back to you.
I can feel what I'm doing here. And this is the classic. I don't care that she left me. It's how she left me. When the truth is, you really just care that she left you, right? I mean, I'm anticipating this breakup that's coming, and I don't like how funny Scott Boras thinks this is going to be.
Right. You're blaming the messenger as opposed to the actual.
Well, I don't like his message.
Right.
His choice of.
But if Tarik Skubal wanted to stay here and
he could insist.
Take a few $1 million less or whatever. I'm not telling people how they should spend their money. Scott Boras works for him. Agents work for other people. Your lawyer, my lawyer, whatever. They're not going to do anything we don't want them to do.
Yep.
So, while we all sometimes get caught up in a little bravado, it's actually the players' decision, not the agents.
Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Love the subject.
Thank you.
You have to forgive me. I'm 51, and I know you guys are a little bit older, but when I find myself being hypercritical of Tarik Skubal and the fact that he came out of the game and what you guys were talking about, it felt a little bit like we're trying to compare two different sports. The sport that I grew up watching, was Randy Johnson, Lou Piniella saying, let's go to the bullpen after starting Randy Johnson yesterday and having him throw a complete game shutout. So to me, it's not the same sport anymore, number one. And number two, throwing a bunch of money at Tarik Skubal just seems like a very poor return on investment on a per inning basis. So I have no problem letting the guy walk. I would gladly let him walk. And I think that the email, I would send it out today. I'd be like, I want to be able to choose any two guys from your minor league system. That's all. I would just send that email out to every major league club. Say, you can have Tarik Skubal. I want two guys from my league system, and I'm picking them.
That's it.
I would literally send that to every club.
I think you can get more than that, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not everybody, because some teams probably won't part with their top
for
two.
Only a year, for only a year left for team control, you might think you're going to get a lot more, but you'd be surprised at how these guys at value. It's changed dramatically. Think about when you had the last fire sale that basically ended up with us getting nothing.
Yeah,
right?
so there's truth to what you're saying. I don't know that Skubal will. We've talked about this before. I believe that Skubal and Boras want to sign the contract now, and the reason they want to sign it now is this pending CBA. It could be a work stoppage in a year, and if there's cost certainty in any effort or anything agreed upon that keeps salaries down, Skubal's money cannon might not be as big. So I think if Skubal gets traded now, it's to a team that's willing to give him what he wants and sign him long term. And I think that's what he's going to want to see, because he wants the money cannon before any restrictions get put on it, which could be at the far end of that work stoppage.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while it is 1 year left on the contract, I think the team that's trading for him is trading for him with knowledge that they are going to give him what he wants financially, and it'll be above and beyond. It will be above and beyond this coming season.
Or they're willing to take a chance and say, you know what, we're going for it this year. We don't care if he leaves or not.
248-539-9797. Matt's in New Boston and next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, thanks for the line, guys.
Matt, I don't know if you got us on speaker or the phone's away from your face, but we can barely understand you. Are you underneath a blanket? You there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Way better.
Way better.
Way better. Oh, sorry, guys. I was cutting my grass. Anyway, look, I just want to say
Whoa. Time out.
We'll give you your time.
Cutting your grass, it's really cold as hell out. I mean, how tall is your grass?
Well, I'm cutting my leaves, Tony. I'm cutting my leaves.
Oh,
The
okay.
reality of it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to. I'm not that guy.
Okay.
But anyway, Scooble, my concern about it is, in business they call it a concentration issue. You have way too much money tied up in one thing, and if that thing fails, you are really screwed. I'd much rather see them try and trade him now for some meaningful additions. And then I'll just say this and shut up. I watch a lot of games and I go to the ballpark a lot. Scooble is getting a little thick around the middle. And, that's when guys start getting hurt. He's starting to look more like Mickey Lolich than any other left-hander. So anyway, God bless him. I hope it works out favorable for everybody.
Well, it hasn't let the girth that you're talking about as far as his upper body didn't seem to affect him this year, if that's indeed what you perceive.
Didn't Roger Clemens get kind of girthy in his later years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was still pretty damn good.
It's not that unusual for dominant pitchers.
No.
They keep working out and keep eating to get a little bit thick.
Bartolo Colon.
I don't know if I call him a dominant. I don't know if I call him a dominant pitcher, but I saw Bartolo Colon triple at Wrigley. I was at Wrigley Field for a game. I saw him triple. It was something. All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. You guys are just Tiger fans coping. I hate Boris as much as the next guy, but there's a reason athletes go to him. He's an a-hole, but you guys are also coping. Two things can be true at the same time. I don't know if you heard what I just said about the guy who gets dumped by his girlfriend and says, it's not that she left me, it's how she did it. Well, no, it's really that she left you. But you choose to be mad. Get mad at her.
He's the best in the business.
I'm not denying that this is a coping mechanism. I'm anticipating a breakup. And I don't like that the agent for the player that I don't want to lose is out here clowning around.
But he is clowning around on everybody, not just our guy.
That's true. What Boris did was cringe, but it's on Scooble. He's the one that allows him to be his agent. If you want to be here, then you can be, but leaving it up to Boris means you're accepting how he acts and the decision he makes for you. It's Scooble, not Boris, who should be shamed by this whole circus. That's from Brian.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, Scott Boras has been around, obviously, for a long, long time. He represented Max Scherzer. He's represented a lot of former Tigers and obviously his success. This is the first time where I remember him doing something that is like quasi trying to be funny, comical, ha, ha, ha. Usually you don't like him because you just think he just is such a hardline guy.
Yeah.
This is kind of like off script for him, really, if you think about it.
I don't remember ever seeing this.
No.
Or hearing this. And
maybe he's trying to change his image.
Do you think it's working?
No.
All right, lots to get to here in the 1 o'clock hour on Carson Anderson. Want to circle back to the Pistons for people who missed it last night. No Cade Cunningham, no Jalen Duren, no Tobias Harris, no Isaiah Stewart, no Asar Thompson, no Marcus Sasser, no Jaden Ivey. And guess what? Pistons still found a way to beat the Chicago Bulls, who were playing without Josh Giddey and Kobe White. Still 124-113. The Pistons have won 8 in a row. They're 10-2. They have the best record in the Eastern Conference. That was a wild, wild way to win a basketball game with a whole bunch of guys that felt like, as Stoney said, it felt like you were watching a preseason game, and they roared out to a 20-point lead. Bulls cut it to 2, and then the Pistons gave it gas again and ran away and hid. Very interesting game. And the question we had is this significant in any way? Is it significant in any way? Is it just one of 82 and kind of a fluke? Or does it say something about the culture? Does it say something about their depth?
I think it says more about their culture than their depth, because if they were playing a team that was really good, I don't think it would make that much of a difference, to be quite honest with you. But I think the culture is tremendous. I think it was a great thing. I don't think it means that much in the grand scheme of things, only that you, as a customer, got to see a really good effort by a team that you didn't think was going to win the game.
I did not.
And you saw uniforms that you want to change.
I want those to be the permanent Piston uniforms. Don't at me. Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson, 97.1.
The hardwood at Little Caesars Arena has been removed and the thermostat turned down in favor of the ice as the Red Wings are set to host the Anaheim Ducks tonight. Detroit is looking to get off a 3-game losing streak. Face off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Lions announced today that the team has entered a multi-year partnership with Eminem and Paul Rosenberg, selecting the duo as executive producers of Detroit's Thanksgiving halftime show. The two will consult the team on talent selection and all aspects of halftime production through 2027. The Lions face the Packers on Thanksgiving 2 weeks from today. This weekend, they face the Eagles on Sunday at 8:20 in Philadelphia. Dan Campbell will call the offensive plays in that game. Today, Lions offensive coordinator John Morton said he totally supports Campbell calling the plays and said, quote, "I want to do whatever it takes to win. That's what I said right away. What do I have to do? It ain't about me. The ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl. I didn't blink twice," unquote. And breaking news on the Emmanuel Clase front, he arrived at JFK Airport this morning from the Dominican Republic and was arrested by FBI agents. That's per the Eastern District of New York DOJ spokesperson. He will be arraigned at 2 p.m. today, and we should learn soon if he will use cockfighting as his official defense. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card, available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. We've got so much feedback on pasta. We're going to have station pasta expert Mike Valenti come in for crosstalk.
Oh,
today.
good.
Yeah. Get to the bottom of some of this. Because he claims something we talked about isn't even a real thing.
Well, I'm in the process of looking it up, but I think he might be wrong.
Okay, well, this will be something we can debate with Mr. Valenti. All right, so yesterday we talked about that trade proposal that the Bleacher Report put out there. And I'm doing this off the top of my head. The Pistons would get Lauri Markkanen from the Utah Jazz in exchange for Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, a first in 2028 and a first in 2030.
Correct.
You and I were kind of intrigued by this.
Yeah.
I would say the bulk of the feedback was hell no.
I know.
And another day, and we've got another proposal with our Pistons.
Yes.
I'll say that. Sorry, do you have any comments before we get to this proposal?
No, I would do it only because I think this year in particular, they're close to, they could win the East, possibly with Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah. And one of the responses we got yesterday, I realized that something happened last year that broke the audience, and that is the trade for Luka that the Lakers made. They're like, the Pistons are going to give up more to get Lauri Markkanen than the Lakers gave to get Luka. And I'm like, that trade doesn't count. That was so
correct,
off the charts, scale warping that we can't use that as a benchmark.
Right.
It's kind of like what Indiana football's done to a lot of college coaches in college football. Like Indiana is so off the charts that it's warped expectations elsewhere. But we got another day and we got another trade proposal.
Yeah, the Ringer is delving into the availability of one Anthony Davis because Dallas seems to be going nowhere. He's not healthy yet, or they won't clear him for health yet. Supposedly he's healthier than the Mavericks want to make 100% sure because eventually they're going to trade him. And they have 5 trade proposals to different teams, Sacramento, Chicago, Toronto, Charlotte, and last but not least, the Pistons. So I will give you their proposal. What do you think? The Detroit Pistons would receive Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson. Now, hasn't done squat this year, if my memory is correct. The Mavericks would receive Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, Ron Holland, and Isaiah Stewart. No draft picks. The author of this proposal, Matt Dullinger, says the following. Can the Browl succeed the Fro in Detroit? That's only like 20-some years later. There's a lot to like about a potential pairing between AD and Detroit. Most importantly, he'd be an ideal on-court fit next to Cade, Ausar Thompson, and Jalen Duren. He could also play the 4, his preferred position, and he wouldn't be asked to carry the Pistons so much as fortify them, providing the team with an elite defender who also diversifies its half-court offense. Detroit also has the goods to get the deal done with young players, expiring contracts, and draft picks if you wanted to throw him at his disposal. But, as Mr. Dullinger points out, there are plenty of reasons to be skeptical here, too. Davis, as we all know, is an oft-injured 32-year-old. He isn't worth going all in for. Sorry, Nico. But can the Pistons pry him away for a more modest price? Would they even need to give up a draft pick? Would they be willing to trade some of their depth for a top-shelf talent? Or is the mojo so good, 10-2 and in first place in the East, or 9-2, whatever they are, that it would feel reckless to mess with anything? These are the debates, but it's hard not to get carried away of dreaming of a Cade, AD, Ausar, Duren core. That kind of splash would put the rest of the conference on notice.
So the skeptic in me looks at this and says, I'm not that interested in seeing Anthony Davis's wardrobe choice as he's in street clothes at the end of our bench.
Correct.
But, the truth is, sometimes you have to take chances to put you over the top.
Mm-hmm.
And let me be clear. I like the Markkanen trade by a quite sizable margin.
Different. What's weird? The Markkanen trade, I think, is better offensively. This, and with all due respect, Isaiah Stewart, but he gets hurt a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis as a rim protector is better than beef stew, isn't he?
Well, yeah. I mean, I would think a healthy Anthony Davis would be great to have.
Yeah, but that's a huge if.
Yeah, and the problem is that the Pistons have such a young core, sinking any kind of investment and giving up some of the young core for a player that hasn't played. This is amazing. He's played more than 70 games once in the last 9 seasons. I can't see taking this chance. I can see taking this, and this is going to be the dumb thing that I said yesterday.
Right.
You're hoping to buy him for pennies on the dollar, not for market value. This feels like a market value trade. I couldn't do it. I would just simply say no if that was the asking price.
What if it was the same as the marketing trade, which did not have Isaiah Stewart in there, had 2 number 1s?
I would again, if I have the same offer,
yeah,
I'd take the marketing trade over this.
Okay.
Yep.
But would you take this if?
No, I wouldn't. It's not a risk I'm ready to take with this young core to go all in. This feels like a little bit more of a Hail Mary than I don't think the Pistons are in a Hail Mary type place.
I get it.
Kang, what do you think of this?
What am I, Nico Harrison? I want no parts of Anthony Davis. And it's always the if he's healthy.
Right, I know.
He's not healthy. He looks overweight, by the way, this year, too. He's only getting older. And that was one of the main reasons why the trade was utterly horrible that the Mavs did for Anthony Davis. Yes, when healthy, absolutely. He's a better player, with bar none above anyone like the Pistons have other than Cade Cunningham. But you just can't count on that. I'm not willing to give up all that stuff for a broken down player that's probably not going to get any healthier moving forward.
You?
I wouldn't do it. We like the marketing trade.
Yeah, I like the marketing trade much better.
Yeah.
Now, these are all just proposed by writers out there. There's nothing. Don't go running to your friends screaming, "Oh my God, they might trade for Anthony Davis."
No, and Klay Thompson gives you nothing now.
Yeah, he's coming off the bench now for the Mavs.
Right.
And poor Klay Thompson, not that I'm crying for him, but he went to the Mavs to play with Luka. And then they go trade him to the team that he was going to sign with was the Lakers.
Yeah.
But with all these trade proposals, guys, I think that what it tells you is that the Pistons are on the radar.
Dude.
They're on the radar. Like, everyone now is looking, national writers are looking at what can they do to get them over the hump. Like, they're close. I mean, do they challenge, with the Knicks and the Cavs? And, can they get out of the East if they make another move? I don't know if they're going to make a move or not, but it tells me that they are being talked around the league now.
Well, let me ask you a question about this fact that the Pistons, people are writing about the Pistons and possible trades. This hasn't been said, and if a player doesn't have a no trade clause, it doesn't matter. Have we moved past the he's not going to want to play here stage of the Pistons?
Yes, that's
over.
Yes, I think so.
And that's because of Cade.
Yes.
People want to play with Cade.
Yeah.
They probably starting to look at the rest of the roster and go, I wouldn't mind playing with Asar. I wouldn't mind playing with Duren.
No.
Like, this is that. Can we bury that? Like, they could be a player in free agency now if they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
They could get a player with a no trade clause to agree to come to Detroit. Like, this feels like we've moved out of that era, which is a step.
It's amazing what a winning culture can do.
Yeah.
And they're up and coming. It's brand new, but that's a good thing.
I will want to mention this thing about last night too. Dennis Jenkins is fun to watch play basketball. He feels to me like he's joysticking around the court, like looking at everybody. I'm just quicker than all of you, and I can get to wherever I want.
Yeah.
He's just so small, but he's bouncing around, and I just love watching him play.
I thought we got statistically he was under 50%, but we got a little snapshot of Bobby Klitman last night too.
Yeah. And we've seen Lanier. Yeah. That's been a fun part of this, is seeing a first-round pick get some opportunities. So, I'm wondering if Dennis Jenkins...
Second-round pick, but their only pick.
I'm sorry, yes, their only pick from last year. I'm wondering if Jenkins, is he going to push Sasser now?
Maybe.
Is he getting this opportunity to maybe push Sasser? Undrafted free agent? I'm liking this kid. He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's a great player.
No. You can't just go by 2 games, basically. I mean, he played pretty good in training camp. The other guy who had a really good training camp, who I thought was going to be more of a backup player, and he hasn't played at all until last night, really, was Tulu Smith.
Yeah.
Big guy gets in there. But to me, the story of the game was Paul Reed. B-ball Paul.
Yeah, it was
unbelievable.
11 of 13 from the field, 2 for 2 from 3-point range. Unbelievable. Like, looking like a prime Kevin Garnett. I never saw. I never even knew he had this in his repertoire.
Me
like,
neither.
honestly,
it was a fun Fun win.
What kind of crowd was there last night? Was it?
It wasn't elite.
No.
I mean, the people who were there were loud.
Yeah.
It was just, there was a lot of.
Yeah, I was there last week against Utah. Same thing. It was about, I think they said 18, but it was like 12,000.
On Wednesday, 7 o'clock start,
I know. Where do you stand on the 7 o'clock starts?
I like it personally.
Yeah, selfishly, especially if you go to Ann Arbor, you get home a little earlier. But I imagine if you, let's say you work downtown, so it's great.
Dude.
But what if you work downtown, but you're going to the game with your kids, and you got to drive back home and then bring your kids with you, that type of thing. 7 o'clock is
it
tough.
can be tough,
And
yeah.
that's why a lot of times a place looks, even when they get great crowds, looks so empty with the start of the games.
We'll catch up with Valeni and get his 2 cents on the pasta conversation. We got a bunch of text on that. We'll talk some NFL next, 97.1. FanDuel, it's a Thursday, and it's your chance to hit the jackpot with the Thursday touchdown jackpot that you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scored the first or last TD of the game, you will win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Right now is the perfect time to improve your home with CGC Home Services. Save on select Connecticut water systems and enjoy the added benefit of advanced air purification for a healthier home. It's what's in our home. It's what our family benefits from. From plumbing to cleaner air and water, they deliver solutions you can count on. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. Your home, their priority. Call CGC Home Services, 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. So how is the Eddie Murphy documentary?
I thought it was really good. I mean, it was produced, I believe, I didn't check, but it seemed like it was produced by him.
It's on Netflix.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was very good. And they didn't show a lot of, into like full bits and things like that, but The amazing thing about Eddie Murphy is you didn't realize was even after the whole Saturday Night Live and 48 Hours and Trading Places and Beverly Hills Cop, the whole Shrek and even when he did like the Nutty Professor and Norbert Coming to America and all the things that he did, like Coming to America, where he was every character in that one barbershop scene, and he was so talented. It was just incredible, just everything he's done. And he's still, maybe I'll do stand up. And he talked about, they showed him when he went back to Saturday Night Live for the first time in a long time for co-hosting and how cool that was.
It's interesting, Sony, because I saw just a preview. The documentary on Netflix is called Being Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
And they show pictures of him in his house. And I'm like, he's been in this house before. That's Victor Maitland's pad from from Beverly Hills Cop. It looks like, I'm like, that looks like Victor Maitland's house.
Yeah, it is a unbelievable house.
Oh, of course. Yeah. You asked the question, who is the one comedian that you would like to see, living or dead? And I just think Frank Caliendo is hysterical. And, of course, he does a lot of sports. I don't know if he would work for everybody, but his sports impressions.
Yeah, I've seen him quite a few times. I had him on our show. I emceed an event that he was at. He came in, so he's a really good guy too.
Is he?
Really good guy.
Yeah,
and he's extremely talented. But mine would still be if he is Eddie Murphy. And I've seen Robin Williams was unbelievable.
Stream of consciousness comedy.
Oh, it's crazy. Comedy, like music, it's all subjective. Like, I personally cannot understand how somebody could not find, like, Woody Allen movies funny, but they like Gallagher. I mean, to me, it's like Gallagher, to me, is the stupidest comedian ever, but people love him, and that's fine. I mean, I don't even think he's alive anymore.
I don't think you really have to have that debate anymore.
No, we've said live. I said live or dead. There are a lot of great young comedians. Like, I love Anthony Jeselnik.
So that's my guy. He is not PC for those that don't know.
The worst taste of all time.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
I go back to Funny is Funny when it comes to comedians.
Oh, me too.
And I've seen him live, and my face hurt after. Like,
is that right?
Yeah, But you got to like that kind of stuff, man.
Yes,
I mean,
it is. You've heard of dark humor.
Yeah. There's nothing off limits. I'll say that with him for the most part. But yeah, I took my wife. Surprisingly, it was a risky situation, not a first date situation. She's already committed, Doug.
Yeah.
So, so she went and she actually enjoyed him a lot too. Yeah. So that was good. I love him. Stone, I didn't know you liked him too, man.
He's in my reels, and like every once in a while, you just keep going and going and going, and his stuff is so ridiculously bad taste that it's hysterical.
All right, Mike Valeni has joined us.
I've been summoned.
Yes, you say it's not a thing.
What?
One of the pastas.
Mastacholi?
Yeah.
No, that's some kind of weird Michigander creation. It's not real.
It's not a real thing.
Stoney knows what I'm talking about.
I do, but I'm looking this stuff up here, and it looks like Mastacholi, authentic Italian Mastacholi recipe. And they talk about how to make it and what's in it, and it's real.
It's not real, Mike.
But it has nothing to do with Detroit. Nothing to do with Detroit.
Mike, Olive Garden tells you it's authentic. Half those things on that menu don't exist. They're not real. They're just creations from some Irish guy. It's not real.
So I was a Capovati fan.
Cavatappi.
There it is.
I got you.
I just got it because
I was laughing earlier.
Because we get HelloFresh, and I don't. I never had it before, and
dude, when you started trying to tell people to go eat like grub pasta or kale pasta, what was the one you were?
Well, there was the edamame and chickpea pasta.
I'm like, Doug, just please, Doug, I'm begging you.
It has some protein.
That's fine, but my God. And then, first of all,
it's offensive to you on many fronts.
No, it's just that you had to stop when you're like, zoodles, you can't tell the difference. Horse's ass.
I never said you can't tell the difference.
It's ridiculous.
Mastacholi, it says, can refer to a type of smooth tube-shaped pasta or a chocolate-covered biscuit.
Yeah, which
depending
means
on the context.
It's not real. It's fake. It's something you buy at like Gordon Food Services to do a graduation party because you can't cook.
Often used in baked dishes with hearty sauces in the traditional Southern Italian sense.
Okay.
You're just not buying.
No, because Stoney, go to Philly, order some Osceola. Where are you going?
You're going.
They'll send you to New Jersey.
Yes.
And then New Jersey's going to send you to Pennsylvania. Or send you out to Ohio. It doesn't
You
exist.
keep working Midwest.
Yes.
What is your favorite pasta?
Honestly, it's all like the sauce dictates what you use. So
Mm-hmm.
like linguine, or honestly that, or like I like ziti. It's simple. I don't get into the exotics. Is all just for show.
Where are you on shells? I hate shells.
I don't like baked shells.
Me neither.
It don't work for me. No. It's 8 pounds of the stuffing, and there's not. That's not it.
So which one goes better with the ragu?
Right here. This pasta shape right here.
Ragu.
I told Doug, I said, "What, you want me to walk in here with a pepperoni and a chef's hat on? What are we?"
No, I'm loving this. We're tapping into a part of Mike that is.
Okay, so give the listeners.
What?
And I'm curious because I love Italian food's my favorite.
Yes.
What's the best Italian restaurant here, in your opinion?
I'm not saying that on the air.
Why?
I'm not giving some freebie out.
Oh.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Really?
Yeah, My Kitchen.
He
There's your answer.
already said it.
Okay.
My Kitchen.
You already said Olive Garden.
Yeah, definitely not. Authentico. I mean, honestly.
Well, what do you guys have planned coming
We
up
have
next?
a lot. The Scooble thing is going to continue to be a thing. We've got Dan Campbell.
I'm not happy.
What's
with
wrong?
Boris? I'm not happy at all.
Well, can I ask a question, though?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you blame Scott Boras.
For what he said, yes.
Okay, but at any point, Scooble could end this.
Yes.
That's the problem I have. I'm with you in that who Boris is. But Tarek, your words are hollow. You say you won't be here.
Right. He's hired Boris to be the bad guy.
Right, that's my point. And in the end, the player runs the agent. The
Right.
agent doesn't run the player.
The agent works for the player.
I just don't care for the Dr. Seuss
I agree.
limerick stuff. I had no time for that.
Let me use a phrase Rico and I always like to use. Both things are true.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm not comfortable if we're going to let Scooble skate. If he wants to be here, he could be here, even creatively, Doug. The problem is this. Scooble should give it more consideration because I don't think we're going to have baseball in 27.
Right.
So you get to the end of this year and you don't have a deal done, and then there's a work stoppage? Congrats, you're playing video games at home.
Yeah.
So you don't like when he says something like Stoney says signing Scooble, the superstar southpaw strikeout specialist, systematically speeds the surge to the series supremacy. He was Mr. Alliteration. Did you hear the Alonzo one too?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did.
That's Stoney.
No, I did.
That's Stoney's version.
That's my version.
I just came in here to hear about the whole moisturizing thing. That's why. I guess that's.
I learned a lot when I was in.
And we have a new drop.
525. Was it 515? 515.
Apparently, I'm
Thank
at.
you for the drop, man.
I don't even know what
doing
you're
the
referencing.
Lord's work.
Have a great show,
You
boys.
got it.
Stay safe, everyone.
Enjoy
and treat
your
each other.
bean
with
sprout
respect.
pasta.
I will. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions offensive coordinator John Morton spoke for the first time today since Dan Campbell took over play calling as well. Kirby Joseph still remained out of practice. What does that mean? Along with Terrion Arnold and Sam Laporta, Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson return after missing yesterday. Detroit rapper Eminem and his manager Paul Rosenberg have inked a multi-year deal with the Lions to pick talent and handle production for the Thanksgiving halftime show. The Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Ducks, looking to shake off a 3-game losing streak. Face off at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. ESPN gambling writer David Payne Pardum is reporting that Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase arrived at JFK Airport from the Dominican Republic this morning. He was arrested by the FBI. He's set to be arraigned at 2 p.m. right about now. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'd like to thank Doug Harsh for a great new drop. And I have a question before we start a jam-packed show today. And this probably isn't the place to ask it, but I'm going to do it anyways. Yes, 100%. I heard a promo, and we never circled back on your podcast. Harold.
Oh, I don't think he's going to be able to do the podcast with me.
Unbelievable.
It's not official yet.
Rico Beard's scathing commentary on the Big Ten has ended Harold Shelton.
Not official yet, but still working on it. But yeah, as of now, it's
joke.
just me solo.
What a joke.
A little bit.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
It's a podcast. And in a podcast, you're supposed to be able to sit there and talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah, well, not if you're bought and paid for Kremlin like Dave Revson. Shout out, Harold. I'm sorry that happened to you. Your overlords won't allow you to stay on the pod. That's terrible.
Right, and it was just like, yeah, Harold never said anything over the top, but I guess I said a few things that were over the top that the Big Ten didn't really care for.
Ready? Wah.
Exactly.
Wah.
All you did was just give me more fuel.
No, we're going to have to change that.
By the way, because I said, James Franklin's probably going to get fired, and then 2 weeks later,
he got fired. Someone alert Rick Pizzo. We're going to have to redo those promos, by the way, David. I heard it just before Otto got on the air, and I'm like, I got to circle back with Rico on this because I remember there was a kerfuffle a few weeks ago.
Yeah. So
R.I.P. Harold Shelton. It was a good run.
He's still alive. He listens to the show. He's P1.
Yeah, he's not dead, all right? He's not dead.
He listens to the show all the time.
We stand with Harold.
Free Harold. Oh.
Free Harold.
Let's get some Free Harold t-shirts. Walk around Chicago.
Boy, if you ever wanted to look behind the curtain of what major media is today, people, you're getting a look at it. Can't go on a podcast and have the guy who does the podcast with you state the obvious that James Franklin's going to get fired without your bought and paid for propagandist overlords removing you from a pod. What a joke. Hey, here's what I would just tell you. Really be careful what you're reading and whether you trust it. Good heavens. So who's your new co-host?
No. Once again, not Harold. Harold brought the fire. Harold brought information. He was the senior research manager. I had no problems, no qualms with Harold. He was very upset himself that he got taken off. So
I stand with Harold. So who's your new co-host?
It's just me right now.
No. We should do a casting call. This would be epic. Want to see if John wants to do it?
Yeah, get caller DJ.
wait a minute. There's potential here.
Well, caller DJ is more so for
NFL. Yeah, I think you're right.
No, I was about to say for the one that Stoney does with Evan. Talking Pistons.
Restore the flow.
Oh, yes.
He would be better for that.
Who? This could be almost like, what's The Bachelor for the old people?
The Golden Bachelor or Bachelorette?
This could be like that for Rico's pod. The Golden Pod. Wow. And we have
so Willy Wonka. You got to get the golden
ticket.
ticket.
Your co-host and talking all things Big Ten, but they all have to be old.
I was gonna say, we know what? Maybe we'll get caller Rob, but he's Notre Dame.
Oh, to hell with that. Listen, I think we need to have a conversation about this. With Harold out, we need to really start shopping. I'm excited for you. Rest in peace, Harold. It was a good run, man.
I just figured I'd just, sit there and accidentally jump into the Sunday football show.
Sure. Hey, guess what? We don't work for BTM. We say whatever the hell we want.
No, the funny thing is I almost did that on Sunday.
Oh, no. Whoa. It's me.
Right. I was like, I clicked. I was like, oh, boy, did I? Okay, I didn't do it.
You would have seen Evan's head explode. All right. We can get to business. We need to have a conversation because this is brewing, and I do want to shout out Rieger on something. No smarm, no slander, no sarcasm. I thought Rieger did an excellent monologue to start his show yesterday. Not because it's anything I agreed with. In fact, I listened, starting that segment, disagreeing with him. But his presentation, while it doesn't get me totally to his side, it was communicated in a way, it was effective, it was passionate, it was really good. I think Rieger did a really nice job. But this Scooble thing, it's a thing. And I wanted to bring this up today because after Boris spoke yesterday, we came on the air. And look, I think most people agree with us as we found what Scott Boras was saying off-putting. The cat in the hat routine and making funnies and Scooby-Dooby-Doo and all. Okay,
Sigh. Yeah.
But Scooble then spoke. And the thing that I'm hearing on the station, and I don't understand this piece of it, why is it inappropriate to blame Scooble for the way his agent is behaving? You don't work for your agent. Your agent works for you. Now, if you're a 21-year-old with a meteorology degree and you're in Cedar Rapids, Iowa on Weird Al Yankovic's, UHF 40 doing weather, you probably work for your agent at that point. But if you've made it in the world like, I don't know, a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner has, no, you don't work for your agent. Your agent does what you say, when you say, how you say it. So I have a little bit of an issue. We're going to play the Scooble audio. I have a little bit of an issue if you're just going to blame Boris. Because if you're blaming Boris, you're blaming Scooble. And I think it's okay to say the following. Don't tell me you want to be here. Your actions will speak louder than your words.
Fair. Very fair.
And I'm not telling Scooble to take crazy less. But there comes a point in your life you make decisions. And yes, you have to consider the MLBPA, Rico. You do. The point is, if he loves it here and he means what he says, there'd be a way forward. I don't buy it. I want to play this audio.
Okay.
And also, too, David, we don't have the audio. We just have the quotes. Okay, no
Just
problem.
the quotes from the story.
I
because I
apologize,
don't think
David.
anybody has the actual audio. But no,
Why would we? It's 2025.
It's no, but you're right.
Let me send a raven.
I think that Boris is playing the role of bad guy. He's playing the role of villain. He's basically Scooble. I need you to take the bullets. You take all the bullets. It's kind of like, Goodell with the NFL owners. We're going to pay you all of this money. You're going to be the bad guy. People will boo you wherever you go, and they'll love our sport. They'll love me. They'll love our sport, but they're going to boo you, Roger Goodell. I think that's where Boris is right now with Scooble.
If you didn't like him leaving the game on 99 pitches, you're going to hate this. Let me read you part one of this, okay? Contract extension stuff is a little bit different, but trade stuff's out of my control. I've given everything I have to this organization. I want to be a Tiger for a very long time. I love Detroit. Hopefully I'm here. That's where I'm at with all of that. Okay. But this quote, people are going to have a problem with this. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Skubal on facing Polanco had he come back. The way the at-bats had gone with Polanco even earlier in the game, he hit a foul ball homer. I just don't think that matchup was going to be in the cards that night. Close quote. Okay. That's not Will's grandmother's old boyfriend, Mickey Mantle. Fun fact, Percy's grandma
You know what?
dated Mickey Mantle.
It only took you 11 minutes to somehow
Well, I don't know if
squeeze
they
this into
dated.
the
They may
show.
have hooked up.
I know.
The point I'm saying is that's not Mickey Mantle.
No.
That's Jorge Polanco.
No. See, I think missing, Mike, another layer to this onion. You said this right after winning back-to-back Cy Young awards.
Thank you.
You said this. You know, I would have been, give me back. Give me back the award. Just, nope, give it here. No, not you. You're telling me you were so afraid of facing Polanco again. Okay, really? Is it because he hit 2 home runs off of you in game 2?
That's a bad comment. And I right, wrong, or otherwise.
You ain't allowed to say everything that you think.
People are going to have a real problem with that one. But I want to ask the question. As you sit here today on November 13th, and you've now heard from Boris, you've heard from Skubal. You have not heard from the Tigers. All right? The GM, underneath Scott Harris, Greenberg has said, we're not talking about anything. Okay. Are you more angry with Skubal / Boris, or are you angry at your organization? I don't think there has to be right and wrong when we're discussing emotions. I will always blame the player if the player wants to be somewhere, but the agent is guiding this to clearly be somewhere else. Let's be clear. Scott Boras wants this guy in a big market. Well, Scott Boras isn't a puppeteer. Tarek's a grown-ass man. If he wants to be here, then you tell your agent, here's what we're going to do. Get me one of them Bregman deals. I'll take a higher AAV at a shorter term with opt-outs. Now, if the Tigers reject that, the pendulum swings back to, I'm mad at the organization.
Yep.
But in the here and now, I think it's totally okay to be frustrated with Skubal and Boris. And go, if you want to be here, don't talk it, walk it. And stop with the Scooby-Doo crap. Show me.
Yeah.
Now, if it comes out the Tigers are really legitimately the only offer they've made was that $80 million offer, well, the pendulum's going to go back the other way.
Correct. You're not being serious.
Where are you at today?
For me, I'm to the point where I don't think Skubal wants to be here. I'm to the point where it's okay. And after hearing what he said about not wanting to face Polanco, like, seriously, man, you're not helping your image. Like,
that was tough.
People are already like, well, you didn't want to go out in the 7th, and you had, well, no. They knew what they were doing, and then you hear this, and it's just like, dude, I'm trying to defend you here, and you're not helping. It matters. Mike, you're right. If he wants to be here, you don't sit here and say, well, it's not above my pay grade, and I would love to. Guys, I'm trying to do everything I can to be a Tiger. That's all you have to say. Now, at that point, you give yourself some leeway. I'm trying to do everything I can to be a Tiger. It's a two-way street, but I'm trying to do what I can.
It's a great way to put it. We'll get Kenny and David involved, and I want to hear from you guys on it. The Skubal quotes, it follows the Boris thing, and I thought Rieger had a very interesting open last night, and I think it feeds into this conversation. We'll get to your calls, 248-539-9797. All right, David Femininio, the guy you call if you're in an accident, period. What if you didn't have to make that call in the first place? You just didn't get in the accident. David's Driving Edge is about keeping you safe. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. You'll find real tips and reminders for the road. Because accidents happen, when you do or if you do get in an accident, you know who to call. It's David Femininio. GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, David, Kenny, get involved. Everybody welcome in on a beautiful fall day. We're going to get some Red Wings later. We got some Dan Campbell on the tush push. But we want to talk about Tarik Skubal. The quotes from Boris yesterday, the quotes from Skubal today. And it's just a question of, I mean, I'm not going to ask a question of do you want him? It's a question of, like, are you starting to get pissed? Look, the reality is, if the two sides are serious about getting something done, you'd get something done. Then it just becomes a battle of sincerity and the level of which you are serious about this. I just have enough. I can't stand it when I hear players at the end of it finally say they want to be here, but yet you got your agent acting like a jackass in public. Mm-hmm. The reality is, if Tarik Skubal said, look, I want to be here and I will take less term to do so, Scott Boras has two choices. Do what the player says you want him to do, right, or you get fired.
Right.
And yeah, the MLBPA is going to have a problem, but no one's asking Skubal to take pennies on the dollar.
But see, I don't even think he has to go that far. All you have to do is just, even while you're in negotiation, I'm doing everything I can to be a Tiger. Yes, they do.
My God.
But that's it. I'm doing everything I can to be a Tiger. And, you know, it's a two-way street, but I'm doing my part. At that point, nobody's going to get angry with you, because if it falls apart, right, you've left yourself enough leeway to say, hey, guys, guess what? Wasn't me.
But this is where I think the Tigers have done a bad job. And you got to be sneaky about stuff like this. But we've had Boras now use his puppeteers in the media multiple times to leak things that make the Tigers look bad. If, and I say if, the Tigers have made a new and improved quality offer, it wouldn't kill you to leak that out there, because you're fighting a PR battle as much as anything. Because the one thing Boras is right about is a lot of people will not get beyond skin deep on this. Skubal gone, Tigers bad. And it's like, well, wait a second. What if he didn't want to be here? Or what if the cost of him being here was so egregious that it would be a fiscally delusional decision to do so? Something like 10 at 400. Well, guess what? Show me you offered 5 at 250. 4 at 200.
I was about to say, I'll do 4 at 200.
Just show me you did something. But again, that's not the game they're playing. Do I question how bad they want him back? Sure I do. But this stuff from Skubal, before I get David and Kenny in, I think the Polanco thing is going to hurt him. I do. If people were mad about the 99 pitches, they're not going to be happy about him seemingly being afraid to face Polanco again. And then as far as the quotes, contract extension stuff is a bit different, but trade stuff's out of my control. I've given everything I have to this organization. I want to be a Tiger for a very long time. I love Detroit. Hopefully I'm here. That's where I'm at with all of that. Well, what Boras said yesterday did not speak to someone who really wanted to get this thing done, other than I think he wants something insane. Mm-hmm. David, Kenny, feel free.
Yeah, so I look at this, and I'm more, I guess, in the camp of being upset with Skubal, if anybody, because there's really two parts of that. Is Scott Boras acts at the behest of Skubal. Whatever he's doing, it's because Skubal is mandating him to do that. That he works for Skubal. Don't get it twisted. This is not a Boras thing. This is a Skubal thing. And by the way, why would Skubal hire an agent that does something like this? Is because that's what the goal is. The goal is to make Skubal not only the most money, but it seems like Skubal hired an agent that just loves to bring people to big markets.
Correct.
So why would he hire this specific agent, if anything, to accomplish that goal?
To get annoyed with him.
Yes.
Not for the 99 pitches. I wasn't in that conversation. And if a pitcher tells you, dude, I'm baked, I'm done. The guy looked like a glazed donut walking off the mound. I'm not, hey, do I want him to go back out there? Yes. You know what no one's afforded? Oh, he's a tough guy. He went back out there and gave up a bomb. See, that's what no one allows for when being a hero goes wrong. Mm-hmm. The point I'm making in all of it is, I'm with Kenny. You hired a guy that, since the old man has died, I don't think Detroit has been a real relevant place for the biggest of his clients. Okay, New York, L.A., Seattle, whatever. Fine. Then just be gone. Get gone. Because what I don't want to do, and I know you're going to sell a different play, and Rieger did a great job selling your point and vice versa. You keep him, you build around him. He's worth more to you now than whatever you'd get on the open market. The problem in that, and I wasn't going to call Rieger's show, the problem in that is you're not accounting for the 800,000 questions and articles he and his teammates will be asked all year long about his future. And that is not something you want to deal with.
Unless you just flat out, the Tigers come out or he comes out at the beginning of the season. Guys, he's not going anywhere. We're not trading him. Skubal comes out. I'm a Tiger. I'm going to pitch this season. We'll figure it out later.
And that
asking me questions is just going to piss me off.
The best point Rieger made was this. If there's no baseball in 2027 and Boris is trying to get his client traded now because he knows the Tigers aren't going to pay $400 million, what leverage does he really have? Because here's what we're going to do. We're going to pitch your guy. And then when the season ends and there's a nuclear winter, he'll be door dashing. There's no baseball. You're not signing a $400 million deal.
Well, his leverage goes, it pretty much goes away after the winter meetings. Because if he's not moved, he ain't going anywhere. And you're right. At that point, I don't think anybody's going to be willing to invest long term because you don't know what the future is going to be in baseball.
Hey, real quick, if you'd rather hear Doug talk about pasta, 248-539-9797, what are we doing here? We have quotes from your back-to-back Cy Young award-winning pitcher who says he didn't really want to face Polanco because at-bats and things. And the agent talked yesterday. So this is what I mean when I did that topic the other day. The NFL has really emptied your bag. You don't give a damn. And when Cookies gets mad at me for saying this is not a great baseball town, well, hey, Cookies, F you. This is exactly what I mean. This is above the fold, 1A, headline of the day stuff here in Detroit. What do you think I'm going to do? Talk about that sloppy coney that was served last night with Pistons and Bulls? No.
You mean the G League, the Motor City Cruise?
Whatever. But, I mean, my goodness. This is exactly what I mean. But I'll guarantee you, if we wasted the listeners' time and did a Lions injury report, these lines would be full.
No, Mike, I think
Crazy.
both are, I think both are true. I think more people are invested in the Lions right now because you think the Lions can actually win the Super Bowl. And for the Tigers, it's the off season. So you're paying attention, but you're not really paying attention. But when these comments came out, I was just like, oh, my goodness. Now, I'm shocked. I thought phone lines would be lit up because I got upset. And I wasn't upset about the whole, well, does he want to be here? Oh, shucks, that's my agent, blah, blah, blah. But when I heard, like, wait, you didn't want to go back out to face Polanco?
I'll read it.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
The way the at-bats had gone with Polanco, even earlier in the game, he hit a foul ball homer, Skubal said. I just don't think that matchup was going to be in the cards that night. Okay, I got to be honest.
You just won the Cy Young.
Yeah, that's brutal. Back-to-back Cy Youngs, that's brutal.
And this is what you say right after receiving that second Cy Young.
Plus, the best part is he could say whatever he wants right now. There's no way to disprove it. He could have said, I really want to go back out there. You know what? I trust me. Do crazy. You would have thought Mickey Mantle was coming to the plate.
I'm like, are you serious right now? This is what you, okay. Wow. I'm like, that won't help your image. And I think, Mike, for a lot of people, the whole coming out of the game after 99 pitches, coming out the game at 99 pitches ticked off a lot of Detroiters.
You can tell.
That, I think, just pushed them over the edge.
It pushed them over the edge. They're really upset because if your pitcher says this in St. Louis, New York, Boston,
Philly,
oh my Lord. Like, you cannot.
Only
have
thing
your
weaker
ace
than
say
this was
that.
MSU administration. And I don't care. I'll talk to you guys about it. I'm passionate about it. I'm interested in it. And we're not talking about Cavatelli or Cavatappi. They're distinctly different pastas. Let's move it forward. 248-539-9797.
Never heard of either one of those.
That's okay. And Doug never realized factually that...
Oh, no, Doug knew. We schooled him. Oh, no, we schooled him. So are they like ravioli? Like, what are those?
I still can't believe Will's grandmother got with Mickey Mantle. 248-539-9797.
Okay, you know what? No.
All right, let's get to it. Thank you for the PSA, Doug. We appreciate that. We are asking the question. Skubal has comments. We've had Boris have comments. Is there a general resignation he's gone? But to me, I think it's okay. I don't want to hear any more lip service. Scott Boras works for Tarik Skubal. You get to make the decision. If you truly mean what you said and you want to be here, then why don't we return to planet Earth? $400 million ain't happening. Now, if you want the money, you want the money. But don't hit me with this whole, but I love you. I don't want to hear it. I just get annoyed at a certain point because your words ring hollow. Now, the other angle here, look, this Polanco thing, Rico's right, and I'm not going to try to fight it. Just because I don't think it's totally fair doesn't mean it's not real. No, it's real. The 99 pitches affected people. And this comment about seemingly being nervous about or having trepidation, I'll be polite, about facing Polanco again, that's big yikes. So let's go to the people and see where everybody's at. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Matt. What's up?
So here's my thing with the Polanco piece. There was a lot of comparison being made between Skubal and Verlander, maybe even Skubal and Scherzer. Can you guys imagine Verlander or Scherzer saying that about any player in the majors ever?
No, ever.
Like that's ridiculous, especially in a city like Detroit where we've always had guys in all sports who said, "Put the team on my shoulders, put the game on my shoulders. I will take you to a win, or we go down trying."
You know what, Matt?
It's just
no, Matt. It's fun.
He's not coming off like that.
It's funny that you say that because we like to say, like in college football, every coach is now going to be compared to Kirk Cignetti. In Detroit, everybody's going to be compared to Dan Campbell. You saw what Dan Campbell did. My office isn't working. Give me my glasses. I'm calling the plays, and we're going to work this thing through. There was no excuses. Like it or not, everybody loves that grit, that toughness. Every team's identifying with that. And when you see something that's anti-Dan Campbell, Detroiters don't want that.
Yeah. I'm all in the camp of get whatever we can for him at the highest price point, whenever that is, and I mean, move on. Like, yeah, he's a two-time Cy Young winner, but he's not won a pennant yet. There's a whole bunch of other pitchers out there who could have been number 2 in the Cy Young race, number 3 in the Cy Young race.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, the time frame is December 7th through the 10th. That's the winter meetings. That's when you trade him if you're going to trade him. And I'm not mad if people say they want to hang on to him. I'm just telling you, it feels like the relationship is getting a little squirrely here from the fans. I can't speak to the team. The team operates in silence. We go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how you doing, pal?
I'm all right. How you guys doing today?
Good, man. It's good to hear from you. What's going on?
Sorry. So I've long time been. I've called before, talked to you guys. Like, man, I'm so tired of hearing this. It's not up to me. Blah blah blah. Man, you are a grown, you know what, man. Your agent works for you, and I didn't even need to hear the Polanco thing, but that even makes it more like it's kind of. I think that actually, like the Tigers, we haven't heard from them. Like you said, we don't know what's the latest contract offer or whatever they extended to him. But I think they're looking back at this in the media, just like us, like a normal person looking through quotes and all this. Like, yeah, let's keep saying these wrong things because they know. I think that they're not going to give them that money. They know that they're not going to extend them that far. Now, I will say that trading a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, the optics probably wouldn't be great. Like, how do you trade that from within your organization? But I think they know and understand that, okay, well, we can't afford this guy at the price point that they want. So let's get something for him. And I'm just saying, I can't take any more of the whole it's not up to me thing.
Correct.
I can't take it anymore with that.
Nope.
It is up to you.
100% it is. Ivory, the only thing I've said, and I agree with you, the only thing I have said is if you want me to let the organization off the hook, there are very easy and effective ways to get your messaging out through propagandist media. I am yet to see a legitimate offer publicly through the reports from the Detroit Tigers.
And the thing is, one more thing, like like you said earlier, I'm riding home from work and I'm like, oh, I agree, because like if you're Skubal, right, if you're a pitcher, you got an agent, right, and you want to stay within the team you're staying, and you see your agent or hear your agent saying all these things and all these crazy, because I read the quote from Boris yesterday on Twitter, and I'm like, what? It just sounded crazy.
It was insane.
And I'm like, if you're a pitcher, aren't you going to go to your agent and say, look here, please stop, let's do it. Just if you want to stay, why are you allowing your agent or whatever leakage of whatever information to come? This is your show.
No, that's Ivory. That's the point. And all I'm trying to say, and I think you're with me on it, is the only way that I am going to be able to defend the organization in this is if they actually made a real offer. That doesn't mean it's what Boris wants, but there has to be a space between the ridiculous crap that Boris fed to his puppet, John Heyman, that the Tigers offered $4 at 80. And then the presumption of what I've been saying for 2 years, which seems to be more accurate than not, even though I got killed for saying it, $400 million over 10. There's a middle ground in there. Show me that the Tigers offered 5 at 250 opt-outs, 5 at 230. I don't know what it is, but if you show me that you made that kind of offer, it's immaterial whether Boris says yes to it or Skubal says yes to it.
Right.
You made an offer to make him the highest pitcher in baseball into his mid-30s. That is where I draw the line. It's the same credit I gave the organization, even though 2 to 6 is mean, when they offered Bregman. That was a real offer by the marketplace. What the Sox did was stupid. I don't want you to be stupid, but if I don't see that, then it's very hard for me not to go, okay, now hold on. Were you ever serious about trying or not? That's where I get upset. Is that fair?
No, it's very fair. It's extremely fair. But we haven't heard anything yet from the Tiger side of it, except for maybe they offered less than $80 million.
But that's not a real offer.
It really wasn't.
And I just so for ridiculous. My sanity, I have to go to bed tonight not believing that is true.
So ridiculous that I'm leaning towards maybe it was said in jest.
More ridiculous, that report or the fact that Harold's off the podcast because you criticized the Big Ten?
That.
Isn't it? David?
Take a Text says, your ace is not supposed to be scared to pitch to anyone. None of the great pitchers would have been afraid to pitch to any hitter. That is John in Dearborn Heights.
Johnny, I want to ask a question before Rico pontificates. If you share John's sentiment, I want to hear from you. Because I want you to just think for a second. The guy had one of the best pitching performances you could ever have. He's out of the game at 99 pitches. He makes this comment. Do you really want to cut ties with a back-to-back Cy Young over a comment? Think it over, ruminate. Here's Rico to pontificate.
It's not cutting ties, Mike, but once again, there were so many things that led up to that. From him coming out the game, then you see Yamamoto and what he does.
But he got 325.
No. But you forget about how much they're making.
No,
and
you don't.
Mike.
No, you don't.
Okay, let me stop you. You see price tag. But once the game starts, most people see player.
I'm just making a point that when you've been paid $300 million, you don't care if your arm falls off.
Mike, what you're saying, we're not arguing. I am agreeing with you.
Why did you hurt Harold?
I'm saying people see that.
And I'm trying to educate them.
And then, like I said, and then you hear this, and then, like it or not, everybody in this town's judged against one man. What would Dan Campbell do?
See, but the thing is, this completely changes the argument, because I was, just until he gets his deal. But this isn't about that to me. This is more, he sounds scared to go back out there. It has nothing to do with a deal.
Seems like, sounds like, feels like. And again, that wasn't Birchie Grandma Mickey Mantle. It was Jorge Blanco.
You know what? I'm going to need you to take a pause.
Evan telling me that story. Can we get Birchie? Can we interview Birchie?
Not every story is meant for the air, Mike.
Listen, she may or may not have hooked up with Mickey Mantle. That's incredible.
Mike.
That's incredible.
Okay, we're going to bring this in. We're going to take a little time out for the cause for the pause.
Okay.
A pause for the cause.
All right.
Read your stuff. And you're going to come back And you're going to be respectful. You're going to be respectful.
I didn't know she was a player.
Respectful.
All right. 248-539. Can we get Birchie to confirm or deny, please?
Birchfield's granny was a saint.
Can't believe you brought that to the air.
What? It's a great story.
It's really? Not for... Read.
Is she even alive? Okay. Every Thursday. FanDuel. Thursday touchdown jackpot. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Get this Thursday's action. All you got to do, place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you win your bet plus share the bonus bets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You take your shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/ticket. Your chance to win. Play your game with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, real quick, touch table on some football. Music, please. The hell's this?
My favorite segment of the week. We took a week off last week. It is my best bets. And I'm going to start in the SEC. I'm going to start with Kenny's team. Number 10, Texas at number 5, Georgia. What I'm seeing currently is that Georgia is a 6-point favorite, and I am all in on Georgia for this game. I don't believe in Arch Manning. I don't believe in anything that Texas has shown me the last few weeks, but I believe in Georgia at home, so I'm going Georgia -6.
One problem there, Chief. Georgia likes to start very, very slow, and then
eventually win by a touchdown,
and then eventually pick it up. So you know what? I would take Texas in the points. I think
that's
Georgia
how
wins.
David made all 4 of his kids. Listen, I don't trust Texas on the road.
Nope.
I don't trust Arch against the headset. That Delta headset's going to be working overtime. Kirby will have something planned. Texas isn't great at running it. I got to buy Georgia. The fact that you're laying almost a touchdown, I think, is very telling. They need some Texas money.
Yeah, it's telling that this is not vintage Georgia anymore.
Okay, he's not even listening.
Do you expect to be favored by what, 14.5 for this game?
No, I'm just saying that that's a lot of points. And Georgia starts slow.
First of all, here's the thing. I'm going to listen to Kenny because he probably watches more Georgia than all of us. Georgia, we've all said, just doesn't seem right. And the thing is, maybe, just maybe, Arch has had a chance to actually heal up because he's starting to play a little bit better. I think something happened to him early in the season.
You're
he
on
played
Texas?
Awful. I'm taking Texas in the point.
I feel even better about Georgia. Alt line.
So let me get this straight, Rico. You're going to believe Kenny on his team, but never believe me when it comes to my team and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Stings the nostrils.
I see what this is.
No, I have.
Pungent.
No, I have believed in you and your Pittsburgh
Come around.
Steelers.
You've come around.
Blackbeard's delight.
David, that was like a couple years ago when I was just like, David,
Yeah, when I was 11-0.
Right.
Are mommy and daddy done?
Yeah, we're just having fun.
Next,
Let's move on
beats
to
your slander. Go ahead.
What? Man,
David, next.
Unbelievable.
Let's move over to the ACC here because I was confused when I saw the line, so I'm going to lean into it here. Clemson's going to Louisville. Louisville is just a 3-point favorite.
Yeah.
How? They are at home. They're the better team. I'm going +3 Clemson.
Well, you just got put over a chair by a freshman QB.
I get
Second
it.
of all, Miller Moss hasn't been right all year. Third, Isaac Brown, their star tailback, isn't playing, and they're down to like the 5th string guy. They're just it isn't. It looked great on paper to start the year. Mm-hmm. It's not working. Now the Clemson part of it, can I really trust them?
That's a tough one.
Yes, they played really well last week. 2 weeks ago, Dabo tried to kill his entire defense.
He did. Yes, he did.
I would just stay away from the entire thing, but if you forced me to go and play this madness, I'd go with the used car salesman Dabo.
Really? Yeah, because I look at Louisville, and I think a lot of it coming off of that was the overtime loss. It was a gut punch because I don't think that they thought that they were going to lose to Cal coming from across the country. And it's even though it's Clemson, it's going to be hard for them to get back up just a couple days, 6 days later. I'm with you. I would probably,
if you were forced to, which you're not, it's not North Korea.
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything. I would pass on this one because Clemson
You
is
don't
the
work for
ultimate
BTN. You don't have to say certain things.
Clemson is the ultimate in letting you down.
They do. They do.
So they're the Kenny of college football.
At some point, we may have to just treat Clemson like Old Yeller.
Okay, I don't want to put Kenny down. We like Kenny. That was terrible. All right.
Well,
Kenny, he
Rico,
just tried to put you down.
No, you threw Kenny in there.
My bad.
So, Rico, you mentioned a cross country. So let's do that. And a cross country game. Arizona State will be hosting West Virginia. Arizona State is a favorite by 11 points here. And I know you're probably going to laugh at this one because it is across the country. But I'm going West Virginia at +11.
No.
They have true freshman quarterback
Scotty Fox Jr. is an
him.
operative. He is horrific.
I like him.
No, I had West Virginia last week, and I hated this MF. They almost blew the game against Colorado. He's another one of these quarterbacks. You got to wheel a keyboard out there with some shades and have him yell Georgia to the sky. He was like Stevie Wonder out here. laid across his body. No. Activate the Valley. We're going Jeff Sims. Guy gets
David.
afternoon discounts at Bob Evans. We're going
I
Arizona
knew Mike
State.
was gonna love
David,
this
I
one.
just got 2 words, and Mike just said it. Jeff Sims. Never, ever go against Jeff Sims. Ever.
Well, let's get to a real
Forks
game
up.
here. And let's go with Oklahoma going to Alabama. Alabama is a 7-point favorite here. Oklahoma is 3-0 straight up on the road. And OU quarterback John Mateer is undefeated and has 17 total touchdowns versus 2 interceptions over his last 6 road games. So I am going +7 Oklahoma here. Didn't like how Alabama looked last week against LSU either.
No, I'm going to take Alabama in this game, David. And look, I saw some weird stat. I'm sure it was on Cash a Ticket.
What?
That whenever Kalen DeBoer wears the black hoodie,
Oh, yeah.
they're undefeated. And I guess he's going to wear it.
That's wild.
David, I think Alabama is just a better team. I think that Oklahoma may make this a game for a half, but I think in the end, Alabama will win this game by more than a touchdown.
Oklahoma's front is really good, but the secondary's spit the bit the last 2 weeks, giving up more than 300 yards in the air. And obviously, Bama doesn't stop the run at a great clip, but Oklahoma doesn't have a great run game. And I just have a hard time believing John Mateer's carrying it 25 times. Ty Simpson might be the best quarterback in America. You can expose that secondary. You're at home. The black sweatshirt, Dixieland Delight, Bama.
Wait, they do the I thought that was LSU. What is LSU?
No, LSU plays neck.
Neck, okay.
Which you can't repeat on the
Okay.
type of language Kenny Cott uses at Sunday church.
And I will give
Disgraceful.
you the one NFL game that I love this weekend. I cannot believe I'm saying this.
Let me hear it.
Carolina Panthers at the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons coming off the very, very tough performance overseas. The Panthers have found a running game. I am going Carolina Panthers +3.5. I can't believe I'm saying
Yeah, I
that.
can't either, considering the quarterback's yardage over-under is probably 89.5. Leave me out of it.
Falcons suck.
You're either betting blank stare capri pants or 4-foot-tall QB Panthers who lost to the Saints last week. You leave me out. Here's Rico.
I don't know, but I like the Atlanta D-line. I don't know if Dowdle will be able to run the way he has in the past, David, and you have to be able to balance that out. Bryce got to do something. I don't know if he can. I would steer clear of this game.
He needs those booster shoes that DeSantis wears. Get him some of those heel inserts.
Yeah,
He needs something.
I don't know. I think I may take the Falcons in this game, David. You missed the easiest best bet.
What you got?
It's the money in the bank. It's Michigan State +7 and +7.
No.
David. If Jonathan Smith has showed us one thing, he knows how to kill a spread in the final minute of the game. He will kick a meaningless field goal.
I can't do – I can't.
David, you're laughing. I think the last 4 straight games, he's found a way. Yes, I'm sure about that. I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm saying this man can do one thing, and only one thing
Kick
right.
a field goal late and lose by 6.
Right. He will make sure that the other team does not cover. Hey, coach, if we score a touchdown, we can win. Nah, just kick the field goal.
Something is definitely wrong here. Those are your best bets.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Lions got a few players back on the practice field today, including edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson and offensive lineman Penei Sewell. Tight end Sam Laporta, safety Kirby Joseph, and corner Terrion Arnold still sat out. Offensive coordinator John Morton spoke about Dan Campbell taking over play calling. In news around the league, quote, the NFL filed a grievance against the NFL Players Association asking the union to stop its annual team report cards and saying the exercise violates the collective bargaining agreement by airing public criticism of teams, according to documents obtained by ESPN, and quote. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out for their game against the Titans this week. He remains in concussion protocol there. The Wings hit the ice against the Ducks tonight. The first matchup featured a 5-2 Anaheim win. Detroit head coach Tom McClellan offered a preview. John Gibson set to start in goal. Hear the game at 7 right here on the ticket. Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase was arrested by the FBI today in response to fixing pitches, and the Padres announced that the team is exploring selling the franchise. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're going to get right back into the Scooble stuff. And you go, oh, no, what Scooble stuff? Well, yesterday, Scott Boras spoke. We do have audio of that. We could bump back with that at 3:15. But Scooble quotes today. And I want to know if the pendulum is starting to swing where it's like, are you starting to get angry with Scooble? Now, look, you can say the right things, but the bottom line is, if your agent is still acting like a clown in public, and you believe the agent is driving the bus to you being out of town, then don't tell me you want to be in town. It's just insulting. So contract extension stuff is a little bit different, but trade stuff's out of my control. I've given everything I have to this organization. I want to be a Tiger for a very long time. I love Detroit. Hopefully I'm here. That's where I'm at with all of that. He was asked about facing Polanco again had he stayed in the game to end the season. The way the at-bats had gone with Polanco even earlier in that game, he hit a foul ball home run. I just don't think the matchup was going to be in the cards that night, close quote. And I already know what you're going to say, so I'll say it for you. Jack Morris never would have said that. Justin Verlander would have never said that.
Jack Morris.
Well, I'm just saying, dude was, hey, dude
No, he was money. I'm just like, wow.
Dude was headed
you
to
went
free
back.
agency and threw a 10-inning complete game. I mean, look, I know it was different times. The point I'm making is, where are you at with this Scooble thing? Rieger did a really nice job last night. And again, I don't have to totally agree to appreciate it was a compelling argument he made. That keeping him here for the year has more value than more of this rosterbation of prospects and things and people that we won't see till 2030. And Lord knows Scott Harris has shown no willingness to trade. Or are you ready to just pull the damn plug? Now, here's the question. You guys can say it's fair, unfair, material, or immaterial. For me to be ready to absolve the organization and say GTFO to this guy, show me where the organization has made a good faith offer. I don't want, because Boras has already slandered this team, and I'll defend them to a certain point. But if they trade this guy and we don't see a report that they offered 5 at 240, something where we could all look at each other and go, all right, he was going to be the highest paid player, highest pitcher in baseball, and they gave him a lot of term, 5 years, a lot of term, possibly the most term, a lot of term. I can say the organization, the same way they went after Bregman but fell short to stupidity, I'll have their back.
Man, I would be willing to go 4 at 160 and just say, you know what? You didn't want to invest long term, but we'll give you $40 million a year for this short period of time. Mike, at least I could say it was an offer. Okay,
5 at 250's got a ring to it.
It does, but I'm setting the floor.
That's fair.
Okay?
Hey, look, if we don't see a report that they offered something,
Anything
we can
beats that $80 million.
That's my point. And that came from Boras to Heyman, and that Heyman's a lapdog. But it just, that's the part where I'm going to be upset at everybody involved if this plays out the way it's hurtling towards, which is don't tell me you love me, don't tell me you want to be here, but you had your agent do everything to get you out of here. And then the team, I can't even feel good about them if the only offer that ever is unearthed is 4 at 80.
Yeah,
that's not even real.
If you bring him back and he plays all next year, you got to come out at the beginning of the season and put an end to all of this, because every game, every time he pitches, every time a microphone goes in front of any of his teammates, that's going to be the question all year long. It will be a distraction. You're going to get sick of that. And if you're the Tigers organization and you bring him back, just be prepared. Hey, guys, we're going to build. We're only focusing on this year. We will deal with it in the offseason.
248-539-9797. I'd like to go right back to the people. David, we can bump back with Boris Sound at 3:15. We'll do ticket text later in the hour. Right now, Marvin is up next. Marvin, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Marv. What's going on?
You guys, I listen to you every day.
Thank you, Marv.
My thing is this. I agree that my thing is what if Scuba wants to win a championship? And so far, for like the last 2-3 seasons, the Detroit Tigers haven't done anything to show that they really want to be a championship contender.
Oh, and that's where I blame the franchise for that trade deadline, because if your intent was to convince this guy to stay, that deadline did a terrible job of it.
And that's all I'm saying. If one thing to say we want you to take a little bit less money, why am I taking a little bit less money to lose?
No, there's not less. Hold on. Marvin, I want to be clear about something. All I'm offering is a different version of the Bregman deal. Bregman couldn't get the term he wanted. So he opted to get paid more than Aaron Judge this season, have a good year, opt out, and he'll get a huge deal now. For Skubal, it's simple. We're not going to give you 10 or 9 or 8 years to a pitcher, but I will pay you $8 million more a year than Zach Wheeler makes, and I'll go 5 at $250. And if you turn it down, that's on you. That's not on me as an organization.
Yeah, but it's not like he doesn't have any money. He wants a championship. And if I take this, what are you going to do to show me that you're a championship caliber team? And so far, the answer to that has been absolutely nothing.
Marvin, I get it. I think I see what you're saying. It's the team is not putting players around him. They're not showing how serious they are. They're out to win a division. They're not out to win a World Series. That's what it looks like.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that's what he wants. And if they're not willing to go there, all the money in the world is not going to make him happy, because he got plenty of money. He has the awards. He wants a championship. I'd rather go somewhere I sign me for a little bit less, but give me one of those rings like what's his name got. I'm good.
All right. Hey, listen, I'm just, again, not going to question a guy's willingness to win, a want to win. They all want to win. I think this is just simple. Don't give me empty words. I don't want to hear it. You want to be here, there'd be a way to do it. Now, if they went to the Tigers and offered an opt-out heavy deal that on paper would satisfy the MLBPA, but in practice the player would have complete power to opt out multiple times, look, if you don't want that, then you were never serious about being here. If you want someone to hand you 10 at 400, great, it'll never be here. And that's fine. I won't belittle the organization for that. I don't think 10 at 400 is a good idea. I don't.
No. Unless you want Miggy the final years.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, paying this guy during a work stoppage where they're not playing in 2027. I'm willing to have it in a shorter term, but I'm sorry.
And I think that's maybe where the Tigers are, and this where the Tigers need to really step up to the plate and say, hey, guys, look, we don't know what the future is going to be after this next season. So, yeah, I think they're willing to risk it, knowing by the end of next season we'll know if it's going to be a strike or not. If it's going to be a strike, okay, we'll figure it out. But if it's
But
not,
that's also the leverage you can have is that if you don't trade him, here's me supporting your point, even though I don't want to because it makes me feel bad inside. But your
that's
point,
just mean
you're going to pitch him and you're going to go, hey, guess what, buddy? Hey, buddy, you're pitching. You're stuck. And now when the season ends, there may not be a season next year.
Right. Well, what about my future contract? What about your contract now? You're pitching. See you out on the mound. We'll yank you after 6 innings.
Take care of some business and back to the calls. IRS Collection or Audit, Abraham and Rose successfully specialized in resolution of all tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Look, a lot of law firms come and go, but 30 years of experience, that's a testament to Maurice and Jerry's success and their experienced team ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Yikes. It's Scott Boras. And I would challenge a couple of the things he says. I mean, is your best chance to win a World Series with him? Sure. But to act as if hope is lost? No. If the organization sits on their hands and acts small market, then he's right. But I don't care whether Scooble's here or not. They have to have a big offseason. Otherwise, you're just wasting everyone's time. So you do what you want with the Boras thing. David, ticket text, and we're going right to the callers.
The Polanco comments made me upset, but 2 runs in 15 innings make me more upset. This team will go nowhere unless we add some bats. Don't be small market. Adam in Texas was upset when he left the game at the time, even more livid with his response to it. That's not a $50 million pitcher taking himself out scared in a must-win Game 5. Would Scooble's Polanco comment ever fly in New York or maybe anywhere else?
No.
Maybe he wants to play on the cushy West Coast.
All right. Here's the thing. This is where I've always said this about this town. You get big market pay. You get treated like a hero in this place. And you do it for about 10% of the lifestyle cost of playing in a place like New York. The fans here are not mean. The media here, Lord knows, 75% of them are in the team's pocket. New York, that comment alone, you scarlet letter. You're walking nude with an apple on your head where nuns are saying shame behind you. You'd be toast.
Oh, no.
You can never get away with that.
I was about to say, yeah, Philly. I was listening to the Sirianni press conference.
Like, oh, you like that difference?
I'm like, and they're actually a good team.
Because it's not just about winning. It's you're not winning impressively enough. It's different. That's where, like, you see it all the time. Guys leave great situations. They take the money to go to a place like New York, Boston, or Philly, and they don't perform, and they cave. It's a different thing. Not everyone is built for that. If I'm Scooble, I don't know. That 6-inning routine is not going to fly. Go ahead and take yourself out of a playoff game when you're pitching for the Mets. Steve Cohen will take a zip line to the mound and punch you in the face. I mean, it's just a different thing, man.
That's what we saw. Try taking yourself out of the 6th inning and you're a Dodger. Like, I'm sorry. So where are you going? No. Get back out there. Yeah, I'm tired. No, you're not.
Let's go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
Good. What's going on, guys? How are you?
Talk to me. What do you make of all this?
I agree with what you guys are saying, and I want to kind of just add something to the both things can be true argument. Obviously, I think they're both playing plausible deniability for when this thing falls apart. But I also put it on the organization, and this is anecdotal, but I used to work in hospitality, events, things like that, and a lot of my coworkers used to work for the Illiches across all their different companies. They do not pay people. They don't take care of people very well, and most people that have worked for them don't have anything nice to say about their experience with them. Mm-hmm. And now it's different when you're in the majors, but there's that saying, how you do one thing is how you do all things. And I think that's true here. I don't think they're coming out of pocket to set the market for a new pitcher. And I think that Tarek knows that, and he doesn't want to be the bad guy, so he's letting Scott do it. And I just think that you cut ties, you start over with fresh guys, get some bats in there, and redevelop from there. But this whole thing has left such a bad taste in everyone's mouth that even if it gets done, is it even really going to be the same afterwards?
No. Okay, so here's the question. Do you pitch him and let him go into free agency, or do you trade him at the winter meetings December 7th?
I think with the lockout looming, you get as much out of him as you can, and then let him try and get to the market after that, because I don't think he's getting that money. And at least you get that 1 year left out of him. Yeah.
No, listen, Alex, I don't know what the right or wrong answer is. I've never vilified anybody who says keep him. I don't care about the prospects. I'm fine if they go that route. But this course was charted a year and a half ago at the trade deadline. Like, this was all charted the moment you didn't trade him, and then the Disney movie happened. It probably was always going to end up right here because of what you said, Alex. It was going to take them doing what they're probably never going to do. And as you so appropriately put it, Alex, set the market. It's not who they are. And again, if they don't like it down there, fine, and prove us wrong. But the old man's been dead a long time. Now, he was willing to do it, but that ain't got nothing to do with this.
No. And I mean, if you really look at it, take emotions out, it's a smart play what the Tigers are doing. I just wish that they would actually let people in on what's happening behind the scenes. So,
yeah,
yes, we're mean, but yes, the midday show says something nice. I think this is a smart play what the Tigers are doing. It's just you should just float something out there to counteract that ridiculous offer.
Yeah, somebody call up that bobblehead, Jeff Passan, tell him you offered 5 at $250, and you're off the hook. But you have to have actually offered.
Because right now, the fans are leaning more towards your way. They're moving away from Skubal. Now, if he comes back, all is forgiven, and they'll love him. But
if the offer came down and it was 5 years at $225, what percentage of fans would go, solid offer, I understand why he didn't take it, but I'm not mad at my team either?
It would be Bregman 2.0. It
See?
would be like, you know what? You offered him a lot of money, and he turned it down.
I offered you more than Zach Wheeler makes, who's the highest paid pure pitcher in the game. I can't do this Ohtani thing where he's everything all the time. That's why he got 70.
Right. Hey, Scoobs, if you can go out there and play center field, we're good.
If you can have a
that.
50-50 season and pitch 6 innings a night, it's just different. 248-539-9797. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Hi, doing pretty good. I think the whole drama of this going on, was over when he hired Boris. That made it clear the direction he was going to go. I've felt that way since, and I haven't changed my mind. But here's what I want to ask is, like you said, you float one of those offers out there. Boris and Skubal are doing everything to vilify themselves. The organization hasn't had to say anything. They just, let them talk, and, they're digging a deeper ditch. And wouldn't Skubal have been so much different if he had just said, hey, I went those 6 innings and I was spent? Why do we even get into the Polanco thing? That was never going to be, end well for that comment. Just, hey, I get 6 innings, all I had, I'm spent, and left it at that. Would he have not come off sounding better than the Polanco comment?
I'll leave it to Rico. He's been on this since day one. I wasn't overly offended. I understood people being upset he didn't come out for the 7th, but it's something he's never done. There has been this management of him. People do forget, Jeff, the guy's had 2 catastrophic arm injuries. He had Tommy John. He had flexor tendon surgery. So they've clearly managed it. And what did he have, 14 strikeouts? He'd retired like 10 guys or whatever it is.
The final pitch was 100 miles an hour. I think just the problem was coming out and mentioning Polanco was like, after winning your second Cy Young consecutive, was like, huh? You're supposed to be the baddest pitcher in the game. You should be embracing the fact that
it's
I'm
not a
not
good look.
scared. Like, if you would have come out and said, hey, we had a system, and that system took us all the way to game 5, and I didn't want to upset that apple cart. May not agree with it. I can live with it. What he said was one of those, as soon as he walked off the podium, like, why did you say that? All you did was throw chum in the water. Like, there was no point of that. I don't get that.
All I would say is the people who already soured on him after the 99 pitches, it wouldn't matter what he said. He ain't getting them back. Now, if you weren't soured on him, do I think a certain percentage of people now are more annoyed? Sure, of course.
See, I think you could have gotten him back, Mike, because I don't think Detroiters want to be sour on Skubal. They're just angry. But I think over time it would dissipate. All you did was you threw another log on the fire. It's now the fire is back raging again. If he said anything, they would have said, oh, okay, I get it. Okay, that's fine. But then you say that's not fine.
248-539-9797. We will get more of the phone calls, more of the ticket texts. You've got the Boris audio. We've read you Skubal's quotes, playing the blame game a little bit. And how much would you like to see something from baseball world leaked that the Tigers made a representative offer? That doesn't mean you're giving him what Boris wants. But that would allow me to go, I don't know, just quietly into the night. If they make a quality offer and Boris and Skubal say no, I'm good with it, and see you later. You had a good thing. God bless pitching in New York. Enjoy. I would be okay.
Right.
Because you know what it is? I've spent so long being annoyed with that organization. I'm more exhausted by that than anything Skubal says or does. I'm tired of always having the right to be annoyed with this organization. I'm sick of it. I don't want Disney movies. I want quality. I don't want deadlines like that. I don't want smarminess.
No, what you
just show me you were serious and that you tried, and then we're good. Just like the Bregman thing. Did I defend them or not?
You did.
I did.
What you want is to go to the next level. Don't prepare for winning the division. Prepare for winning the World Series. That means go out there and add players. Go out there and don't tell me about kids and ghosts and being haunted years down the line when you're in a window. And it's okay to say we're in a window. Won't make you a boogeyman because we all see it. You're there. You're in the window.
Take him to church.
All right. Planet Fitness. It offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's about to get cold outside. You don't want to pack on the extra winter weight. Head into Planet Fitness, and you could basically get yourself in the best shape possible. Why? Because Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your best, strongest self with the best in-class equipment, from full workouts, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Mini Planet Fitness has brand new machines in there. They got free weights, cable towers, treadmills, Stairmasters. They got everything in there but you. As a matter of fact, if you're saying, I don't have time, yes, you do, because they offer convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine. And if you still need motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Did you hear me? Free. Head to one of the 50 Planet Fitness locations right now to get started. All you need is $1 down to get started. You can go to any of the 50 locations to get started, or you can go online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
All right, David, couple of ticket texts, knock down a few phone calls. We'll move along. I've got some Dan Campbell audio on the tush push. And then, yes, Hockey Elite. I am putting the bat signal up. We may have a big game alert, but Kenny is the ombudsman. He is the gatekeeper of our emotions as it pertains to the Red Wings. And I want to know if my opinion of this game tonight is accurate and how I'm allowed to feel, since Kenny shot down all optimism from the good start. And he may have been right. But we're going to talk about that later in the show. David.
Big game.
Big game, Daisy Dips. All right, go ahead.
So done with this clown. Pitch him next year, make him earn his contract for somebody else. You'll get off cheap. If your farm system is as stacked as you say it is, you should have no problem in free agency getting a decent arm.
But why do we have to use terms like that? Like, there's ball breaking, there's amongst friends. The back-to-back Cy Young, and the word you're choosing to use is clown. Mm-hmm. The only reason your baseball team has made the playoffs the last 2 years, look at your record when Skubal starts, then look at your record when he doesn't. He is the singular reason you've made the playoffs. You're over 20 games over 500 with him on the mound. Mm-hmm. So what does that make you without him? Like, guys, I get it. It's emotional. You're pissed. Fine. The guy's back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. Mm-hmm. I mean, okay, you didn't like he took himself out of the game on 99 pitches. Come on. I mean, good God. I'm sorry. Like, and you know me, I don't care. I hate athletes. I don't care. But good God. Little respect. The guys went back-to-back Cy Youngs.
As silly as it sounds, Mike, once again, everybody in this town gets compared to MCDC, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell wouldn't do anything like that. So, yeah, he's going to be called a clown by some. I think it's ridiculous because you needed him to get as far as you have. He didn't show the grit. He didn't show the toughness. Mike, you've said it plenty of times. If you go out here and show that you're about Detroit and that lifestyle, this town will embrace you. But if they don't feel like you embrace their same ideology, you get treated like Grant Hill, where you're an outsider.
Yes.
You're never really going to be accepted, Joey Harrington, because, well, you can play the piano.
Well, I'll say this. And
It's Oregon, not Oregon.
Right.
Shut up, you.
I can't believe I'm going to defend that text. But, look, you can use a different word, but I understand the sentiment of that text. Because, for me, I root for the logo on the front. I don't root for the name on the back of that jersey.
I respect that, David.
And on that part, we didn't win anything with him. Sure, he has 2 Cy Youngs, but we don't have a division.
Okay,
we
I'm
don't
just
have a
saying, criticize the way he's acting. I don't understand using that terminology.
That's what I say. You could use a different word.
Jeez.
You can. The Skubal saga is exhausting. He has already shown that he will take himself out of a game to protect himself. Can you imagine what next year would be like if he's here with no contract?
All right, hold on. Time out. I'm going to say this again. Before we turn Yamamoto into a intergalactic hero, he had 325 million reasons to make the move he made.
What were those reasons, Mike?
His contract. Hey, Ohtani, good. Skubal, mean. Ohtani has 700 million reasons to do it. 2 players with $1 billion of guaranteed money.
Yes.
Skubal doesn't have that.
Here's the thing, though. You have to recognize some people, once the game starts, I don't see the price tag anymore. I see player. I don't see how much you make.
You're old school.
If you step out on the field.
You're old school.
I am.
You're Ronnie Lott.
Yes.
I get it.
And I think some people are like that. Once you step out on the field, I don't want to hear about your personal problems. I don't care if you're going through a divorce. I don't care. Go out there, win game, so we could all celebrate.
Thank you, Doug.
But no, I think some people see it that way.
But
New school people, you see the price tag, and you're like, you know what? I understand.
But I'm trying
why.
to bring it into reality for people is that you don't have to like it. And this isn't load management. This isn't a guy skipping games. Like, okay, he threw 100 pitches, which is, again, let's be clear. It's not as if he was averaging 117 pitches a game and this was the night he pulled himself on 99. No. And for everyone, look.
But my people all season long were saying, really, you couldn't just give us an extra inning? You couldn't give us an extra at-bat? You couldn't give us this? People wanted more.
No, because
so you know what you thought? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
you're
off. But
fine.
Mike, here's what you thought. Okay, I'll sacrifice you doing that in the regular season, but when the playoffs come, you're gonna step up and really do something, right? And you're gonna have that memorable moment. Your memorable moment, unfortunately, was not striking out Cal Raleigh. Your memorable moment was you sitting in the dugout afterwards in the 7th inning, like, I'm good.
Has anyone allowed for the idea that if he had come back and done everything you wanted and he was actually exhausted and he gave up a leadoff double and you lose right there, has anyone allowed for that scenario?
No, because the final pitch was 100 miles an hour strikeout.
That doesn't
No. But that was the last thing. So you're thinking, man, he's still dealing. And at that point, if you're a Tigers fan and you're looking at your bullpen, you know what? There is nobody in that bullpen that I would trust more than Verlander, than Schoolball.
Yeah, you know why?
In the 7th inning.
You know why? Because Scott Harris didn't go get anybody. And I had to look at Tommy Canely and his CYO League changeup.
Right.
See,
say it
in the playoffs, and I'm just because I know he had the 4th most innings pitched in the regular season. I just want to look at the playoffs, and I know they didn't make the World Series, they didn't make the CS, but he was 6th, and the only guys that were above him in innings pitched made the World Series. So while we're sitting here talking, he should have gone back out. He pitched a lot of innings,
David.
already.
No. You're right. It's the optics, and that's all people are going to remember. Then I don't remember any of that stuff you said. You're absolutely correct. It's just the optics, and then what you saw. To you, what you're saying, Mike, Dodgers who have gotten their money go out and do more and more and more, and you're like, well, you're the Cy Young winner. Why couldn't we get that out of you? So it's the optics. It's not about the money. It's just what people see.
I know.
And it frustrates them because you're like,
we're
a tough town here in Detroit.
I'm just trying to live in reality.
That wasn't tough.
Well, okay. Well, you know what else isn't smart? If he goes out there, gets hurt, never gets his contract, and he's broke.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you handed him his money, I bet you dollars to donut he pitches.
No.
I bet you.
Here's where, and you know what? I'm going to defend you.
Oh, God.
And it makes me sick. Woo! But no. We saw an example of what happens to a person who goes out there and tries to live it up and be tough for the city. David, it's your boy Grant Hill. Ruined his career.
How about Baker Mayfield?
Yeah,
I'm saying But I'm
he
talking
put
about
his body
here.
on the line. Oh, I'm saying another example is he did everything right by the Cleveland Browns. He played with a torn labrum. He sacrificed his body, and the first thing they did is, well, you didn't play up to your level.
Yeah.
See ya.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking here. It was Grant Hill. I was like, Grant,
that was his ankle.
Right. And he goes out there. His career was done after that. And he never should have played, but I think he heard too many people saying how soft he was.
The playoff series against Miami. Didn't they wear like the wine-colored teal, the Merlot jerseys?
I feel like they played Atlanta every year to me, so I don't know.
Oh, the Tree Rollins era, Steve Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, he played, he killed his career, and you know what? Detroit still didn't embrace him.
But hey, do more. It is a business, guy. See, this is where it gets very uncomfortable. It's a business. Skubal has business decisions to make, and if the organization didn't want to go down that path of those business decisions, here's an idea. You could have signed him. But then we get into the money issue. Are you willing to do what it takes to get him to give up another year before free agency? I gave you the Scott Boras deals. I think there are 11 of them, of high-profile, 9-figure deals that he has signed for his clients, voiding the last 2 years before free agency. But you are going to have to pay the freight. Now, if you had made a real offer, would it have leaked? Yes. All we have is Boras bleeping on your shoes 4-80. This is where it always comes back to this organization, and I'm tired of being annoyed with them. I'm desperate to see a report that they offered 5 at $250, and Skubal said, to hell with you. Because then it's to hell with you. See ya. But if they don't do that, you're left being mad at everybody. All right, great talk. Hungry Howie's Pizza. I don't know. There's no real segue from losing a back-to-back Cy Young to pizza, but here we are. They're offering 51% off any large, round, original, or thin crust pizza with any of your favorite toppings. So whether maybe you got kids, they like the cheese pizza, no toppings. That's fine. 51% off. You want to load it up, do a Supreme? That's fine. 51% off. Whatever it is, they got you covered. HungryHowies.com. Order carry out only and save 51% off for a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Doug's message of the day. Let's get to the people. A lot of good Scooble conversation. The quotes from Tarek, the audio from Boris, where your anger resides. Are you resigned to him leaving? And honestly, what do you need in order to feel good about the organization? For some, it'll be anything short of signing him as a fail. For others, it's just like me. Show me you tried. And it's not hard for that to happen. A lot of these baseball writers, they work on trade. I got you $1. Like, here's a scoop. What do you think Boris did with John Heyman to slander you? I mean, the only thing worse Boris did was basically call out your owner and referencing pizza and stuff. I mean, look, Boris is out here doing what he's doing because Tarek empowers him to do it. I was just talking to Evan Jenkins about it. I mean, that's the whole thing. You can be mad at Boris all you like, but Tarek Skubal is the one who employs him, not the other way around. If Tarek didn't like the way this was rolling, you put a stop to it.
But I think at this point, Boris is doing his job. This is what Skubal is paying. Go be the bad guy. You'll be the piñata. Everybody will get angry at you, and they'll leave me alone.
Right, but that's so juvenile to say, well, Tarek's a good man and his meanie pants agent. No. Stop. The agent works for him.
The agent does, but it's a business thing. I need people to like me in Detroit in case I come back. I don't want them being angry. They can be angry at you because nobody sees you. I have to go out on the mound. I have to sit in the dugout. So I'm going to pay you. He's Roger Goodell. I'm going to pay you to be that jerk while the other owners can sit back and be like, well, Goodell said that. And that wasn't us.
Last note is I just think people have taken it a little far with the whole Game 5, 99 pitches. Like, I think it's getting overblown. You could say you wished he pitched another inning, but the vilification of the guy, it's bordering on bizarre to me, but I think it's copium. I think it's a way for people to say, oh, he's not one of us. Let him go. The reality is, I don't know if you really feel that way. Let's go to the people. Omar is up next, 97.1. Omar, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's great listening to you guys. So I'm going to play the minority when it comes to the Skubal issue. For one, I did not have a problem with him yanking himself out of the game because you got to remember, this guy had 2 Tommy John surgeries there in the past, so he knows his limitations. So he's probably not going to be open like he was with the I was scared about going against Polanco. He probably knew his limitation when it came down to how many pitches he can pitch. Plus, he was trying to protect his investors because he's looking for a big payday. Also, my biggest thing with the Tigers is you got to pay this guy because if you agree, whether you guys agree with me or not, he is your selling point. If you keep Skubal and pay him, that's going to show these free agents that you're serious about winning by paying him. If you don't and don't get nothing back in equal value of Skubal, then that's going to make these other agents go somewhere else. Would you agree?
I think there's an element of truth to it. Go ahead, Rico.
No. I get what he's saying, but I think we put a little bit too much credit to that. Well, no, it's going to drive away other free agents. You offer enough money, people will come here.
Yeah, because think about it. When Barry Sanders left the Detroit Lions, how many free agents was looking to come over here?
All right.
0.
Okay, but the other thing, Omar, the Lions weren't winning because all of a sudden when you start winning, you'll go to different places. That's why all of a sudden, if you want to go back to Barry Sanders, Reggie White goes to Green Bay.
Oh, God told him that.
And then all of a sudden, but then Green Bay became this hot spot and people wanted to go and then go play there.
I'd like to state for the record, I am being assessed a penalty for something that is unfair. That was what Reggie White told the media, that God told him he needed to go to Green Bay.
I did not.
You do not get to throw a personal foul.
I did not throw a flag.
No. If that's the case, Mike, keep quoting other things that Reggie White told us. Go ahead.
I don't think that would be productive to the conversation. Yikes.
Tell us about.
Nope. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good, pal.
Hey, I just got here's my play on this a little bit on the Skubal thing. I think Skubal's a great pitcher. Don't get me wrong on this, but paying a guy $50 million for an average of 6 innings every 5 days, to me that's a lot of money. Here's what I would do: kick me in the behind if you want to, but and this is a dream scenario. Okay, just imagine that. I would take that money, that $50 million, add say 20 to it, go out and get myself a Bregman and a what's the kid's name from Toronto? Bichette.
Oh, amazing.
And then that way I'm basically shoring up my left side of my infield. And that way I got guys playing every day for the next, say, 5 years or whatever their contract.
Yeah, and you didn't do anything to block McGonigal, who will assume second base. You have your first baseman, 2 vets, 2 high contact hitters, 2 right-handed bats on the right side of that infield. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Jason, that's what we're talking about. Let's get real. I love that plan, Jason.
Right.
But again, this
is the reason why I'm sitting here and they're sitting in there.
No, but you know what, Jason, I disagree with that because you know what? I'm convinced you could have done a better job than Scott Harris at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think I could have. I could have come up with something.
I
do
could have
believe.
sat you down with a six-pack. You would have come up with better than Paul Sewald.
Oh, bring it up, baby. Let's do it.
It's Jason and Kenny's trade deadline disco. Yes. I mean, it would have been. But no, I mean, Jason, listen. It's just at a certain point, the organization has to plant a flag and say, we are serious, to Rico's point, not about the division, about winning a World Series. No matter how this Skubal thing plays out, you can't sign him and cry poor. You can't let him go and cry poor. You have to begin pushing the limits of what you're comfortable with fiscally, because you have salary offsets with the amount of young players now and young players in the pipeline, meaning you can cheat the system. Every deal you sign is 50 cents on the dollar. Why? Because I got a guy we're paying in rice cakes, or a guy you're paying in toothpaste. These prospects don't make any money. I mean, think about it. Colt Keith, he's not the cat's meow. The guy makes like $5.
No, Mike, you're correct. But
you could sign 15 Colt Keiths for the cost of one Ohtani.
Sounds like a Sarah McLachlan commercial.
I was about to say, is this an ad?
Right. It should have been for the way he played in the playoffs.
Is your baseball team poor?
Yeah, the whole Tigers offense freezing in the forest. Right. You can save this sad offense for just $1 a day.
Let's go to the bullpen. Look at these guys out there.
Paul Sewald living in an oil drum. Charlie Morton homeless. Right. Okay, we're done. I could go on forever with that trade deadline. Let's touch the table on some football. We do have some Dan Campbell audio to get to in the 4 o'clock as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Ducks, looking to shake off a 3-game losing streak. Face off at 7 here on the ticket. Nate Danielson is back up from Grand Rapids as well. Lions offensive coordinator John Morton spoke for the first time since Dan Campbell took over play calling. Defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard says he's trying to get defensive lineman Tyleik Williams more snaps. Kirby Joseph remained out of practice today, along with Tyrion Arnold and Sam Laporta. Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson return after missing yesterday. Detroit rapper Eminem and his manager Paul Rosenberg have inked a multi-year deal with the Lions to pick talent and handle production for the Thanksgiving halftime show. The NFL sent in a memo to all their teams today, reinforcing their priority to keep the integrity of play sound with the rampant gambling scandals among other leagues. Speaking of gambling, ESPN reporter David Payne-Purdom is reporting that Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase arrived at JFK Airport from the Dominican Republic this morning. He was arrested by the FBI. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, music. Let's talk some football. What do we have? Jim, please. All right, what do we have here? Oh,
We
no.
have the NFL Power Rankings.
Oh, baby, and it's Niners free, boys. After Stafford puts you through the mattress.
You got to drop over there. Are you sure about that?
Don't you dare.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, come on, man. You got stuffed in a locker like Urkel. No way.
They're 1-1 against the Rams. Honorable mention. Did not make the list. Right off is the Houston Texans.
Anybody? Dave, hold on. David, you're my teammate on this.
I'm good. You really didn't put the Niners in here, did
Okay,
you?
can we just do this? Like, what is this hate that you guys have with the Niners?
They're 6-4. They're not
Let the
good
man
right
speak.
now.
Let's hear
Can
it.
I get to the list before you get angry at me? Damn! Woo!
Let's go.
God, the Niners didn't make the list. You guys happy now?
No, they made
Can we
the
get
list.
on with this?
Just
they
say
didn't
it.
make the list.
Just relax.
Jeez.
Oh, my goodness. Relax.
14, the Baltimore Ravens.
I can't fight it. They're going to win the division. I hate it. Could Cleveland do us all a favor and just beat them, please? Like, I know they're not good, but they're good. I can't explain it.
I mean, Lamar's back, and
I know, and after an early scare, I think it was like 7-0 Vikings, they just
for a
plastered
second,
them.
I thought Pittsburgh was going to take the division.
No, Cookie's going to be right, and I'm going to have to hear about it all year long. Go ahead.
All fairness, I actually would put the Niners over the Ravens right now.
Nope, not in it.
I would do that.
Nope, not in it.
Now he's doing the dad trick.
Not in it.
Nope, you had your chance.
Not in it. At 13, we got the Chicago Bears.
Ooh.
Now I would put the Niners in over the Bears.
Nope.
You
Nope.
can't trust the Bears.
Nope.
The
They're winning.
Bears, Kenny should join here. The Bears are like dating a stripper, right, Kenny? The
I don't know
idea
if I would
is
say
you
that.
can't. From a past life, Kenny's more mature now. You can't trust the Bears. You just can't. And now, how about this one? They're 3-point underdogs against the Vikings and JJ McMeditation. How's that possible?
Mike, it's like when you're on a pizza box, you know?
Right. Mamma mia.
How about we just hit the music? Let's start this all over
What
again.
is happening here?
Let's start this one all over.
Kenny, fetch me a pepperoni, shall we?
But the thing is,
Some fresh mozzarella.
as
Maybe
much
I'll
as,
wear a red scarf.
I'm getting under the table. I can't do this anymore. Bye-bye.
as much as, see, I bet you wish the Niners were here now.
Sure do.
As much as I'd like to say, they keep winning.
I know, but
I can't take them out because they keep finding a way to win.
that defense is the town bike. Everybody gets a ride. Nope, I'm sorry.
At 12,
Niners.
because you lost to the Dolphins, we go Buffalo.
I'm good with this. You deserve a severe penalty. It should be the unequal justice the NCAA specializes in. And Buffalo this week, you're Michigan State. One lost? Yeah, you get that punishment.
Yes.
That was horrible.
This
So-
is a fair one there. I like this.
I'm good with that one.
Like I said, it's week to week, and they didn't earn a spot this week in the top 10. At 11, the Green Bay Packers.
Ooh,
Nope.
okay.
Nope. Honestly, more unequal justice. I'm the NCAA. I wouldn't have had him in the top 14.
Really? Okay,
because, first of all, there is a play calling issue there. Like, if we're allowed to say there was a play calling issue here, don't tell me I can't say it there.
No, it's absolutely a play calling
Every
issue.
first down, Matt LaFleur is running the football.
Hey, I think I know what you're doing on 4th and 1. As a matter of
Oh,
fact,
my God.
You know what? They should have did what they do in colleges and just hold up the play on the sideline and cards.
Yeah, I just with the Packers, they can either put a few good weeks together, or I'm uninterested in talking about them. They have been woefully disappointing on offense, and the LaFleur thing is a thing. I just don't know that they have the guts to let somebody else call the plays.
All right. At number 10, coming off the bye week, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Good with it. No argument. See you in Denver this week. Should be a good game.
There we go. Now we'll know. We'll know.
At number 9, Tampa Bay.
Getting a little worried. Getting a little worried about the Bucs.
They're missing a lot of players, so maybe it'll get fixed.
Yeah, Bucky Irving. Is he alive?
He's practicing, so we'll see.
Good
He's
Lord.
running before practice.
But I'm getting a little worried, and with Buffalo coming to town, and by the way, Buffalo almost a touchdown favorite on the road. I get a little worried about our man Baker.
This is true. The biggest riser this week is the Los Angeles Chargers.
I can't. I would downgrade them below several of these. That offensive line problem's a problem. I can't help that the Steelers decided to not show up. That was disgraceful by your team. That was terrible, David. Argue it.
I can't argue it.
It was terrible.
I know what my team is.
At number 7, we go to the Indianapolis Colts.
I'm okay with that. I just don't see them as a top 5 team. They're fun. They're good. They feel wild card good.
They feel they have Viking vibes from last year, where you can find every reason why. No, they're legit, but deep down,
Multiple weeks in a row, Daniel Jones getting pressured, and it doesn't look so pretty. Thank God they got Jonathan Taylor. Oh, we're behind? 83-yard touchdown. Like, Jonathan Taylor has every right to be discussed as an MVP, even though I know they don't give it to non-quarterbacks.
Correct. At number 6, right outside the top 5, is the Denver Broncos.
Here's my issue with this one. Bo Nix. He's taken a major step backwards. He's very indecisive. It doesn't look right. They have all the pieces. I think this is a little rich. I wouldn't have them this high. But they could turn around and beat the Chiefs, and they'd belong here at 5. So maybe it's your way of saying they're beating the Chiefs. Kind of, sort of, maybe?
I'm saying it's there.
They do play better at home, so they're at home.
At number 5, your Detroit Lions.
Fine with it. You just don't have the quality of wins that other teams have. You've dropped bombs on some bad teams. We feel like the play calling's better. Got yourself a showdown game here against Philly on the road. Go prove it. You win, they might be number 1 in the power rank.
I'm fine with that because every good team they've lost to so far, the Packers, well, they were, the Chiefs. So we'll see.
Now they beat the Bucs, but it wasn't impressive. And
that's what I'm saying. It didn't look great.
The Bucs, 7 of them died on the field. But carry on.
At number 4, I guess I'll be the last one to jump on this bandwagon. I have New England Patriots.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Guys,
I guess fair. I'm not the last one to jump on the bandwagon.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm not the last one. David is still holding out. I'm like, you know what? This team just may be good.
They look really good on Sunday.
They've got great coaching.
I got to give you credit. You called it.
Yeah, but again, let's put a pin in the balloon. My AFC surprise was them. My NFC, hold on. Get a handful of this dirty diaper, the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it. Look, I was about giving flowers. I wasn't going to mention that.
It's okay. The point is,
swing and a miss.
Drake May's ascension. You got the coaching. You have the pieces defensively. They don't let you run the football. This past week, first time they've allowed 50 yards to a running back. 50! Rico, while everyone's busy picking against them or rationalizing how they're going to get got, I think it's okay to talk about them, that they're real in the present.
And that's been me, because it's just like, you know what?
Uh-oh.
No, they're actually a good
By
team.
the way, shout out, you lost to the Raiders week 1. Huh?
And maybe that's why. Well, you know what? Gronk did sign a one-day deal, so, He retired a Patriot.
Robert Kraft said 2 years, 2 day, please. Play on Sunday, he said.
At number 3, we get the Philadelphia Eagles.
They win. I mean, they've got wins over everybody good in this league, but they're gross. And
so are they an upgraded version of the Bears?
They are. No, they are. You know what they are? They're the Kansas City Chiefs from last year. If you're in a close game with them, they're going to beat you. But it's clear Kevin Patullo shouldn't be calling plays there. The running game, Saquon's still averaging sub 4 yards a carry. But defensively, it's Vic Fangio, a ton of pieces. Jalen Phillips showed out in his first game there. I look.
We haven't even talked about that.
It's helter-skelter with them because of the way they play. I think this week is equally a litmus test for them.
Go ahead, David.
I just want to ask a question with the Eagles. Is there any way possible coming off the Super Bowl that this is just, we'll get serious when December gets here?
I do wonder, kind of like the Chiefs. The Chiefs said, hey, you know what? We don't need to be the number 1 seed. Just give us someplace in the playoffs. Tell us where to go fly to. We'll beat whoever's in front of us.
My only counter would be when you're scoreless at the half against Green Bay.
Okay.
That there's something deeper there. Offensively, it's a bit of a wreck.
I kind of like the Green Bay defense in that game. But
I know. You're right.
I was an outlier.
But my God.
At number 2, and these two teams will be playing in the game of the week, in my opinion.
Seattle. And Rams won.
And the Rams are number 1.
Yes.
I'm good with both of those. Look, that's the game of the week. The Lions is in second place to me. Obviously, our game of the week involves our team.
Right.
But, yeah, Seattle and the Rams, that type of showdown, ginger quarterback in a big game of consequence. Can't win with him.
So if he wins, it's regular season.
Right. No, I would count this as this would be the biggest win of Sam Darnold's life, dating back to USC.
I was about to say, okay.
So if Darnold wins,
yeah,
no ginger slander.
Some, not no. No, honestly, I would have been okay because, like, right now, if I put the Bears on a neutral field against the Niners, I'd probably take the Niners. All slander aside.
They actually played later on this year.
Okay. Look, the Bears defense is just not, and they didn't win that game. The Giants lost that game.
Mike, pretty much the last, 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 7
the
games
Bengal
that they've
game
won.
Shout out Colston Loveland. We love you for covering 3.5. Way to score that touchdown. You care about people.
Yeah, they didn't win. It was just like, wait, you don't want it? Can we have it?
So
Thanks.
you play the 49ers play the Seahawks last game of the year. If the 49ers recover the rest in the next few weeks, that could be a game for you knocking somebody out of the playoffs.
And I'll tell you this, I'll be the biggest Niner fan on the planet.
Yeah, well,
see you later, Sam.
So wait, they played the first game and the last game.
They played the first and the last game this year, yep.
So
Niners keep Darnold out of the playoffs in a ginger-fueled collapse.
Yeah, I don't think Seattle plays that many tough games.
Just let me live in that world.
Wait, so you would be a Brock Purdy fan?
Yes.
Wow.
Now you got something to root for, huh?
You don't understand
David,
how much I dislike Sam Darnold.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
That's crazy.
Your hate that much for Rat Purdy? Really?
I can't stand Darnold.
Really?
Yeah, his face angers me.
Okay.
All right.
You heard it. Power rankings, 97-1. Go Rat Purdy.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. They are stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and, more importantly, your budget, including the November Rico deal. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. Just walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you'll find out why Hamilton, it's leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, we've got a bit of Dan.
Hold on. Before we get to the Dan Campbell, Mike. Oh, you want to talk Bill Beekman? No, I don't want to talk Bill Beekman. I just want to present you some flowers. You, my friend, predicted something earlier this week in a pre-show meeting, and I said, Mike, you're crazy. Okay? This is the dumbest thing ever. No, there's no way in the world this will happen. But
What the hell did I say?
during the Lions-Commanders game, Amon-Ra catches a touchdown and does a dance in the end zone. You said, I wonder if he's going to have to apologize because people got offended. I'm like, Mike, there's no way in the world.
I said it'd be ridiculous to apologize.
Yes, you did.
But I said this would trigger some idiots.
And I'm like, Mike, come on, man. People, it was a dance. Like the president was there. He pointed and did the president's
He
dance.
apologized? Are you kidding me?
Here you go. David hit it.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, the fact, you called this, and I told you, Mike, nobody's that crazy. Nobody's
people
that
are
offended.
all crazy.
It's like if Elaine from Seinfeld was there and he saw her and started doing a little kick dance. It's funny.
Look, he said it best. They were having fun. I can't believe he apologized. Don't apologize, Amon-Ra. What are you apologizing for? It was a dance. It was the first president. I don't care if you like the guy, hate the guy, or are indifferent on the guy. It's the first president to be at a game in 50 years. Who cares? Who the hell? What did I tell you? I knew some bird brains would get bent out of shape by that.
And that's why, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
You know what it is, too?
How in the world did you get offended by this?
I laughed. I thought it was hilarious.
As soon as he did, I was like, oh, okay. Because he's like pointing and he finds the box and points and starts doing the dance and his teammates join. I'm like, okay, that's funny. That's funny. That's his dance. That's funny. Like, you could tell that they sat around and say, hey, man, if any of us scores, we're going to do the Trump dance.
I told you the minute that they had Trump in the booth, it was going to, some people's heads would explode. It's a football game. I laughed at it. I'm indifferent.
That
I don't
interview was
care.
probably the best thing that happened in that game.
You know what? It was a joy because it just showed you how uncomfortable those two announcers were and then how hard. Your backup quarterback's good. Your starter's better. Look, I think I know society. People spend their life eternally aggrieved. It is remarkable. So Amon-Ra does a dance. And he had what was that on? His podcast, I presume?
Yeah, correct. The St. Brown podcast.
Sure. Rate, review, subscribe. That's so disgusting that I was right. But this is the world we live in.
Did anyone here think that he was making some grandiose political statement or trying to say anything?
Like Amon-Ra's dance was all about SNAP benefits.
Right.
It was a dance.
Right. This isn't, we're going to boycott the game. We're not showing up. He scores, finds the president's box, does his dance. It was funny. I guess maybe I'm a bad person. I laughed. I was like, okay, I see what he just did there. And then when you're like, he's going to have to apologize. He's going to offend some people. Like, Mike, that dance was not offensive to anybody. I mean, Rico Dowdle's probably a little more offensive celebration than that.
Mm-hmm.
And the ref said, no, just 2, and you'll get a flag.
3, you make a baby.
But yes, he came out and
that's terrible.
I guess he felt the need. I don't know who reached out to him or whether it was people on social media.
It's probably,
but he felt the need that he had to come out publicly and apologize.
I don't care what party the president's from. It doesn't matter. Like if it was Bill Clinton that was up there at his peak and he did a saxophone gesture, would people be bent out of shape? Who cares? It's fun. It's not a big deal.
Well,
I don't think he was making a comment on the Israeli-Palestine conflict with a dance.
He wasn't saying in the strike here, in the government shutdown.
Wow,
you said
that's crazy.
You said it. I didn't believe you. And then when it happened, I'm like, you know what, David, could you please put this audio in here? I have to play it for this.
I'm not happy to be right. It just shows you we can't find the bottom of the chili pot for the eternally aggrieved. Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, I guarantee you there were people who changed the channel because they don't like the political persuasion of the president being in a game. Who cares? I laughed. We got drops from it. Here's what I think of politics. It's hilarious. What do you...
D.C.
He throws a catchable ball.
Right, Veterans Day, D.C., President's there, whatever. But yes, that's what happened.
Okay. Thanks, I guess. David Ticketex if you want. We live in some messed up times, man.
Are you kidding me? Someone complained about the dancing in the end zone. Get out of here. He should have never apologized.
That's the point where I'm at with a lot of that stuff. I almost feel like in today's world, the worst thing you can do is apologize.
No, you know what it is?
Take U of M's playbook. Don't apologize.
No.
Triple down.
But see, I think he took a play out of the Michael Jordan playbook and says, you know what? Everybody buys sneakers. So,
okay,
think about it. He's in a lot of commercials lately. So I want
a lot of commercials.
Maybe more commercials.
Possibly the best commercials.
You know what? Honey Nut Cheerios. He wants people to buy the Honey Nut Cheerios. So, right, he's in commercials. He doesn't want to offend anybody. He likes making the extra money.
Doug, please.
If not, he'll keep doing insurance commercials.
Carrie in Detroit, I'm just going to keep reading. Love you all. I hate that Saint had to apologize. Ridiculous. I'm a social worker and kind of hate people today.
Yes, that's the whole point. Like, it just, man, it's just, everything is just, how do people spend that much time in their day being offended? That has to be exhausting.
Well, that's what this text is kind of hinting at. Comedy is dead. People are overly sensitive. Nothing makes sense anymore. I've lost all hope in humanity.
No, here's what happens. President Trump is so polarizing. Either you absolutely love him or you absolutely hate him. There's nobody who says, hey, he's okay.
I'm sitting right here. I don't care. He does some things that are interesting, and he does a lot of things that I cringe at. But ultimately, guess what happens? I go to bed every night.
Right.
And it's weird. The sun comes up the next day. I don't care. None of it matters.
So no one other than Mike, most people, it's one way or another. It's just like,
I'm not invested enough in politics to care, brother.
He is so polarizing. He brings up he brings passion and fire out of people.
But you know what I don't think about at a football game is politics.
No.
I don't care that he went. I was like, okay, cool. He's going to a game. Like I would go to a game.
But David, I get it. But see, to bring this full circle, it's kind of how I feel about people and the salary that they make. I don't care. Once the game starts, I don't care.
Just play.
Win the game. Play the game. Oh, well, this quarterback's get. Don't care. Did he win that last drive? Yes. All right, my man.
That sucks. But you're right. He probably got advised to apologize. He's got a business to run.
Right, you like these commercials you're doing for cereal and all of that. Yeah, you got to make sure you make everybody happy. Be neutral.
Whoa.
There's your new slogan. Just be neutral.
No, you don't have to be neutral. You can say you do or don't like the guy. I remember doing a show, and I hope I get this right. I think it was like Steph Curry who went on like this tirade. And not only did he refuse the invite to go to the White House, but I think he called the standing president, which I believe it was Trump at the time. He called him an ass. And I'm going, okay, hold on. Look, you don't have to like the guy. It's about the office. It is about the office of the presidency. If you have an opportunity to go to the White House, I don't care what political persuasion you are. Or if you're agnostic politically, you just go. It's not a big deal. You just go. Like even
you go, you take the pictures.
I just don't think it's a big deal.
Can I get one of those pins? All right, thank you.
Right, to me, it's just whatever, whether you like the guy or not. He was at a football game. The guy did a silly dance. Who cares? Yes. Whoa. The best part, he said, whoa, on like a 2-yard carry. It was like old white Gus Johnson. Talking about overselling something. Whoa. And it was like 2nd and 8.
Whoa. Stay in New York. Heisman. Midterms. Ah! Shut down. Ah!
That's perfect. All right, if you purchase your own health insurance, listen up. Time to renew for 26. Open enrollment only 45 days, November 1st through December 15th. Only time you can change your coverage, no questions asked, so don't waste your time trying to navigate the process on your own. That's a headache unto itself. Get with Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans. Mike's got 30 years of experience, and he will shop health insurance carriers that are both on and off the marketplace. He'll show you a variety of options, and Mike deals directly with the marketplace and the insurance company, so you don't have to. Open enrollment for 26, it's here. Call Mike Prepare, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. The hell's this?
My favorite segment of the week. We took a week off last week. It is my best bets. And I'm going to start in the SEC. I'm going to start with Kenny's team. Number 10, Texas at number 5, Georgia. What I'm seeing currently is that Georgia is a 6-point favorite, and I am all in on Georgia for this game. I don't believe in Arch Manning. I don't believe in anything that Texas has shown me the last few weeks, but I believe in Georgia at home, so I'm going Georgia -6.
One problem there, Chief. Georgia likes to start very, very slow, and then
eventually win by a touchdown,
and then eventually pick it up. So you know what? I would take Texas in the points. I think
that's
Georgia
how
wins.
David made all 4 of his kids. Listen, I don't trust Texas on the road.
Nope.
I don't trust Arch against the headset. That Delta headset's going to be working overtime. Kirby will have something planned. Texas isn't great at running it. I got to buy Georgia. The fact that you're laying almost a touchdown, I think, is very telling. They need some Texas money.
Yeah, it's telling that this is not vintage Georgia anymore.
Okay, he's not even listening.
Do you expect to be favored by what, 14.5 for this game?
No, I'm just saying that it's a lot of points and Georgia starts slow.
Okay, first of all, here's the thing. I'm going to listen to Kenny because he probably watches more Georgia than all of us. Georgia, we've all said, just doesn't seem right. And the thing is, maybe, just maybe, Arch has had a chance to actually heal up because he's starting to play a little bit better. I think something happened to him early in the season.
You're
he
on
played
Texas?
Awful. I'm taking Texas in the point.
I feel even better about Georgia. Alt line.
So let me get this straight, Rico. You're going to believe Kenny on his team, but never believe me when it comes to my team and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Stings the nostrils.
I see what this is.
No, I have.
Pungent.
No, I have believed in you and your Pittsburgh.
Come around.
Steelers.
You've come around.
Blackbeard's delight.
David, that was like a couple years ago when I was just like, David,
Yeah, when I was 11-0.
Right.
Are mommy and daddy done?
Yeah, we're just having fun.
Next,
Let's move
well,
on
beat
to
your slander. Go ahead.
What? Man,
David, next.
Unbelievable.
Let's move over to the ACC here because I was confused when I saw the line, so I'm going to lean into it here. Clemson's going to Louisville. Louisville is just a 3-point favorite.
Yeah.
How? They are at home. They're the better team. I'm going +3 Clemson.
Well, you just got put over a chair by a freshman QB.
I get
Second
it.
of all, Miller Moss hasn't been right all year. Third, Isaac Brown, their star tailback, isn't playing, and they're down to like the fifth string guy. They're just it isn't. It looked great on paper to start the year. It's not working. Now the Clemson part of it, can I really trust them?
That's a tough one.
Yes, they played really well last week. 2 weeks ago, Dabo tried to kill his entire defense.
He did. Yes, he did.
I would just stay away from the entire thing, but if you forced me to go and play this madness, I'd go with the used car salesman Dabo.
Really? Yeah, because I look at Louisville, and I think a lot of it coming off of that was the overtime loss. It was a gut punch because I don't think that they thought that they were going to lose to Cal coming from across the country. And it's even though it's Clemson, it's going to be hard for them to get back up just a couple days, 6 days later. I'm with you. I would probably,
if you were forced to, which you're not. It's not North Korea.
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything. I would pass on this one because Clemson
You
is
don't
the
work
ultimate.
for BTN. You don't have to say certain things.
Clemson is the ultimate in letting you down. And
They do. They do.
So they're the Kenny of college football.
At some point, we may have to just treat Clemson like Old Yeller.
Okay, I don't want to put Kenny down. We like Kenny. That was terrible. All right.
Well,
Kenny, he
Rico.
just tried to put you down.
No, you threw Kenny in there.
My bad. My bad.
So, Rico, you mentioned a cross country. So let's do that. And a cross country game. Arizona State will be hosting West Virginia. Arizona State is a favorite by 11 points here. And I know you're probably going to laugh at this one because it is across the country. But I'm going West Virginia at +11.
No.
They have true freshman quarterback
Scotty Fox Jr. is an operative. He is horrific.
I like him.
No, I had West Virginia last week, and I hated this MF. They almost blew the game against Colorado. He's another one of these quarterbacks. You got to wheel a keyboard out there with some shades and have him yell Georgia to the sky. He was like Stevie Wonder out here. Laid across his body? No. Activate the Valley. We're going Jeff Sims. Guy gets
David.
afternoon discounts at Bob Evans. We're going Arizona State.
David, I just got 2 words, and Mike just said it. Jeff Sims. Never, ever go against Jeff Sims. Ever.
Well, let's get to a real
Forks
game
up.
here. And let's go with Oklahoma going to Alabama. Alabama is a 7-point favorite here. Oklahoma is 3-0 straight up on the road. And OU quarterback John Mateer is undefeated and has 17 total touchdowns versus 2 interceptions over his last 6 road games. So I am going +7 Oklahoma here. Didn't like how Alabama looked last week against LSU either.
No, I'm going to take Alabama in this game, David. And look, I saw some weird stat. I'm sure it was on Cash and Ticket.
What?
That whenever Kalen DeBoer wears the black hoodie, they're undefeated. And I guess he's going to wear it.
That's wild.
David, I think Alabama's just a better team. I think that Oklahoma may make this a game for a half, but I think in the end, Alabama will win this game by more than a touchdown.
Oklahoma's front is really good, but the secondary's spit the bit the last 2 weeks, giving up more than 300 yards in the air. And obviously, Bama doesn't stop the run at a great clip, but Oklahoma doesn't have a great run game. And I just have a hard time believing John Mateer's carrying it 25 times. Ty Simpson might be the best quarterback in America. You can expose that secondary. You're at home. The black sweatshirt, Dixieland Delight, Bama.
Wait, they do the? I thought that was LSU. What is LSU?
No, LSU plays neck.
Neck, okay.
Which you can't repeat on the
okay.
The type of language Kenny Cott uses at Sunday church.
And I will give you the one NFL game that I love this weekend. I cannot believe I'm saying this.
Let me hear it.
Carolina Panthers at the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons coming off the very, very tough performance overseas. The Panthers have found a running game. I am going Carolina Panthers plus 3.5. I can't believe I'm saying
Yeah,
that.
I can't either, considering the quarterback's yardage over-under is probably 89.5. Leave me out of it.
Falcons suck.
You're either betting blank stare capri pants or 4-foot-tall QB Panthers who lost to the Saints last week. You leave me out. Here's Rico.
I don't know, but I like the Atlanta D-line. I don't know if Dowdle will be able to run the way he has in the past, David, and you have to be able to balance that out. Bryce got to do something. I don't know if he can. I would steer clear of this game.
He needs those booster shoes that DeSantis wears. Get him some of those heel inserts.
Yeah.
He needs something.
I don't know. I think I may take the Falcons in this game, David. You missed the easiest best bet.
What you got?
It's the money in the bank. It's Michigan State +7 and +7.
No.
David. If Jonathan Smith has showed us one thing, he knows how to kill a spread in the final minute of the game. He will kick a meaningless field goal.
I can't.
David, you're laughing. I think the last 4 straight games, he's found a way. Yes, I'm sure about that. I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm saying this man can do one thing, and only one thing
Kick
right.
a field goal late and lose by 6.
Right. He will make sure that the other team does not cover. Hey, coach, if we score a touchdown, we could win. Nah, just kick the field goal.
Something is definitely wrong here. Those are your best bets.
Every NFL Thursday, your chance hit the jackpot with FanDuel. FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. You can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Get in on this Thursday's action. All you got to do, place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks. And if you score the first or last TD of the game, you're in that bonus pool to get your share to $2 million. So play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get a couple of ticket texts. I want to turn our attention to a little bit of hockey. We have to do a check-in.
Hockey.
Well, we have to do a check-in on the Red Wings. And Kenny has been the beholder of our emotional state. He didn't allow us to get excited to start the year. And as we sit here now, okay, the Wings tonight are welcoming in a much improved Anaheim team. And if they lose tonight, they fall to 9-8. They will have vaporized the positive vibes. They got their asses kicked by the Rangers. They got their asses kicked by the Blackhawks. Now they've had seemingly 100 days off the way the NHL schedules. They haven't played since the weekend. But I want to ask a question about, is it fair if I call tonight a big game? Is it fair to say they will have squandered the whole start if they lose tonight? And then I wanted to know if a call out was in order on something. So we're going to get to that in a second with Kenny as our ombudsman.
Okay.
Also, Kenny we've lost him for the day. He is specking out NHL parlays tonight. It is, wow. There's a lot happening in the green room here.
You brought up an idea. I'm following through on it. That's all.
Well, because for the podcast purposes, I said, look, if I said to you, you could pick anything, favorite or underdog, because normally our rules with when Kenny would do Sir Pucks a lot, underdogs only. If it's a favorite, it can only be up to minus 120. You can't ask people to do more than that. That's stupid. That's like these idiots on TV. I like the Avalanche tonight. They're minus 400. That's not honest. I said, but Kenny, if I opened it up and I said just pick 3 winners a night, if you did it all month, could you be right? How many times would you be right? So he's charting a few things, and we were joking about the Wings tonight, who are favored. And he started putting together some sizzling stuff out there, none of which will happen, but it was exciting.
Very interesting.
We'll get to this Wings thing in a minute. I just want to make sure we catch up on Ticket Text first. David, go ahead, buddy.
Ticket Text, the only person who needs to apologize is J-Mo. J-Mo had the worst Trump dance of all time, and that deserves an apology for us that saw it. Someone says, that gets me so sad that the other team also did the dance. Is anybody complaining about that?
That's the whole point. Why can't it just be a dance? Why can't it just, we are so lost. If you have time in your day to get upset at Amon-Ra because he imitated Trump's dance, because a sitting U.S. president was at the game, then I can't help you.
And I think maybe the other team, the Commanders did, but we don't do Commanders radio, and they got bigger fish to fry anyway.
Yes, they do.
I mean, the Lions are so good. This is what we talk about. We nitpick.
No, we didn't do it.
No,
Amon-Ra
right.
addressed it on his pod and had to apologize.
The fact that you brought it up, and I'm like, geez, no way. Wow.
That's people, man. We are a society of Karens. That's what this is.
Aggrieved. Okay.
Or someone's calling us out, Rico.
Sure.
You all need to read the room. The guy's a racist and a divider. Black people don't want to hear his voice. Rico and David, is it funny that he thinks you're less than? I'm sorry. I was just watching a football game. I wasn't even thinking about it.
I mean, if anything.
Yeah, I got bad news for you, too. If you don't think black people voted for him, you're sadly mistaken.
That is also true. I'm sitting there. It was comical to me because that booth was the only thing missing was Abbott and Costello.
I guess according to that texter, Jonathan Vilma should have walked out too, right? I mean, guys, it's a football game. It ain't that real. We're not sitting here. This isn't PBS or what do you call it? C-SPAN. We're not having some debate about SNAP benefits. Right. Like, it's a football game. It's not a big deal. It really isn't.
Saint should have never apologized. My comments or actions are mine. I'm not apologizing. I have a great sense of humor.
Amen.
That should have been what he said.
Amen. And at that point, you completely disarm this aggrievement army.
Well, maybe it sounds like the person before. He felt disrespected when Amon-Ra did. Like I said, that interview, hilarious to me. I'm like, this is the best part of the game.
Whoa. That drop is not going to get old.
Here's you as a tight end. What would it be like if so-and-such threw the ball to you?
Yeah, he was talking to Vilma like he was the tight end, and that Drew Brees was throwing the ball to him his entire career.
All I know is Kenny Albert wanted to be anywhere but that booth. It was wild.
Right. Vilma was like, this is fun. Let's keep talking to the president. But, not allowed to enjoy things.
I still don't get the 6'7" thing. My niece explained it to me, and I still don't get it. I don't understand it.
I don't either, because I said it is probably the thing that most dictates a generation. You're doing something for really no reason to do it, just to do it. Like it has nothing. Like Doug was like, well, we said dumb things as well. Like, yeah, but we took it from a commercial.
Including.
But I'm like, we took stuff from the commercial, like the what's up. Like it was from a commercial. Right. Somebody take this board away from me. But yeah, that is just like, I don't get that. I don't understand that. And you say it and then everybody just goes crazy.
It is a choice. You do realize being offended is a choice.
Oh, no. I mean the 6th, 7th.
Oh, yeah, no, I just don't understand it. I'm not mad at it.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm like, okay, like, I'm like, okay, I don't. But
go ahead, Kenny.
No, I just wanted to know, is this is for me. I'm talking about myself here. Is this the line of delineation for being old? Because I don't understand this, and I feel old every time a young person does this.
I just think you're mature.
Well, when you just said a young person, that means
as a married man.
As a married man. David, one more, and then we're going to do the hockey with Kenny as our emotional governor on this. But I do think it's a big game tonight. I want to hear from the hockey elite. We are sounding the alarm, and I want to know, if the Wings lose tonight, haven't they fully spoiled the great start? You'd be 17 games in, you'd basically be a 500 team. After the way this season started, now you can't score any goals. You've been dump trucked at home multiple times in a row. Now Anaheim comes in, much improved, but they shouldn't come here tonight and beat you. You haven't played since the weekend. You've had time to stew in your own juices. Like, it's time. Like, they should come out and play well tonight. And if they don't, I don't know. That would anger me.
And it's a John Gibson revenge game playing against his former team.
Whoa! Not quite Dominic Hasek revenge game levels. Not quite. All right, we'll get to the hockey next. David, any other messages you'd like to share?
Yeah, the best part of the Trump in the booth was when he turned to Vilma and said, we didn't get to play you too often.
What?
When he looked at him because he was talking about playing tight end. And he says, oh, we didn't get to play you too often. Like, he didn't play when you played.
Well, here's the other thing. I still love when he deadpanned to both of them, and he's like, hey, I can't wait to take your jobs. That was phenomenal. Whoa. All right. We will do the hockey next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions got a few players back at practice today, including edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson and offensive lineman Penei Sewell. Sewell was in a limited capacity. Tight end Sam Laporta, safety Kirby Joseph, corner Tyrion Arnold, they all sat out. Amik Robertson was a new addition to the injury report as well. He was limited with a hamstring. Offensive coordinator John Morton spoke about Dan Campbell taking over play calling today. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out for their game against the Titans this week as he remains in concussion protocol. The Pistons have Game 2 of the NBA Cup tomorrow against the Sixers. The injury report still not great. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Isaiah Stewart, they're all questionable. Asar Thompson and Tobias Harris are both out. Red Wings hit the ice against the Ducks. First matchup featured a 5-2 Anaheim win. Detroit head coach Tom McClellan tells you more. John Gibson set to start in goal. Hear the game at 7 right here on the ticket. Guardians pitcher Emmanuel Clase was arrested by the FBI today in response to him fixing pitches allegations there. The Padres also announced that the team exploring selling the franchise. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hockey Elite, assemble. We have to have a conversation. Wings, Ducks tonight. Wings with a loss fall to 9-8. They have not been good lately. They got dump trucked by this Duck team to finish the road trip. They got bombed by the Blackhawks, bombed by the Rangers. I can't kill you for a 1-0 loss to Vegas. The point is you haven't played good hockey. And with a loss tonight, I think it's 5 out of 6, you end up in a spot where you basically wasted this good vibes, good start to this deal. You're not scoring again. And I wanted to ask a question because I am not going to be authoritative about this. But when I have watched, I come away that two veterans who make a combined close to, $9-10 million are useless. I mean, they do nothing. They don't shoot, they don't pass, they don't go very fast, and they don't hit anybody. They do nothing. I mean, Compher and Cop, I asked Kenny about this, and he termed it different. He goes, well, Michael, you ignoramus, we use a different term in hockey land. I go, okay, sure. He goes, we don't call them useless. We call them low-event players.
I remember this.
So I just wanted to talk to the Hockey Elite about a number of things, which is, okay, once again, this team can't score. I feel like every third game, I see whoever's in net give up 4 goals on 18 shots. And they are on the precipice now, if they lose tonight, that, in my opinion, you completely squandered the hot start. If any or all of that offends you, whoa, feel free. But I want to have the conversation. Am I allowed to say it's a big game when it's only game 17 on the season or whatever the hell it is? But I do feel like you've had some rest. You've had the opportunity to kind of, all right, we're going to put the way we played last week in a shoebox. You got to get this one at home tonight because you do have a tough stretch coming up. You do have the Devils coming up. Columbus is not a pushover. I know there's always going to be some dregs in this league, but like Rico.
No, Mike, it is because it feels like, seems like you lose and everything that you did at the beginning of the season is gone, all for naught. And all of that good vibes and good feelings that you had about this team and thinking, okay, now that the coach has a full year under his belt, he started at the beginning of the season, we're going to turn this thing around. And now it's kind of looking like, okay, we're not as good as we thought we were. So I'm with you. Yes. I don't think it's too early to say, especially because of the start that you had. Now it looks like you're in the middle of a collapse, that you need to put a stop to this and get this thing going.
Yeah, and look, obviously, Calgary is a different brand of inept offensively. They're barely scoring 2 goals a game. You're in a glut of the bottom 5 teams in the league that are sitting at or around 2.5 goals a game. It's the same problem. It's the same thing. So I would just like to know, now, Kenny, this is where we need you. Have I overstated, embellished, or outright lied about anything I've said? Am I completely out of my depth in making some of these light assertions I've made? Any or all of it?
I think this is as big as a 17th or whatever game of the season can possibly be. My only issue with calling it a big game, and you're right about everything else you've said thus far, by the way, is if you're at that point, I think that means the games are mattering more, and I don't think they are, because look at what they did to start the season and then look at what they've just done. This is what this team is. This is who this team is they'll get very, very hot, get everybody's hopes very, very high, and then go very, very much the other way. And that's exactly what they've done. We've seen them do it, especially in March. Jeez, we've seen them do that in March a lot. It feels like March is always when the season crumbles, and the month right before, they could be on a gigantic heater, you know? So I caution you to not pay too much into this one single game, because for all we know, next week they could go on a run and beat some really good teams right in a row.
No, I know that. It's difficult because you don't want to have to see this team catch lightning in the spring. The way they started the year, you felt like this year could be different. Hey, look what happens when you don't have a garbage can coaching and you have McLennan. Full year, he's here. We made some changes. We're off to a great start. Well, I'm not going to say it's collapsed, but every game you drop, every amount of this stretch that extends, you either partially and or totally vaporize what your advantage was.
See, my point to you, though, also is I think you were bang on when you said that they'd be squandering what they did to begin the season. In fact, I would go as far as to say they've already done that. They're out of the playoffs right now. If the season ended right now, which obviously very small sample size, so let's not do that.
No.
But they're below the wild card line.
Okay, then they have. So look, we're not overstating anything. I understand the regular season's a death march, but it just struck me. They had this gap in the schedule. That was an embarrassing couple of games at home. You got to win a game like this. Just like if we're going to excuse you on the West Coast dropping a game, no big deal. Hey, now Anaheim, who did play the other night, I think they played Tuesday night. Look, you got to beat this team. By the way, Anaheim's your highest scoring team in the league.
At home.
And by the way, this is the best time to do this because Florida right now, also out of the playoffs. Toronto right now, also out of the playoffs. Teams that you're supposed to be fighting for these spots with, actually teams that were supposed to be way better than you.
Yes.
So you're not fighting these teams for those
But here's
spots.
the problem, and Kenny, I know I shouldn't let this bother me the way it does, but the Blackhawks and Rangers, not good. And you lost to both. Those are games that when we flip the script and you're looking at the schedule, you go, okay, these are a couple of games at home against non-playoff type teams should win. And you weren't even close. Like, that's the problem. You're not going to get these games back. And every year, while I'm not going to obsess every game, we have this same conversation where it's always like we're looking for our keys at the end of the season. Honey, where did I put my keys? In this case, the keys are playoff points. And you're like, man, I can't find my keys. No, you left them in November when you got bombed by Bedard and the Blackhawks.
Those were your chances to get those free squares that teams like the Leafs and teams like Florida are giving you when they're low in the standings and also losing. This is your chance to gain an edge, gain a little ground. I'm not saying you're better than those teams or you can beat those teams frequently, but at least put yourself in the best spot.
Am I unfair to the veteran signings that I've been soured on for years now? You call them low event players. I call them wastes of space. No, am I out of line?
I don't think you're out of line. And what have we always said about Steve? Is his strength is his drafting and his weak point is his pro scouting. And boy, do you see it. I mean, I hope he's right about this John Gibson Talbot duo. It seems like he might be, maybe question mark, but now we're bringing up Danielson. And I mean, this is my point: is young guys are going to be young guys, and if you can't rely on your pro scouting, boy, that's a real problem.
Hey, don't worry. Year 7's a gap year. Next year, that'll be the year we get it right.
Now, just you wait.
Just
in 2
wait.
years
the
from
kid,
now.
Well, you wanted the kids up here. Here you go. It's like, yeah, it's year 7. Where are the adults in the room so that the pressure isn't on the kids?
And you'd compare it to a Scott Harris type of a deal, but at least he was able to have some form of playoff success. Whereas, I mean, the deadline goes around every year, and it seems like we're doing little to nothing.
Yeah.
And even if you do something, do you trust his ability to pro scout in order
No.
to add to this team?
No, I don't. And I don't think that's insulting, but there's just no credibility in Yzerman's NHL level acquisitions. There's just not. I don't think I need to be Don Cherry to tell you that. Like, should I be wearing a poppy? Does it give me more credibility? Like, here, go up and down the list of pro scouting under Steve Yzerman's tenure here. I'll wait while we celebrate Boxing Day over here. Want me to throw some toonies at the screen? Like, I don't think, like, you know what I'm saying. No, but you don't have to be on NHL Network to have this take. Like, I always love how Hockey Fan gatekeeps it, that because hockey's not my favorite sport, somehow what I'm saying isn't true. That's not the same thing.
No, they don't want it to be true.
Well, I can't help that.
That's the difference.
I can't help that.
You don't know the nuances.
But that's why I asked the question to Kenny.
You don't know puck.
Okay, well, is there some puck metric that makes my opinion about Kopp and Comfer wrong or woefully malfeasant? No.
I believe most of the metrics would speak to exactly what you've just said.
Well, then, Pepperoni Boy's right again. I don't know what to say. Oh!
Really feel very uncomfortable with you.
It's
David, do you too as well?
Yes, I
like,
do.
I can't join these two when they do that.
David calls me way worse during the break. You should hear him.
Stop it.
All right, 248-539-9797. We get to the Hockey Elite next. Is it a big one tonight? What do you make of this Comfer Cop thing? And if they lose tonight, is it a fair statement to say they will have completely wasted the hot start? All of that, do whatever you like with it. After a hot summer, you know what's happening now. Permafrost. Make sure your furnace is ready. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete checkup. Make sure it's running properly and, more important, safely. Right now, it's only $79, $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, you name it. Do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. The hockey elite is assembled. Wings, Ducks tonight. Is it okay to call something a big game on November 13th? How much of the early start will they vaporize with a loss tonight? Kenny says it's already ruined. And then the Comfer thing. I don't think it's provocative to say you have $10 million of completely useless, or as Kenny, a.k.a. Darren Pang, likes to say, you have $10 million of low-event players that I just don't need to see anymore. Ryan's an A squared. He's going to lead off. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Ryan. What's up?
Yeah, so I got two things here. Number one, it's a really big game this early in the season, considering the Ducks blew your doors off earlier in the season, and Pat Verbeek being a former Red Wing front office member. But you really got to question whether you believe in this core or not. How many of the players on this team do we really believe will be here when we're competing for a cup? I could probably name off, Larkin, DeBrincat, Raymond, Sider, Edvinsson, Casper, Danielson, end of list. I mean, this is not like we're going up against a really, really good core. I mean, you already mentioned it. It's one of the highest scoring teams in the league this year. And I have a really depressing and mind-blowing stat for you. You guys ready for this?
Yeah, please.
So the stat that I have, so the Red Wings have played 16 games this year, and I have a list of just the bottom 6 players on this team, and this is not including empty net goals, just the goals that they've scored, each of them, one by one. JT Compher has 3 goals, not including empty nets. Mason Appleton, 2 goals. Michael Rasmussen, 0 goals. Andrew Kopp, 0 goals. This is not good enough. And if you want to be a team that wants to be high-event hockey, you got to go to the middle of the ice and go to the goal. Because the amount of times that I see these guys just on the sidewalls, dumping the puck in, losing it in a forecheck battle, and then the puck clearing the zone, it's endless amount of times. And it's getting ridiculous, and you just got to question Steve Yzerman's pro scouting because this is not good enough.
No, 100%. And Ryan, that stat, 5 goals for 4 players over the course of 16 games. I mean, I don't care if you are a top-heavy team like Edmonton with a superstar front-loaded line, and the give back is going to be that bottom 6. Even by that standard, it would be unacceptable. No, Ryan, it's at a certain point, it's okay to just call it what it is. The pro scouting is bad.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, too, it's like I hate questioning the effort of my team because it's like I love this team, but how am I seeing the amount of times the puck is leaving the zone? It's not like our bottom 6 is like small and guys who are like people who aren't big enough to make a difference in a forecheck battle or anything. Like, these guys are big. Michael Rasmussen's a big guy. Elmer Soderblom has 1 goal, not including empty nets.
Ugh.
I mean, what are we doing? You got a forecheck. You almost feel like you can go to the front of the goal and run into a goal or two. These guys aren't even keeping the puck in the zone.
No.
It's crazy.
No,
I'll let you guys.
Ryan, no, it's
about it more,
you call
but,
any time. I love the data, and look, we're having a conversation about it. We all want the same thing, and hopefully they win tonight. Kenny's right. Hockey can be volatile. Maybe they rip off 5 out of 6, and now the hot start is restored. But you take it where we're at today and how they're playing. They need a win. And nothing that happens tonight seals their fate or somehow dictates what happens in February or March. But you've got to – I want to get ahead of the curve here. And I want this team to play a comprehensively good season of hockey and not just creep in. At a certain point, it's okay. No, I don't expect them to do what Washington did, going from the last team in to the top team. Right. But it's okay to have a conversation about wanting to take a major step forward. It's just – that's the frustration.
I know. And the real frustration, Mike, is we've had this conversation.
It's for 7
again.
Years. Yes.
And again.
Whoa.
And nothing.
Sorry. I wish they had more players that made us sound that way.
They go really fast.
Yes. Like my guy Schaefer with the Islanders, or my cousin Calabrini with San Jose. I want something that is exciting. But at this point, I'll just take wins. Go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, what's going on?
Oh, not much, guys. Been a few weeks. How you doing?
Good, brother. What are we overreacting? Are we on the money? Where are we at here?
No, Mike. I'm no longer going to be Tony Soprano calling to collect on my jersey these days. And if anything, I'd rather have a Pistons one of Paul Reed or whoever the G League guy is.
You can't downgrade to a Paul Reed replica. Good, Steve. It's not even Christmas yet. You can't do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, guys. Mike, I kind of agree with you. Tempering a little bit what you say, but I think it is an important game. Have we completely squandered the start? Not completely, but I don't want to be fighting from behind the 8 ball to get into a playoff spot. That's the big thing for me. However, I would say that the guy that draws my ire the most is Michael Rasmussen. He's not using his body out there. With all respect to Ryan, I'm actually kind of impressed with Soderblom. I would love a little more scoring from him, but the thing that I really wanted to talk about is, one, Marco Kasper, only 3 goals, nothing else after that in these 16 games. We need to see more from him. But Todd McClellan, when they brought Danielson up, Todd McClellan said something along the lines of, hey, we're going to take a look at different guys and look at doing things with them, is I believe the words that he used. And I think the days are numbered for your Cops or Compers and these veterans that aren't doing anything. And there's these young guys like Mazer and other folks down in Grand Rapids that are just biting to get up here. So I think more of that turnover is going to come. And hopefully this is the year that the Yzer plan comes to fruition.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
I can call you guys back in the spring and say, I told you so.
Yeah, well, Steve, hopefully we hear from you before the spring. But yes, the whole point of it is.
And give that man his jersey.
Well, hold on. I was told Sandin Pellikka was going to change hockey forever. He's the Bryce Underwood of Sweden. It hasn't happened. The point is, let's keep the main thing. If they make this move, what I will not accept from this organization, I'm a doorknob. Who cares, right? I'm just saying it'll anger me. Well, we brought the kids up, what did you expect? Oh, we took a step backward. Oh, okay, so cool. You decided to skip your senior year of college to bartend in Europe, and you'll finish up the degree next year. Got it. You did the Doug Karsh.
You do realize that's what's going to be said, right?
They can say whatever they want. I just don't have to validate it. That's ridiculous because it will.
The kids, they're here.
It'll show you
the growing pains.
It's almost like signing 100-year-old Kane again, who's not healthy. Like you have to at some point acknowledge a complete failure of your pro scouting if we are simply in year 7 going, all right, clear the decks. Let's pay people to take comp and comfer and the rest. And then you bring up the kids, and what? We don't get to catch lightning in a bottle? Why?
When the kids are hot, they're going to be hot. When they're cold, they're going to be cold. And that's the problem is you need NHL talent to supplement them. They're going to look like kids, which sucks because once you see these hot streaks happen, you know that they're very capable of what we just saw, which is these cold streaks.
Whoa. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Love talking about the Wings. Nothing makes me more depressed. But I do agree with kind of both of you. This is a big game. I mean, I don't care if it's November 13th or whatever. But, God, the last 2 callers have been spot on about Rasmussen. I cannot stand Rasmussen. He's the biggest guy I've ever seen skate like a 5-year-old. He does nothing. He's 6'6", 2, whatever. He is useless. And he's in year, 7, 8? How many chances are we going to give this guy? And Comfer, all of them, bums. Total bums. Steve, I love you. I don't know what you're doing. It's insane that we're in year 7 and we haven't improved basically at all. So they get boat raced today by a team that was in the garbage bin 2 years ago. A year ago, they were the worst team.
And I'll lay on the train tracks here as the NHL Elite Express drives by. And I know, but Kevin, that impacts me more than it should, is when I see teams that were worse than the Wings lapping the Wings. Like what happened with Montreal or what happened with Ottawa Or, again, I know you're using Anaheim. It is early, but they're being powered by a high-octane offense that's averaging north of 4 goals a game. Yeah, Kev, that angers me more because we're patted on the head and told, well, you got to be patient. It takes time. And I'm going, but wait a minute. What? We're getting lapped by these teams.
Yeah, and I don't call myself hockey elite by any means. So I just love the Wings. So, but if even I'm taking that in consideration, I can acknowledge that. Then they gotta know that too, right?
Yeah. The one that's going to really bother me. God help me if the San Jose Sharks are more than a Disney story to start the year. If the Sharks end up being remotely playoff fringy after what they've been through and where they've been, and now, oh wait, they get to compete and we don't. My head will explode. I know it. No, it's early.
Ready for it.
It's early. Okay. No. You said I can't get excited. You can't get excited about the Sharks. It's early. No.
The future is teal, Mike. The future is teal.
I know because I got an Italian on the team. That's the key.
Oh.
Right.
Nope. You know what?
You imagine instead of people throwing hats on the ice, they're throwing super sod all over the place? Just whee!
It's Mikey Marinara.
No. What instead of this, because San Jose doesn't have banners, we could have dried meats from the rafters. You could have all the prosciutto in the world from the rafters.
A deli section just descends from the rafters.
Yes, and then the 3 stars, we lower the prosciutto leg and everybody gets to take a bite.
It's the 3 meatballs of the game.
Yes, the 3 braciole of the game.
Read something, Rico. Read something now.
See, he can do all of this. I make one chicken comment and he runs out the door.
There's a difference.
He's out the studio. Really?
There's a
difference between prosciutto dropping down from the rafters.
No, you have to understand. Italian people have been the piñata for these jokes. It's like it's okay. Now, if you took different ethnicities and made the same jokes, oh, wow, watch what happens.
I'm uncomfortable with this.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Oh, really, David? Really? Some of the drops you've put in the system. Really? Let's get Doug's opinion.
You know what?
Really? 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 You're uncomfortable. You're a problem. You're a real problem. Rico, the floor is yours, uninterrupted.
My apologies to Xfinity. That's all I have to say. Okay. So let's just say this.
Really?
If you call yourself a big NBA fan, you need to do exactly what I am doing right now. You need Xfinity. Why? Because you don't want to be that person whose setup is just totally not ready for prime time, where